Thank you very much, Lini. Once again, a very warm welcome to you, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, to this international conference holding here in Abuja between today, Thursday, 24th, and tomorrow, Friday, 25th. At this point, I'd like to bring on stage one lady who has worked exceedingly hard in ensuring that everyone comes together and pulls this through. She was dogged and guided that this is Nigeria's moment to shine, and I am sure we all will be proud of what we are putting out. Ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies, please welcome, for the welcome remarks, the Deputy Governor, Financial System Stability in the Central Bank of Nigeria, and Chair of the National Financial Inclusion Technical Committee, Mrs. Aisha Ahmad.
The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, who is ably represented by the Honorable Minister, Federal Capital Territory, Malam Mohammed Musa Bello, CON, United Nations Secretary General, Special Advocate for Inclusive Finance for Development, Her Majesty, Queen Maxima of the Netherlands, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, pardon me, Mr. Boss Mustafa, Honorable Minister, Women Affairs, Dame Pauline Talen, the Honorable Minister, Information and Culture, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, the Honorable Minister of the FCT, represented by the Permanent Secretary of the Federal Capital Territory, Mr. Adeshola Olushade, the Governor, the Chief Host of the Central Bank of Nigeria, and the Chairman of the National Financial Inclusion Steering Committee, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, CON, board members of the CBN, the Deputy Governor Operations of the CBN, financial sector regulators, NICOM, NDIC, here present, special guests, gentlemen and women of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great honor and privilege to welcome you to the 2022 International Financial Inclusion Conference, held virtually and in the scenic federal capital city of Nigeria, Abuja. Thank you. This historic conference is organized by the National Financial Inclusion Governance Committees, and it is indeed the first to be held since we launched our financial inclusion strategy in 2012. A lot has changed in a decade, I'm sure you would agree. Innovation, digital technology, internet, social media have transformed every aspect of our lives. The fact that this conference is held in a hybrid format, I think, is a case in point. Some of the biggest impacts we've seen in technology have occurred in the global payments and financial system. We've seen mobile and electronic banking changing the way we deliver and access financial services and opening new vistas for financial inclusion worldwide. And that is the topic that we're here to discuss over the next 2 days. In 2011, Nigeria joined 10 founding members of the Alliance for Financial Inclusion, signing the Maya Accord and committing to reducing financial exclusion in their respective countries. We launched our targets in 2012, aiming to ensure 80% financial inclusion of Nigerians by 2020. We've made significant progress in this respect. We've improved financial inclusion to 64.1% from 53.7% when we started. This is despite remarkable population growth annually over that same period. But perhaps more importantly, we're very proud of the rapid digital innovation and the concerted policy initiatives of the CBN and other sector regulators that is transforming the banking and payment system in Nigeria. These efforts are enabling technology-driven solutions to the key challenges of lack of KYC, digital identity, financial access points, and robust payment infrastructure that we find in many excluded economies. Nigeria indeed is at a tipping point for financial inclusion. I dare say at no time has there been such a prevalence of an enabling regulatory environment, the proliferation of digital technology, innovation, and the collaborative will to ensure that we achieve financial inclusion for all. This is why we chose the theme, Financial Inclusion for All, Scaling Innovative Digital Models. At this conference, we will reflect on Nigeria's financial inclusion journey, taking stock of our progress, and more importantly, we convene an important global conversation on how to address the persisting exclusions in certain segments, exclusion gaps, such as women, youth, and rural dwellers. As has been mentioned earlier, IFIC 2022 is truly an international conference. We're bringing together 50 of the most influential speakers on this subject from 4 continents. We welcome all our speakers. I want to particularly thank our special keynote speaker, Her Majesty Queen Maxima, for her efforts in pushing financial inclusion globally and for accepting our invitation to speak at the conference. I also welcome warmly our over 4,000 delegates from about 80 countries that are joining us. Some of them are joining us virtually for being part of this important conversation. There's a very active Woover community. So the conference app is the Woover app. There's a lot of conversation happening there, and I encourage you to download the app for the conference agenda as well as to get part of the conversation. We have a very rich and comprehensive agenda, 13 sessions that cover various topics, including reaching the last mile, collaborating between policymakers and innovators. We will hear country experiences from Kenya, Egypt, India, and other parts of the world. We will be launching 7 strategic country initiatives, and I want to especially thank Mr. President for his support in launching these initiatives. We have innovation labs outside. We have 18 to 20 exciting, creative new products and services that are run by countries from Africa. We also have the Financial Inclusion Awards dinner later this evening, which will recognize those who have contributed to this very, very important initiative. I think a strategic conference like this, achieving it takes the passion and the contribution of a lot of people. First and foremost, I think it is befitting to acknowledge and deeply appreciate our chief host and chairman of the National Financial Inclusion Steering Committee, the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, for his commitment to advancing financial inclusion in Nigeria. After the 2020 strategy lapse, he gave us a very, very ambitious target to ensure that 95% of Nigerians have access to financial services by 2024. Thank you, sir. I also acknowledge members of the Financial Inclusion Technical Committee that I chair, other sector regulators like NDIC, NICOM, SEC, PENCOM, NCC for their support and collaboration. I'm grateful to the Bankers Committee who co-funded this conference and other financial partners. And let me just commend the Conference Planning Committee, supported by the Financial Inclusion Delivery Unit at the CBN. I think these have been one of the most creative and effective teams to work with. Well done. So there's a lot lined up for the next 2 days. This is arguably the largest gathering of policymakers, regulators, innovators to discuss this important topic. IFIC 2022 promises to be knowledge-packed, entertaining, and very inspiring. Let me encourage you to soak in the energy, make great connections, and enjoy our conference. Welcome to Nigeria.
Thank you very much for those remarks, Mrs. Aisha Ahmad, Deputy Governor, Financial System Stability at the CBN. Indeed, this conference promises to be knowledgeable, knowledge-packed, innovative, and an opportunity for us to network and form partnerships. To chronicle Nigeria's financial inclusion journey, we have a video that will explain the journey that Nigeria has been on since 2010. So let us cue the video, Your Excellencies. Get ready to enjoy and be taken across the journey of Nigeria's financial inclusion journey since 2010. So let's cue the video, sit back and enjoy.
Nigeria is the largest economy in Africa. With a teeming population of over 200 million people, the country has the largest digital financial services in Africa and is ranked 7th globally. Access to financial products and services is a fundamental catalyst to productivity and economic growth in Nigeria. Financial inclusion is a state where all adult Nigerians have access to these products and services in an equitable and affordable manner. Access to financial products and services helps fuel commerce and entrepreneurship and enables a smooth functioning economy. Financial inclusion is concerned with easy access, affordability, and diversity of products and services that meet individuals' needs at a pocket-friendly cost. These services may include payments, savings, credit, insurance, pensions, and investment products. In 2012, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, and its stakeholders set out on a journey to reduce exclusion in Nigeria by launching the National Financial Inclusion Strategy. This initiative was predicated on Nigeria's commitment in Maya, Mexico in 2010, named the Maya Declaration. Through this declaration, Nigeria committed to achieving 80% financial inclusion by the year 2020. This target could be seen as ambitious given the baseline of financial exclusion as of 2012, which stood at 46.3%. So the goal of reducing this to 20% in 2020 was not an easy task.
You know, even as at 2010, the rate of financial exclusion was very high, and financial inclusion was low at that time. The journey, I must say, has been challenging, but at least we've made some reasonable progress. If you imagine that in 2020, we told ourselves in 2020 we would have achieved 80%, we were 64.1.
I think having financial inclusion as well is important for a central bank because it ensures that monetary policy transmission is more effective. You know, your policies can trickle down easier when you have most of the population, you know, within the system where you can monitor.
In 2010, 46.3% of adult Nigerians had no access to any form of financial services. In 1 decade, the figures have declined to 35.9%, and the central bank and its stakeholders are assiduously working towards further reducing these figures. Some additional achievements of the National Financial Inclusion Strategy include the establishment of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development Fund, MSMEDF, the establishment of the National Peer Group Educator Program, NAPGEP, the setup of the Shared Agent Network Expansion Facility, SANEF, the rollout of the Bank Verification Number, BVN, National Identity Number, NIN, amongst others. These achievements have greatly improved the financial inclusion status of Nigeria, and this can be measured in terms of access and usage. Between December 2018 and December 2021, agent networks have increased from 83,560 to 1,02,514. Point of sales POS machines from 217,283 to 915,519. More accounts were linked to Bank Verification Number or BVN database with an enrollment of 55.6 million. There's also been a significant increase in the rollout of the National Identity Number with up to 90 million NIMSI registrations recorded as at October 2022. In addition, product penetration in Nigeria is ticking up with payment services reached at 45% of the adult population and savings at 32%. 50.5% of adult Nigerians are formally served, while financial exclusion has been reduced to 35.9% as at the end of 2020. Undoubtedly, progress has been made.
The gender gap today is at 8%, which is a little bit higher than the global average that we have. So we want to make sure that all of that gap is closed through the Access to Finance Framework for Women, which aspires to increase the number of women agents, especially in northern Nigeria and other parts of Nigeria. Also to increase the leadership of women in financial services providing organizations so that women could be in positions of decision making and they will be able to also help onboard other women. And also we want to make sure that data is provided and that the data financial services providers bring to us or provide are disaggregated according to gender.
The National Insurance Commission, NICOM, introduced the microinsurance and Takaful as products under the Financial Inclusion Program to ensure that Nigerians access insurance, especially for low-income users.
Those who are lower there, you package products that are consistent with their level of income so that they can also make provision for their future. This we have started so that we can reach the nooks and crannies of our nation. At every point, we want to make sure that everybody has access to insurance.
The Shared Agent Network Expansion Facility, SANEF, has greatly contributed to agent rollout with a total of over 1.4 million agents as of October 2022.
And the target we were given at the time, both by CBN and the banks, was that we must onboard 500,000 agents by the end of 2020. So we went ahead to do this. We didn't do this on our own. We used the super agents, or we went through the super agents and the mobile money operators and the banks to onboard this. CBN also was part of it because the central bank did give the super agents funding, 500 million each at a discounted interest rate.
Your Excellencies, distinguished participants at this very historic conference, that was a short video, first part of several we will be seeing in the course of this conference, chronicling Nigeria's journey on financial inclusion. At this point, I'd like to bring on stage for the goodwill message the Honorable Minister, Federal Capital Territory, who is here represented by the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Adesola Olusade. PS, sir.
His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, ably represented by my boss, Malam Muhammad Musa Bello, CON. You can see the fortune I have today. My boss is seated, I'm representing him. Because he too has assumed a higher status. So for these few minutes, Mr. Minister, the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Dr. Godwin Emefiele, the distinguished ladies and gentlemen here present, the gentlemen of the press, let me responsibly rest on the protocols elaborately established by the Compass and also by the Deputy Governor who just spoke a couple of minutes ago, Mrs. Aisha Ahmad. I am here representing my minister while he's seated and to deliver the goodwill message of the FCT. The Deputy Governor welcomes you to this ceremony, to this conference. Of course, she attempted to welcome you to Abuja, but I think the person that has the responsibility should be the Minister of FCT. And that's why we have been included here. So on behalf of the Honorable Minister, and on behalf of the Federal Capital Territory Administration and the entire residents of FCT, it is my honor and pleasure to be here this morning for the International Financial Inclusion Conference organized by the National Financial Inclusion Governance Committee. Permit me to begin by welcoming you to Abuja, the beautiful and serene capital city of Nigeria. All of you who have traveled far and wide across Nigeria and across our international boundaries. I also welcome all those who have joined us virtually with the hope that one day you'll be able to visit us in Abuja in person. I equally wish to extend the appreciation of the FCT administration and the residents of the city to the Governor of the Central Bank, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, and his team for the choice of this city as the host for this very important international conference. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, over the last 2 decades, the potential of financial inclusion, which essentially guarantees the availability and equality of opportunities to access financial services to help countries meet their growth and development goals, have become quite apparent. This is because any effort that will promote access by individuals, small businesses, and budding entrepreneurs to affordable and timely financial products and services, such as banking, loans, equity, pension, and insurance products, can indeed be a major catalyst for sustainable economic growth and development. Therefore, getting the underbanked and the unbanked members of the population into the formal financial system where they can access much-needed services should be pursued with the passion and determination that such an enterprise deserves, considering its immense benefit to the society. It is therefore heartwarming to note that the federal government of Nigeria, under His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, has put financial inclusion on the front burner on the government development agenda. Government programs aimed at enhancing economic growth and development by having ordinary Nigerians as direct beneficiaries under such programs as the anchor borrowers, conditional cash transfer, and other livelihood support efforts, among many others, require that beneficiaries go through the formal banking system. And I believe the implementation of these efforts have greatly contributed to the success reported on the financial inclusion targets. This could be, to achieve financial inclusion, ample attention should be accorded financial literacy, which has been acknowledged as the most important tool for financial inclusion. This concern is underscored by the fact that it takes a financially literate person to understand how to use financial products to meet their own goals, even among some of us that we seem to be learned. This could be simple things like opening a bank account or the best and safest ways to use electronic banking apps, which is becoming more accessible now with the ubiquitous use of the mobile phone. I am, however, confident that with the professional antecedents and proven commitment of delegates and speakers at this conference on the subject matter, this conference will indeed meet its desired outcomes. Here in FCT, We have long keyed into the federal government's agenda on financial inclusion to the benefit of thousands of our residents. And we are determined to do so even more with the help of our people and to support our people to attain financial stability. It is on this note that I once more welcome you all to Abuja and wish you a rewarding and productive convergence. Thank you for your valued attention, and may God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Permanent Secretary representing the Honorable Minister, Federal Capital Territory Administration, Mr. Adesola Olusade, for warmly welcoming delegates to this beautiful city. Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning we had said that this was a historic conference. But for anyone who is familiar with the trajectory of happenings in the Central Bank of Nigeria, especially under the dynamic leadership of Mr. Godwin I. Emefiele, pulling this through should not be a surprise. The chief host of this event is no stranger to many firsts, whether it is in development, finance, intervention initiatives, or in the central bank's digital currencies. Mr. Godwin Emefiele has been clear and consistent in his convictions that the Central Bank of Nigeria must be a people-focused central bank, and that aligns very aptly with the intendment and philosophy of this conference. Your Excellency, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to welcome for the chief host keynote address, Mr. Godwin I. Emefiele, CON, FCIB, Governor, Central Bank of Nigeria. Mr. Governor, sir, welcome.
Thank you so much for those kind words. Your Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, ably represented by the Honorable Minister and the Governor of FCT. You see, a man who wears two caps. He is the Governor of FCT and is also the Minister of FCT. Not too many people wear those kind of caps. So I welcome Malam Muhammadu Musa Bello, CON, Her Majesty Queen Maxima, the United Nations Secretary General's Special Advocate for Inclusive Finance for Development. I see here non-executive directors. Please permit me to really welcome them here this morning. Our deputy governors and directors at the Central Bank of Nigeria, heads of agencies here present, the MD of the Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation, and other very important heads of agencies here present, the CEOs of Nigerian banks and other financial institutions, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and members of the press are welcome. With the largest population in Africa, Nigeria, as the largest economy in Africa, must stand tall and be seen amongst many nations in the world that have tried as much as possible, not just in deepening financial inclusion to ensure that everybody that conducts financial service transactions in an economy are able to do so, but that we must embrace a cashless economy because it is going to be for the benefit of everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, as financial inclusion stakeholders in Nigeria, we have invited you here to tell our financial inclusion story and showcase some of the key policies and initiatives that Nigeria has implemented to enable her to achieve her financial inclusion objectives. In line with this, 5 important financial inclusion artifacts will be unveiled during this conference to provide direction for financial inclusion in Nigeria in the coming years. We have taken the time to invite very important speakers to this event and are excited about the insight that this will further bring to our journey. I encourage participants to encourage them to engage actively and freely share their thoughts and provide feedback, as we will need this to ensure the objective of the strategy is achieved. Let me use the opportunity to thank you all for taking our time to attend this event. It shows the seriousness you accord to inclusive growth and development in our country. I also want to task all stakeholders of financial inclusion in the country to join hands together, work in collaboration and drive implementation to ensure that we achieve 95% financial inclusion as outlined in the new financial inclusion strategy document. On this note, on behalf of the National Financial Inclusion Strategy, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor and privilege to welcome you to Abuja and to Nigeria for this event. I enjoin you, everyone here present, to participate fully in this event for the maximum benefit of our dear country, Nigeria. Finally, I'm honored and I wish to welcome our special keynote speaker, Her Majesty Queen Maxima of the Netherlands, who is also the United Nations Secretary General's Special Advocate on Inclusive Finance for Development. Her Majesty Queen Maxima is joining us virtually to address this gathering. She has played an active part in pushing us and giving us all the necessary support in our financial inclusion journey in Nigeria. Indeed, in 2018, she visited Nigeria. Just as she was leaving, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, led by Bill Gates himself, also visited Nigeria. At that time, they made it very clear that even though we were doing well, but we're still lagging behind some countries in financial inclusion. And it was at that event that I made a commitment that we'll achieve 80% financial inclusion by 2020. She has done a lot to encourage us. At practically all meetings that we hold at Washington, at the IMF World Bank meetings, we've held meetings with her and the IMF team about what kind of support they need to give or offer Nigeria so as to assist us deepen financial inclusion in Nigeria. On this note, I want to thank her and also welcome her to make her speech. Good morning.
Thank you, Governor Mifune, President Buhari, friends and colleagues. In 2012 already, I was honored to attend the launch of Nigeria's first national inclusion strategy. And we have come a long way over the past 10 years, with much to be proud of. In 2017, I met Afusat Iyabo, a yam seller, who spoke about how mobile money transformed her business, allowing her to build resilience through daily savings and better provide for her family through domestic remittances. More recently, the pandemic spurred digital adoption, leading to over 5 million new accounts by the end of 2020, and a fourfold increase in digital transactions. With the recent licensing of Smart Cash and Momo, mobile money is well poised to fuel progress in financial inclusion. Yet, much work remains. The World Bank Global FinTech Survey shows only a 5% growth in financial inclusion between 2017 and 2021. Large disparities persist between men and women, the rich and the poor, and the northern and southern states. New bank accounts, agent registrations, and digital transactions are largely an urban phenomenon. And managing economic shocks remain difficult. Only 14% of adults today can come up with emergency funds without much difficulty. Now, this new strategy offers a genuine chance to achieve a common vision that every Nigerian, no matter their background, geography, or gender, can improve their lives through access to quality financial services. Now is the time for action and innovative solutions to seize the many new opportunities before us. First, we have a chance to significantly increase access to digital identification, which is critical for service delivery from finance to health and education. The growth in enrollment for national identification numbers, now above 89 million, is an encouraging development. Moving forward, we can explore how the NIN and banking verification numbers can better integrate and complement each other's objectives. Quick passage of the Data Protection Act will further support digital service delivery. Second, we can ensure that services and businesses are able to sustainably reach the last mile. This includes the fintech sector, whose impact on financial inclusion has untapped potential, which can be enhanced through a range of policy measures. Making fully operational the regulatory sandbox efforts and simplifying licensing frameworks will be really key here. Making full use of tiered KYC rules for low-income and rural customers, expanding shared agent networks, and further investing in mobile and data network coverage is key to reach rural clients, including in northern states. Third, this is an opportune moment to close the financial gender divide in Nigeria, which at 20% remains significantly higher than the sub-Saharan average. Ensuring gender parity in access to digital IDs, mobile phones, and digital connectivity is an ideal place to start. International good practice tells us that digitizing government to people and people to government payments can make a real difference, as well as boosting digital and financial literacy. Providers can show leadership here by rolling out dedicated solutions that meet the needs of women. There are promising examples by Nigerian banks. One such example is a digital loan product for women-led SMEs. It shows how alternative data can break traditional barriers and create new business opportunities for market actors. Now, looking ahead, if implemented to its full capacity, this strategy has real potential to bring positive change to tens of millions of Nigerians. The time for action is now. For my part, I look forward to continuing to work closely with President Buhari and Governor Emefiele, sharing best practices and technical resources, and encouraging a coordinated approach across government and the private sector. Thank you so much, and I wish you all success.
Queen Maxima of the Netherlands, thank you very much for that very interesting and captivating address. And thank you for always using your platform as royalty in this world to advocate for the last mile and to work with governments, private sector, and all the stakeholders that make up the financial inclusion ecosystem to ensure that no one is left behind. Let's put our hands together one more time for Her Majesty Queen Maxima of the Netherlands. So, before we get to the next part of the conference, I just want to check in with our audience. Abuja, how are we feeling today? Good, okay, is everybody doing well? Awesome. We're very excited that this conference is happening here in the federal capital of Nigeria. To our online audience, thank you for keeping the chat alive. We are very excited that this is happening here in Abuja, and very excited that you're sitting with us today. We know that the content that we're talking about today is serious, but we want our audience to have fun, to let loose, and to enjoy the content today. So I will pass it over to my able co-compare for the next part of this event. Please make sure to keep using the hashtag IFIC2022 across all social media channels, and please do engage with our media team outside for some interviews shortly. Over to you, Mohammed. We also have some interpreters at the back, so if any of you would like to listen to the content of this conversation in French, en français, please let the ushers know and we will give you a headset. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lily. Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on gradually to the high point of this event, which is the lunch. But at this point, for the special guest of honor's address, distinguished participants, please join me in welcoming with a resounding round of applause Malam Muhammad Musa Bello, CON, Honorable Minister of Nigeria's Federal Capital Territory, here representing President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. Let's welcome the Minister, please. Mr. President, sir.
Your Majesty, Queen Maxima of Netherlands, and also the United Nations Secretary General Special Advocate for Inclusive Finance for Development, the Honorable Minister of Information and Culture, Mr. Lai Mohammed, the representative of the Honorable Minister of Finance, Dr. Sarah Alade, Your Excellency, Professor Kayode Fayomi, the immediate past governor of Ekiti State and also the past chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum, our chief host, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, CON, governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria and chairman of the Financial Inclusion Steering Committee, and all the board members of the Central Bank of Nigeria, the deputy governor of the CBN, and also in charge of the financial system stability and chairing this very important technical committee, my sister, Mrs. Aisha N. Ahmed, other deputy governors present here, heads of agencies, chief executive officers of all the financial institutions, our distinguished invited delegates, stakeholders, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As was earlier indicated a short while ago, I'm representing His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, who left Abuja this morning for Niger to attend a very important summit of the African Union. So I'm representing him. All what I'm going to say from now on is basically reading what he has written. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the inaugural International Financial Inclusion Conference. Let me also use this opportunity to welcome all for the foreign delegates to Nigeria. It's an honor to host you as we deliberate on how to improve the livelihood of our people through the benefits associated with financial inclusion. At the onset of my administration, we developed a blueprint for economic growth and development called the Economic Recovery and Growth Plan, ERGP. The plan was focused on economic recovery in the short term and sustained growth and development in the long term. This plan enabled this administration through its flagship agricultural initiative, the Anchor Growers Program, of course, under the central bank to provide access to credit to over 4 million smallholder farmers in 36 states of the Federation, including the Federal Capital Territory. Farmers were required to open a bank account to access this facility, and this marked the first time many of them had accounts and has consequently led to the growth of financial inclusion amongst this underserved segment. This administration understands the impact of financial inclusion on economic growth and development, and as such has provided the enabling policy environment for financial inclusion initiatives to yield the expected results. For instance, in the year 2019, I launched the micro pension policy, within which was aimed at deepening pension penetration among the MSMEs and the informal economy generally. We also initiated policies for microinsurance and collective investment. These initiatives are geared towards providing access to a wide range of financial products and services to the underserved, in line with our national financial inclusion objective. This administration understands that it will require innovative models to fast-track the attainment of its growth plans. To that effect, the Federal Executive Council approved and redesignated the Federal Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, Federal Ministry of Communications as the Federal Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy in October 2019. Furthermore, a national strategy for digital economy was unveiled in November of the same year. The place of fundamental infrastructure like citizens' identity database and broadband internet is central to the attainment of digital economy strategy. And to that effect, over 90 million Nigerians have now been captured in the national identity database. Also, a broadband penetration strategy with specific targets have also been developed and is being gradually implemented. One key component of the digital economy strategy is digital financial services, which holds the potential to improve the gross domestic product of the country and provide access to finance to underserved areas. I'm glad that financial service stakeholders have leveraged on DFS to provide financial services to our people, some of which were earlier enunciated by our chief host, the governor of the central bank. The benefit of this was obvious during the lockdown occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic, when our citizens were able to conduct transactions via DFS, thus limiting the risk of the spread of the virus and providing access to financial services during that period. This innovation has also facilitated access to credit and payment for rural dwellers and enabled them to conduct their businesses without the need to travel far in search of the nearest bank branch. Financial inclusion stakeholders have been in the forefront of providing innovative solutions for addressing some of the pressing issues we face as a people. For instance, to increase financial services access points in underserved locations in the country, the Central Bank of Nigeria issued the Payment Service Bank Regulatory Framework. Furthermore, through the Shared Agent Network Expansion Facility, the number of agent banking locations in the country is now over 1.4 million, from just 86,000 in 2018. The Open Banking Framework and Regulatory Sandbox Initiative are some of the other initiatives that are meant to improve financial inclusion in Nigeria. In the light of this, I believe the title of this conference is very timely, as it looks to leverage innovative models to drive financial inclusion. This effort aligns with the broad objective of the government to leverage the digital economy for sustainable growth and development. I recall also that I launched the e-Naira in October 2021, and I believe we should adopt bold measures to enable us meet our targets. This launch did not just put us on the global map, but also provided us with the currency for the digital economy. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the importance of our gathering at this conference and its impact on financial inclusion will be felt long after we are all gone. To that effect, I urge you to consider this an opportunity to address pressing national issues affecting the vulnerable and most excluded segments of our society, and come up with innovative ideas on how to accelerate financial inclusion. This administration seeks to leave behind a legacy of catalyzing sustainable and inclusive growth through financial inclusion. It therefore gives me great pleasure knowing that speakers from other countries around the world have come to contribute their quota in the financial inclusion journey of our dear country, Nigeria. I urge all implementing agencies in Nigeria to take advantage of this rare privilege to better deliver on their mandate for inclusive growth and development. The federal government is committed to providing continuous support to all financial inclusion stakeholder institutions in the public and private sectors, as we believe achieving financial inclusion goals will further boost the economic fortunes of Nigeria. Finally, I wish to commend the National Financial Inclusion Steering Committee, ably chaired by the CBN Governor, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, and the organizers for a well-planned and great event. I also commend the efforts of the key agencies that contributed to this laudable feat being witnessed here today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your rapt attention, and I wish everyone a fruitful and engaging session. I am now done with Mr. President's speech. I will just add one point, which is just from me, not from Mr. President. The governor of the central bank is the only unelected governor in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
May we be upstanding for the President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari GCFR, ably and competently represented here by Malam Muhammad Musa Bello, Nigeria's Federal Capital Territories Minister. Mr. President, sir, thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I would like to invite you to sit back. We had shown you the first part of the video that chronicled Nigeria's journey through financial inclusion. The governor referenced it, Mr. President in his address also spoke to it, so please sit back and have the concluding view of it. Mr. President, Mr. President, sir, I will still be inviting you up shortly after we have the short video clip for another assignment for us. Thank you very much. Please let's sit back and have this video. Thank you.
Micropension is another financial product helping to reach the excluded.
It has really impacted this journey positively, largely through the number of accounts that have been opened so far, and the confidence that we have been able to build in the economy in the country, and gives them some sense of belonging in the financial services, particularly in building a sustainable old age income.
Financial inclusion is also enhanced when customers have confidence in the financial system. The Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation is tasked with protecting consumer deposits.
Looking at our activities within the space of promoting financial literacy within the financial system, which is a key barrier to financial inclusion, and also the issue of engendering trust of those financial products and services, NDIC has played a critical role in the success story that we have recorded so far in our journey on financial inclusion in Nigeria.
We think that we need to, and also to ensure that we have financial ID infrastructure So right now we have the BVN, which has been very successful. We have the NIN, the identification number, which has also been successful. And we're trying to look at how we can get more opportunities to include people in the financial system using those platforms.
Financial inclusion.
We are targeting them young, getting people from lower levels of education and having their curriculum, their learning curriculum, infused with capital market studies.
Again,
okay.
Mr. President.
We have sensitization.
The highlight of this event, right? So it's the. I'll have yours back. At this point, we get to the launch of strategic policy documents. Lily, you might just want to inform Mr. President and the audience, what are the documents we're launching?
Absolutely. As you mentioned, we're launching 5 strategic policy documents today. The revised financial inclusion strategy, this will be the 3rd version. The national strategy leveraging agent networks for women's financial inclusion. The national fintech strategy. The Nigeria Financial Services Maps, NFS Maps. And last but not least, the Payment System Vision, PSV 2025.
Interesting. Let's put our hands together, please. And so, I'll be bringing the President last on stage. I'll request our Chief Host, Mr. Governor, Central Bank of Nigeria, please to make his way here, accompanied by his Deputy Governors, the heads of regulatory financial institutions here, partner, MD NDIC, Commissioner of Insurance, DG PENCOM, the EVC, CEO, NCC, and the DG SEC. The honorable ministers here present, please join them here. And let's take positions. Mr. President will be in the middle. Norma, you will be behind. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes. Representing the Honorable Minister of Finance, our own Dr. Mrs. Sarah Alade. I should bring them all. Can we come? All right. Please. No. Please, the non-executive directors of the board will be joining here, sir. Yes, I'll be joining them. His Excellency Dr. Kayode Fayemi, the non-executive board members, please also guide them to the table. The Director of Development Finance, you will be leading Mr. President to the podium when I do invite him, please. Yes, yes. Please make way for the directors. They are making, they're coming up stage. So, this is the one. This is the one. This back. Yeah. That one, please. And now, Governor Kayode Fayemi, which is not okay, all right? And now, to perform the commission and the launch of the strategic documents, please welcome His Excellency, President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, here represented by Malam Muhammad Musa Bello. Please give a thunderous round of applause for the President as he makes his way, led by the Director of Development Finance Department. Thank you. So, Lele. Right,
so Your Excellencies, what we need to do is everybody needs to take a copy. Yes. Once the President has lifted it, everyone will take a copy and then we'll have the sparks. So Your Excellency, over to you.
Mr. President.
Right. Everybody seems to have a copy.
So let's go. Let the president say, President, just say a word. The president might just say a few words as we launch it. That's one. That's one. Go ahead. It's with the president.
It's my honor, on behalf of all of you here, to launch these 5 key publications that will help us in our march towards financial inclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for the fireworks celebrating the launch of this document. Splendid saying. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Mr. President, distinguished participant. Yes, national anthem, yes. We will be having the national anthem now. But shortly thereafter, there will be a tour of the Innovation Lab. So at this point, please, let's be upstanding for the Nigerian National Anthem, signifying the formal close of the first phase of this 2-day international conference. The Nigerian National Anthem, please. Arise, O come. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Mr. President, and all the members here will be proceeding on a tour of the Innovation Lab at this point, led by the coordinator of the Innovation Lab and the Director of Development Finance will be leading them through the Innovation Lab hub. Thank you very much.
Let them just go.
So ladies and gentlemen, as the tour is going on, please look on your screens. You can scan the QR code to give you access to all the 5 documents that were just launched here on stage. So please take out your phones, check out the screens, and ensure that you download these very important policy documents by the Central Bank of Nigeria. So to remind you, we have the revised National Financial Inclusion Strategy, the National Strategy Leveraging Agent Networks for Women's Financial Inclusion, the National FinTech Strategy, the Nigeria Financial Services Map, and last but not least, the Payment System Vision, PSV 2025. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being with us this morning. As our dignitaries go for a tour outside the halls, this is your opportunity for a tea break. You may also check out the various stands, and we will be back in 30 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, Lele, let's have the microphone. Can I have the microphone? Just watch here. Let me go give it to them. They want the microphone.
Okay. Sorry.
Sorry. Everyone, it's good to be here. It is the ever International Financial Inclusion Conference holding here live at the iconic Transcorp Hilton Hotel. The beautiful thing about anchoring and engaging the online audience is that I'm doing it with a very lovely friend of mine, Ngozi Okafor. Ngozi, how does it feel being part of this experience?
It's a wonderful time. I'm really excited about what we're going to cover in the next 2 days. So I hope you guys are staying tuned. I hope you're taking notes, and we want to interact with you in the comment section. So keep in touch with us. Use our hashtag. It's going to be an incredible 2 days.
It's almost 4,500 delegates from across the world, 78 countries, close to 5,000 participants. It's President, His Excellency the President, and of course the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, and the Deputy Governor of Financial System Stability. She seems very ecstatic about this experience. So what do you think are your expectations as we get into plenary very shortly? Four continents. Can you beat that? And you are about to witness some magic.
That's right.
And Ngozi, very shortly we'll be interviewing some dignitaries that have come to part of this experience.
Yes.
We have the representative of His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Minister of the FCT, and we have the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, who is the Chair of the Steering Committee on Financial Inclusion. Of course, the Deputy Governor, FSS, and lots of delegates. People are excited about this experience, aren't you? I see the smile on your face.
I am completely. It's really interesting when you have events such as this that you really require the support of the presidency and the head of the central bank. I also saw somebody here from the office of the Minister of Finance. So this is a heavily supported initiative. It's something that the country has goals towards. We have goals for 2025, and I believe there's an unveiling of the strategy that's just happened in the hall. So it's something that the presidency is interested in, the central bank is interested in, all the deposit money banks are interested in the same thing, microfinance banks are interested, because financial inclusion is so important to the lives of all the people in Nigeria, especially the unbanked women and young people in the rural areas. So it's really wonderful to see all the support. You're going to be seeing people in the Innovation Hub, all the private companies that have set up their technology to support individuals, to support people in the rural areas, agency banking, etc. So there's so much. It is packed full of amazing innovation, incredible companies. We'll be giving awards in the evening to these companies because they've done incredible things in the financial inclusion space.
And it's also worthy of mention that, I mean, if we were going way back in time, the Maya Declaration back in 2011 in Mexico, I choose to call it Mexico, it was a moment in history. Nigeria happens to be a signatory to that treaty, and that treaty was meant to fling open doors of engagement, opportunity, possibilities for financial inclusion, because what is a country without people playing within the financial system space? The excluded Nigerian population was quite humongous at the time, prior to Nigeria getting on board in on 2012 when the financial inclusion document was actually signed. And okay, I understand we will be having our first set of interviews very shortly, and we'll have some gentlemen coming through.
Okay.
Yes.
Wonderful. This is is exciting.
It's good to have you.
So guys, type in your questions because we have some dignitaries coming in right now and we're going to be interviewing them. So if you could type in your questions, we could ask questions and introduce yourself. So come and join us, sir.
Good, very well. Good morning, sir. It's good to see you. You look awesome.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We all do.
You look gorgeous.
So it is the first among firsts, the first international conference on financial inclusion. It's a big one for Nigeria. It's a big one for the financial system. It's a big one for the financially unbanked Nigerian. What are your expectations for this conference, sir? But first, I think you should introduce yourself. The people who want to know you. We have close to 5,000 strong participants, and I'm sure they will want to know the fine gentleman is about to address them.
All right, thank you very much. And you guys are doing a good job. I can see Dr. Paul Udukwe is coming. He, of course, is a very instrumental member of this committee, the steering and the planning committee, so we know that. My name is Darlington Lawson. I am Executive Director of Banking of the NISA Microfinance Bank. Here, of course, in my capacity, also representing the Managing Director because he's unavoidably absent. And talking about the conference, obviously it's a timely one for Nigeria. It's a big one for us to be recognized as the hosts of such a global conference. And obviously financial inclusion is something that is at the core of our mandate as a financial institution. We have done our modest bit as NISA Microfinance Bank to channel funds. When you talk about one of the key aspects of financial inclusion is affordable financial services. And I think NISA has done its own bit in that regard, providing affordable credit to the hitherto unbanked public. To date, I mean, speaking about what we've done, we've availed loans, intervention loans of the central bank to over 1 million Nigerians.
Awesome.
So today we are very proud of this event. We are proud of our modest contributions. We are not going to make ourselves so visible all the time, but we know what we do on the ground, and it's also, of course, with the full support of the Central Bank of Nigeria. So that's it on that particular question.
That's fantastic. So in terms of helping people, you've helped about 1 million people.
Over 1 million.
Okay, and what's the criteria? Like what sorts of people do you help and support, and what sort of support do you give?
Oh, well, basically, you know, the intervention loans of the central bank are one key vehicle to reaching out to the unbanked and those who couldn't afford, either to afford credit, especially credit. The support we get is obviously the central bank extending us those loans or those fundings, and we on our part channel it to the public. Now, our target market are obviously the SMEs, micro, small and medium enterprises,
yes.
And then, of course, the farmers.
Okay.
We are one of the participating financial institutions under the Anchor Borrowers Program.
Awesome.
Which means we have access to farmers because those loans are for the farmers.
Yes.
And so we think that it's a key element of financial inclusion because that's a particular sector that you would not find financially active or in the financial system of the country.
Okay.
And it's important that for a country like Nigeria to be able to have anyone that's economically active in the financial system. That way it's easier to make policy decisions that will immediately have an impact and guide policy decisions in terms of either the macro or microeconomy and fiscal policies.
Okay, so when you say affordable credits, that means that you're giving people loans.
Okay.
And what would be the interest rate that makes it affordable?
Okay, it's the best you can get in Nigeria.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Let me start with the one they call the governor tagged, that's the governor of the CBN, of course, tagged the targeted credit facility. It was initiated when the COVID pandemic struck, and obviously people were on lockdown at home, hardship everywhere. And to date, we've done about 386 billion to over 757,000 recipients.
Wow.
And we had to do this digitally because people were in the comforts of their homes.
Yes.
And we were sending money to their accounts.
Wow.
So we achieved that very seamlessly at the time today, of course, there are still areas we can improve upon as we go along, but that's one key area.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Obi, do you have any?
Well, all I can say is that the collaboration has been fantastic between the Central Bank of Nigeria and NISA Microfinance Bank, streaming credit to the unbanked Nigerian, and the essence is to make sure we throw that hard punch when it comes to economic seclusion. And it's so awesome to know that you're achieving all these results. Thank you so much, sir, for being part of this experience. It's good to have you at the conference. Have a swell time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
We're still on live at the International Conference for Financial Inclusion, holding here at the iconic Transcorp Hilton Hotel, and it's fantastic what's going on here. Ngozi, you heard what the gentleman said about credit. It is happening. The Nigerian people are feeling the impact, and I don't know if you are feeling the impact. I am feeling the impact, to be honest, and we want to let our online participants know that.
Founded on an audacious dream, Flutterwave is here to help Africans take the global stage. The fashion designer, the fitness influencer, the student dreaming of her MBA, millions of us are ready. But while we have the talent, the products, and the great ideas, we struggle with the basic business need to pay and get paid. It's a pain. As Africans, we are divided by dozens of banks, currencies, and mobile wallets. So we started Flutterwave to make payments easy, to provide one easy-to-use payment platform for the entire continent and the products and services you need to support your business, so you can show the world what a successful entrepreneur looks like. This is our time. All it takes is that first payment, and we're on our way. Founded on an audacious dream, Flutterwave is here to help Africans take the global stage. The fashion designer, the fitness influencer, the student dreaming of her MBA, millions of us are ready. But while we have the talent, the products, and the great ideas, we struggle with the basic business need to pay and get paid. It's a pain. As Africans, we are divided by dozens of banks, currencies, and mobile wallets. So we started Flutterwave to make payments easy, to provide one easy-to-use payment platform for the entire continent and the products and services you need to support your business, so you can show the world what a successful entrepreneur looks like. This is our time. All it takes is that first payment, and we're on our way.
78 countries.
Oh, wow.
We have 50 speakers who are going to be speaking all through, and people who are speaking online, as well as a large online audience.
Yeah.
So could you introduce yourself, sir?
My name is Abubakar Suleiman. I'm the Managing Director of Sterling Bank.
Oh, welcome.
Thank you.
Guys, say hello and say something in the chat for the Managing Director of Sterling Bank. So tell us a little bit about the interventions that Sterling Bank has put into the financial inclusion space.
So we were one of the first to start financial inclusion. What we then realized was that a lot of the communities needed more than just payments.
Okay.
So what we've done is to start to work with providing financing. We have a financing model for school fees for low-income private schools. Okay. And we actually got an award for that, for banking in the community. We got a global award for banking in the community for that. And we're trying to scale that now. Okay. The next phase for us is to start to work with government, because we realize that a lot of the people that are financially excluded need to still access government services, like health insurance. And so we're working with government to digitize the health insurance process, to digitize access to health care. That way we can then onboard them. And the biggest one, I think, in terms of scale, is that we're working with a couple of states today to digitize the state identity card, so that the state identity card becomes a way to access financial services, from payments, micropayments, to microloans, to insurance. And so it's not just about payments anymore, it's about really go to where these people are and what services they are using.
Awesome, awesome.
Sterling Bank, the slogan is the one customer bank. You know, what that means is Sterling Bank is customer-centric. They're all about the customer. Within the context of financial inclusion, sir, how impactful have your programs, from the digitalized identity card scheme and to all the little things you've been doing in bits and snatches, how has it been impactful on your customers, and what kind of feedback have you gotten ever since you plunged into the wilds of the opportunities that financial inclusion portends?
At the core of our One Customer Bank campaign is the need to customize for every customer, and that means that when you go into digital inclusion, when you go into financial inclusion, every community is different. Our largest impact has been in the agrarian community, where, if you recall, we were the first bank to work on the anchor borrower scheme with Kebbi State, and of course we have been part of it now. I mean, using agriculture as a benchmark, we have more than 10% of our loan book now to agriculture, and most of this is through anchor borrower programs and through aggregators, which means that we're eventually backing those local communities. So for us, it's really down to economic inclusion, financial inclusion being the tool to get it started.
Awesome. Demystifying oil as the only form of income for the country, focusing on agriculture. That is Sterling Bank's contribution towards ensuring that financial inclusion, its ideals, are attained. And well, it's one customer bank, but he's dealing with two customers now. But it's been nice having you, Mr. Abubakar Suleiman, Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of Sterling Bank. Ngozi and I, for us, it's a delight to have you here.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Enjoy the conference.
Thank you.
We're still on live. It is the International Conference on Financial Inclusion. I'm here with my co-compare, the very lovely, amiable, delectable Ngozi Okafor. So the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Godwin I. Emefiele, he's coming through in the company of his entourage. The Deputy Governor, Financial System Stability, hopefully will have an opportunity to engage him. And we also have the Honorable Minister for Information and Culture, Nigeria's Honorable Minister for Information and Culture, in the person of Alhaji Lai Mohammed. They are all here in their numbers, making it happen. For as long as it is financial inclusion, we are all inclusive. Ngozi, aren't you getting really excited?
I am. I'm excited. The crowd is incredible. You guys can't see the crowd right now, but there's a massive crowd surrounding the governor, surrounding the ministers. Everybody wants to get a piece of them because they want to know what is happening in the future with financial inclusion. And we also want to get a piece of them.
Absolutely.
So we're going to try and rustle through the crowd and make sure that we're able to find these people.
Alrighty.
We're panning to the crowd so that you can see the governor and the minister of information, as well as the CBN deputy governors.
Yes.
It's been a really, really exciting time. This
It has,
conference.
actually.
It's
it has.
packed. It's packed full of wisdom, packed full of ideas, packed full of strategy.
Enthusiasm,
Yes.
you name it.
And support.
And support, absolutely.
We have all the key people who can make a difference in this field.
Yes.
And they're here.
They are
we have
here.
several bank MDs from all the deposit money banks.
My name is Mrs. Abdusalam. I'm an access closer agent. I started this work October 2020. I had an accident 2017. I was unable to do anything with the hand. But when all wastes block, access stretched their helping hand to me. They pick me up, at least assist me in every way. And I thank God today, here I am today, doing well in my business. At least to my family, I am a support to my husband. To my kids, I'm also a support to them. In this community, I'm also a support to them through Access Closer. Thank you, Access Closer. I'm really grateful.
Access Closer from Access Bank. You can now send money, withdraw money, pay bills, and open an account without leaving your neighborhood. Search for Access Closer agents on your Google map to find an agent closest to you. Access, more than banking.
Emergencies happen when you least expect them to. It gets worse when you are cash trapped. No need to despair. First Advance has you covered. You can get that urgent cash right now on First Advance. With First Advance, salary earners can get up to 50% of their salary. No hassles. As long as you earn a monthly salary and your salary account has been active for at least 2 months. Just dial *894*11# or simply dial *894# on your mobile phone. What's more, when you open a First Bank salary account, you can enjoy 0 charges and free debit card issuance. Download the First mobile app on Play Store or App Store today. Log in to experience First Bank digital banking. Select loans, select First Advance, and follow the prompts to receive your loan. Don't let that urgent need get the best of you. Get First Advance now. It's as simple as dialing *894*11#. First Advance. Fast, convenient, secure. You first. First Bank.
I've been running my business on my own. Trying my best to get it to the next level. But I really need some help to get ahead. I know just what to do, I'll vault it. For my loans, vault it. Overdraft, vault it. Step by step to my dream business, we vault. Vault is the answer. Salary earners, vault it. Entrepreneurs, vault it. Get your loans with no collateral. Hey. Vault is the answer. Quick sign up, vault it. 0 paperwork, vault it. Step by step to your dream business, we vault. By Polaris Bank.
Vault is available to individuals, SMEs, and corporate customers. Download Vault by Polaris Bank from the Google Play Store or Apple App Store to get started today.
Vault is the answer.
Set I want.
Stanbic IBTC.
Set I want.
909.
Set I want.
Artist Wallets. Gigi. Stanbic IBTC. 909. Whoa, it can be. When you use 909. Gigi. Send money via 909. Buy airtime via 909. Sub data via 909. Pay bills via 909. That's the 909 hash. 909 is the gang code. Dial up now with all phones. Use Artist Wallet if you want code. Set I want gang. 909 gang. Pay bills gang. Account opening gang. Set I want loan approved gang. Send me your account number gang. Credit alert gang. Gang. This gang is your short code. Dial *909# to join the gang today.
Founded on an audacious dream, Flutterwave is here to help Africans take the global stage. The fashion designer, the fitness influencer, the student dreaming of her MBA, millions of us are ready. But while we have the talent, the products, and the great ideas, we struggle with the basic business need to pay and get paid. It's a pain. As Africans, we are divided by dozens of banks, currencies, and mobile wallets. So we started Flutterwave to make payments easy, to provide one easy-to-use payment platform for the entire continent and the products and services you need to support your business, so you can show the world what a successful entrepreneur looks like. This is our time. All it takes is that first payment, and we're on our way.
you know, we had people in the hall, we had people in the gallery, and all the people online watching this. I think it was a proud moment for every Nigerian.
It was a proud moment for us also as Nigerians. Ngozi, I'm sure you also would agree with me. I noticed at some point you got emotional in your speech because it's a long time coming for Nigeria. From 2012, it's 10 years now. How has that journey been so far, and what are your projections for the future?
Okay. I think it's been an exciting journey. It has not been without challenges. I think every meaningful target you have or vision you have to go through challenges. But for me, what's most important is that we're not telling our story on financial inclusion. We weren't talking about the policies that have made this happen. We weren't talking about the collaborations between the policymakers, the regulators, the innovators, the operators that was making all of this come together. When we took the president's representatives through the innovation lab, I saw a variety of solutions, some for the rural areas, some for those that don't have the USSD, those that don't have smartphones, some targeted at women, some looking at payments, POS, gathering information. I think Nigeria is a beehive of creativity, entrepreneurial zeal, right? And just pure excellence. So I was so proud.
And I need to make this a gender-sensitive, all-inclusive interview experience. I won't get my paycheck if Ngozi doesn't get to ask the DG some questions. Ngozi, I'm sure you have something to say.
Well, I actually wanted to start by commending you, because everything that you've done in your office in terms of financial inclusion with the agents banking and the POS systems, they have been amazing. And there've been so many things year after year that have been released. I just wanted to ask you personally, what is the one thing that you think was the most impactful out of all the interventions that you've done so far?
I think that is a difficult question. But I think if I was going to determine what's most impactful, I think the most impactful policies are the ones that affect people in the last mile.
Yes.
They're the ones that change people's lives.
Yes.
I think policies around agent banking, where in some areas of the country, women are not really able, they lack the time to actually go to banks and financial services, or based on culture, they're just not just something they do.
Yes.
I think bringing financial services to women in those areas, bringing financial services to those that cannot go out to get it is impactful, because it changes
Absolutely.
what they do.
Absolutely.
And you know, policies that also help to include people through, you know, things like lower, more flexible standards. So the tiered KYC, I think, is very powerful. Because before tiered KYC, you had to have BVN to open an account. Many people are in areas where perhaps there is no technology for BVN. You had to have a large amount of money to open the account.
That's right.
You understand?
Absolutely.
But with tiered KYC, which is a risk-based structure that allows you to enter the financial system but still protects the financial system using safeguards in terms of the balances on the accounts and the amount you can transfer. I think initiatives like that are really, really amazing. And then, of course, our regulatory framework that has allowed a lot of financial technology companies to come and set up in Nigeria.
Absolutely.
And that is putting Nigeria on the map. I'm told that whoever, depends on who you ask, there's between 5 to 7 unicorns in Africa. When it was 5, 3 of those unicorns were from Nigeria, and I think that's just amazing. I'm going to run now.
Okay, but I wanted to commend you. You've done an incredible job, because since you became deputy governor, I've seen the speed at which fintechs are able to register and start business, and I've seen the trust that we have in the system, and I think that's down to you and your leadership. So you've done incredibly well. We're also proud of you. We're excited about the future and all the things that you're going to bring to the country and to financial inclusion.
Thank you
so much, Mrs. Ahmad. That is Mrs. Aisha Ahmad.
Let me just get a word in. So thank you for being so proud of me. You know, but we always work as a team. There's a battery of people that come together to make magic happen. And I just want to commend them as well. Particularly you guys, being part of this whole organization. You're really very smart in our coordinating. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hi guys, we bring
the governor in charge of financial system stability at the Central Bank of Nigeria. She is elated, she's ecstatic, she's excited.
Yes.
What a moment it is for her. The director in charge of trade and exchange
is
at
on
the
her
Central
way.
Bank. She's right here.
Awesome.
Dr. Naji is here. It's so good to have you with us.
It's good, madam. Please come.
Thank you. Ngozi and I have the honors of interviewing the director in charge of trade and exchange at the Central Bank of Nigeria, doing fantastic work within her own domain and making sure they support the cause of financial inclusion. How does it feel to be part of this first among first experience?
I think this is a tremendous progress from where we're coming from in terms of financial inclusion, and we keep making steady progress. And I think this is another avenue to make more progress, bring it to the forefront, because financial inclusion is a developmental indices that will help, especially when it comes to women and on the bank. I think this is a reminder that we still have to do more work, and more needs to be done.
Excellent. So we're looking forward to the afternoon and the next day, tomorrow's session. Is there anything in particular that you're looking forward to as a part of the conference or as a result of the conference going forward?
I'll be looking forward to ways that we can partner with agencies of government to make financial inclusion more deepened into the economy. We want to deepen it. I want to see what people have to say of ways we can do that and who we can partner with, especially using technology. Our e-Naira, it will be one of the avenues to propagate and improve financial inclusion. So I'm looking for ways for more digitization, more reach and outreach in the hinterland so that more people can be financially included. Also looking for ways to pop in e-Naira and use e-Naira to achieve that. Looking for ways to involve all our partners, government agencies, especially in terms of transfer payments, how that can be done with digitization so that we can have more people included in the financial system. So this is a step in the right direction, and I congratulate the organizers, congratulate Central Bank for this conference.
I'm glad that you actually brought up the e-Naira, because I wanted to have somebody clarify. Some people think that the e-Naira is a cryptocurrency. Is that what it is? If not, what is the e-Naira and how does it help in financial inclusion?
E-Naira is not a cryptocurrency. E-Naira is digital currency. It's same Naira, same possibilities, different possibilities, and same possibilities. You can use e-Naira for what you can use cash for.
great news from EcoBank as usual.
I mean, it doesn't get better than this.
Drum roll! Express Point app. It's an amazing way to make extra money on the go on your mobile phone.
Ask me how.
How?
Ask me how.
How?
Well, the app allows you to open accounts for people, and each time you open accounts for people, you get extra cash, extra moolah.
It's that simple.
Express earnings.
And that's not the only thing that you can do with this app. You can totally do bill payments.
That's time top up.
Cash transfers, withdrawals, cash deposits, and so much more. Download the EcoBank Express Points app on App Store
or your Play Store today
and start making extra money.
Alert.
Just done is I've just shown the president around the innovation labs, and what you can see here is the vibrancy of Nigerian startups, right? We have excellent people doing great things around the e-Naira, doing great things around capturing retail customer payments and just making things easier for people, you know, thrift collectors. And then we also have a stand for the regulatory sandbox and the way they're going to collect data to inform better policy making and better feedback around sandbox and startups and addressing financial inclusion. So for me, I'm just so excited to be here. It's just fantastic. For those of you online, it's a pity you can't be here, honestly. I wish we could have like 5,000 of us in this room and have a stadium full, but hey, we'll just continue managing you. But stay tuned, stay connected, and just continue the buzz.
Just before I pass on the microphone to NG, digital startups are beginning to change the dynamics of how financial inclusion is impacting in the lives of our people. Looking at the demographics, you know, how much have these startups, you know, created a buzz in terms of innovation, in terms of recognition, in terms of the usability, and how do you think that is going to drive or power on the train of financial inclusion, touching the lives of the everyday Nigerian?
See, the startups are aware of the nuances of the country. They're aware that, see, we don't have electricity everywhere, we don't have connectivity everywhere. So what they're doing is really thinking around offline solutions as well. Right. Thinking around how do we build solutions that, people can use in the village, people can use on a feature phone, and people can use without even owning an account. So there's one that we just saw. It's one of those that, they basically they transfer money to you and automatically create an e-Naira account for you. So that whole onboarding process. Awesome. So when you think about social investment programs and when we're trying to give money to the poor, and we can just do this by just having their phone number, and automatically they get an e-Naira wallet, they're onboarded, they're connected in general. So I'm just super excited that, if we continue with this way, there's no doubt that we will hit our 95% by 2024.
Excellent. I wanted people to actually get to know what you do. So if you could introduce yourself, and then they'd know why you are the chief person to show the Innovation Hub to the presidents.
Okay, so my name is Yinka David West. Obviously, I came in here so excited that I wasn't really able to introduce myself. Pardon me, guys. I'm sorry about that. My name is Yinka David West. I actually am a teacher, boring, at Lagos Business School. But one of the things that we do at Lagos Business School is that we have an initiative that really advocates for financial inclusion and helps the providers, which is the banks and the startups, really think around how do we build appropriate products for financial service providers and appropriate products for people who don't have all these accesses. How do we help financial service providers understand their behaviors? So rather than thinking that, because I've built a digital product, automatically everybody should onboard, but how do you communicate it? How do you get people to nudge and think around adoption cycles and the whole customer journey? So we have a product innovation lab, and at that lab we take financial service providers through understanding what they need to do to really think around the poor and doing their customer research. So one of our lab providers here is Unity Bank, and out of the lab they produced a product called Unity Yanga, which is a female banking product that has health insurance bundled, access to loans and access to payments and services in general, and they do it all at your own location, at your own convenience.
Fantastic. It's really great to have you here. I mean, it's wonderful when you have intelligent minds and brains behind policy, because then what ends up happening is it trickles down to the end user, and that's you and I. You guys are benefiting from all the thoughts and all the hours that go into the work that she is doing to help us be a more financially inclusive country, to help us use innovation, digital technology, to access money for people who are in far-off places, and for women who are traditionally left out of the financial system. So I wanted to say thank you so much for the work that you do. Thank you that every day you wake up and you have the thought of Nigerians on your mind, and you're designing things to make sure that things get better and better for the women, for the children, for the youth, and just for everybody in the country. You're doing an incredible job.
Thank you.
It's great to meet you.
Keep the vibe rolling.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Great having you.
Still the International Conference of Financial Inclusion holding here.
When you hear the sound of credit alert, quick and easy transfer, say we want to serve you better. No be play, we go turn your business around. We are Fidelity Bank. Sure you be the person we won't relax. Save your money, your girl with the serve, we know they tire. Say now your future be a concern. At Fidelity Bank, Fidelity there for you. We are here for you. We are the bank for you. It's true, do it all for you. And we go stand by you. Put your trust in us. We are the bank for you.
With Fidelity, we keep our word.
Founded on an audacious dream, Flutterwave is here to help Africans take the global stage. The fashion designer, the fitness influencer, the student dreaming of her MBA, millions of us are ready. But while we have the talent, the products, and the great ideas, we struggle with the basic business need to pay and get paid. It's a pain. As Africans, we are divided by dozens of banks, currencies, and mobile wallets. So we started Flutterwave to make payments easy, to provide one easy-to-use payment platform for the entire continent and the products and services you need to support your business, so you can show the world what a successful entrepreneur looks like. This is our time. All it takes is that first payment, and we're on our way.
My name is Mrs. Abdusalam. I'm an access closer agent. I started this work October 2020. I had an accident 2017. I was unable to do anything with the hand. But when all wastes block, access stretched their helping hand to me. They pick me up, at least assist me in every way. And I thank God today, here I am today, doing well in my business. At least to my family, I am a support to my husband. To my kids, I'm also a support to them. In this community, I'm also a support to them through Access Closer. Thank you, Access Closer. I'm really grateful.
Access Closer from Access Bank. You can now send money, withdraw money, pay bills, and open an account without leaving your neighborhood. Search for Access Closer agent on your Google map to find an agent closest to you. Access, more than banking.
Emergencies happen when you least expect them to. It gets worse when you are cash trapped. No need to despair. First Advance has you covered. You can get that urgent cash right now on First Advance. With First Advance, salary earners can get up to 50% of their salary. No hassles. As long as you earn a monthly salary and your salary account has been active for at least 2 months. Just dial *894*11# or simply dial *894# on your mobile phone. What's more, when you open a First Bank salary account, you can enjoy 0 charges and free debit card issuance. Download the First mobile app on Play Store or App Store today. Log in to experience First Bank digital banking. Select Loans, select First Advance and follow the prompts to receive your loan. Don't let that urgent need get the best of you. Get First Advance now. It's as simple as dialing *894*11#. First Advance. Fast, convenient, secure. You first. First.
Bring on board. Is there anything you could share with us to tell us a little bit about maybe a project that you've done to give us an idea of what to expect in future? So what sort of intervention did you guys do and what difference did it make? Then we could sort of visualize you coming on board and what it would do for us in future.
Of course. So Central Bank of Nigeria started really talking to us after we started working with the Bank of Ghana.
Okay.
And we actually were able to bring Bank of Ghana live on our platform, and they are deploying our regulatory sandbox right now. And what that enables them to do is really look at innovative solutions that are coming to the market that might not have regulatory frameworks right now. Right. So instead of saying no, or instead of taking 12 months, 18 months to research while the innovation might die,
yes,
say yes, but use modern technology. So we built APIs for the fintechs to plug into so they can share real-time data with the regulator. Awesome. Now the regulator can see as they are in market that they're really not going to destabilize the economy, yes, and they can manage risk more efficiently.
Yes.
So we think that's very important, and it helps the regulator say yes faster.
Absolutely. I love it. So for those of you who are listening, if you heard what she said, they provide sort of the digital infrastructure for regulators to check with new startups or tech companies to make sure that they're compliant. So in the past, people would say things like, you know, no, they're not going to get permits or it's going to take forever. But with their solution, a tech company could register themselves and then the regulator can check that, oh, they're complying, and something that would have taken maybe 18 months to get a license for could have a quicker turnaround.
21 days.
21 days. And this is fantastic if you're a fintech, because then you know that you could actually get to market much quicker. And it's probably a lot cheaper because you're not having to deal with paperwork and all the documentation and 18 months of researching when the technology can do that itself.
You're hired. That's exactly right. That's exactly
This is wonderful.
A lot of people are we're looking as a country for direct investment. And what brings that direct investment to us now is technology. I mean, you can see what's happening with Flutterwave, with Paga, with CUDA, and so on and so forth. So with this technology, right, and what investors are looking for, they're looking for confidence. They want to be sure that it's being endorsed by the central bank, okay? And all of the paper process, you know, that probably we used to experience before will now be a thing of the past. So it will definitely bring a lot more direct investment into our country, Nigeria, which is what we truly need beyond the oil now. We truly need other means of direct investment into our country, and I believe this is really going to help. So, I mean, watch the space.
Yes. We stand a woman in tech. It's really been exciting meeting two of you. You guys are doing incredible work. I don't know if Obi has a closing statement.
Technology titans. It's so good to have you. Thank you for all the innovative work you're doing.
And we are very certain about the future possibilities that technology portends for financial inclusion in Nigeria amidst all the odds and all the challenges that we have within the peculiar geographical space that we operate within. MTech, Global InfoSwift, just nice having you. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, thank you.
I'll come about my job. So it's been amazing, Obi. I think what's exciting me so much is all the women that we've had back to back. So we've had the central bank deputy governor, we've also had the director for trade and exchange, and then we've also had the professor from Lagos Business School, and now this beautiful woman.
This is a gentleman who
okay. So now we have a gentleman to break our lucky female streak. So would like to invite him over, and he can tell us a little bit about his organization and what they're doing in the financial inclusion space.
Thank you so much, sir. It's good to have you, sir. Decked in the bow tie. He's certainly got the memo. So would you mind introducing yourself to the...
Thank you very much.
Of the dynamics of our financial system in Nigeria.
Well, I think it's a very wonderful step, a step in the right direction.
Fun they could have on the right. All right.
Absolutely. I hope that everyone has enjoyed their tea break and is looking forward to plenary one. Please be reminded to engage with us on social media using the hashtag IFIC2022 on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The hashtag is hashtag IFIC2022. We will be starting momentarily with a plenary session, a keynote address entitled Leveraging Policy for Financial Inclusion in Nigeria. So please, if you're outside, please make your way back in. We will be starting in the next 2 to 3 minutes.
Managing finance, your cash items, your liquidity, your near cash, and every other thing, and building synergy around that subject matter. Of course, you know that without adequate inclusion or respect or knowledge in what it all entails, it becomes a problem. A problem in terms of trying to make sure that you grow the economy from that angle, and to make sure that you capture a whole lot of people into the financial aspect of things. The facts of poverty in the country as it is a function of people not knowing how to leverage within the financial sector, being inclusive, getting materials in place to assist organizations to grow, to assist the common person on the ground, to capture them into that system. I actually have a practical experience in things like that because we partnered with a
Join the others as they go live and talk about financial inclusion while we go into the second segment of today. So I want to thank you so much, sir, for coming out here and speaking with us. And Obi and I are going to just wrap up this section. So we're going to wrap up this session. And
it's been an awesome time. Absolutely. We're going back into the hall for the preceding.
In case you are just joining us virtually and physically, it's the International Financial Inclusion Conference 2022 with the theme Financial Inclusion for All.
Hashtag IFIC 2022.
Lovely. Just 2 minutes wait. Yes, I see delegates making their way back into the hall. We are going to be starting off this session shortly with a short video clip, the stubborn one that refused to play. Now we have surmounted him. He's going to play. It's got no choice, absolutely. It must play. This is our show. So, in 2 minutes, Lele, you have the stage. Just go up there and ask that the video be played, and then you want to introduce the members also.
Tech team, please kindly cue the video.
Micropension is another financial product helping to reach the excluded.
It has really impacted this journey positively, largely through the number of accounts that have been that have been opened so far, and the confidence that we have been able to.
Earlier today, we were attempting to show you Nigeria's journey so far as it pertains to financial inclusion. We started off with a video that basically went through a chronicle of key milestones that the Central Bank of Nigeria has been able to achieve since 2010. And I think that it must be commended that Nigeria was the second country in the world and the first African country to establish a central bank digital currency known as the e-naira. So I think that's something that we can commend the Central Bank of Nigeria for. Let's clap for that huge achievement. First in Africa and second in the entire world.
Micropension is another financial product helping to reach the excluded.
It has really impacted this journey positively, largely through the number of accounts that have been opened so far, and the confidence that we have been able to build in the informal economy in the country, and gives them some sense of belonging in the financial services, particularly in building a sustainable old age income.
Financial inclusion is also enhanced when customers have confidence in the financial system. The Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation is tasked with protecting consumer deposits.
Looking at our activities within the space of promoting financial literacy within the financial system, which is a key barrier to financial inclusion, and also the issue of engendering trust of those financial products and services, NDIC has played a critical role in the success story that we have recorded so far in our journey on financial inclusion in Nigeria.
We think that we need to bring more people into the system, and also to ensure that we have financial ID infrastructure. So right now we have the BVN, which has been very successful. We have the NIN, National Identification Number, which has also been successful. And we're trying to look at how we can get more opportunities to include people in the financial system using those platforms.
Financial inclusion is also about enabling ordinary Nigerians to have access to investment products and services, regardless of the value and volume.
We are targeting them young, getting people from lower levels of education and having their curriculum, their learning curriculum, infused with capital market studies. Okay, we have sensitization workshops, we have investor clinics, and actually we have now revised our capital market master plan.
Accelerating financial inclusion requires a vibrant digital financial services and telecoms infrastructure.
I remember in the 2000s when all we had was about 400,000 connected lines. Then you will be talking about financial inclusion. Today we have over 212 million connected lines. That has created a possibility for even the people in the villages. They have the basic voice connectivity that they require for them to access their finance.
Another new innovation in the digital domain is the e-naira, which promises to accelerate financial inclusion.
We're very, very proud to be the first central bank in Africa to launch a retail CBDC, and I think only the fourth in the world to launch a CBDC. It will help us bring more people into the financial system. It will help us offer cheaper services, and it will also help build trust, because trust is a key element when you look at blockchain-based instruments.
The next phase of financial inclusion implementation is set for between the year 2021 and 2024, with a set target of 95% Nigerians to have access to financial services by 2024. Collaborative effort is required to achieve this. In a bid to enhance access to finance for adult Nigerians and leverage technology to promote inclusion, CBN is also poised to launch new strategies and products. These new strategies are: 1. the National Financial Inclusion Strategy, which will spearhead the country's progress towards achieving the financial inclusion target of 95%. 2. The National FinTech Strategy, which provides a coordinated approach to fintech and the digitalization of the economy. 3. The strategy for leveraging agent networks to drive women's financial inclusion, a strategy to optimize agent networks to increase women's financial inclusion. 4. The Nigeria Financial Services NFS Map, an online real-time geospatial database on financial services for regulators, government agencies, financial service providers, and the public. And 5. The Payment System Vision, PSV 2025.
I'm confident about the future. I believe the target is going to be achieved and also exceeded. I believe that the team has crafted so many products that will help them achieve that target. They're working with various players in the ecosystem. Yes, we've learned a lot of lessons in the last 10 years, but you know, those lessons have defined the approach and the plan for the future.
We're confident and we look forward to a future where we leverage all of what has been achieved, the technology, the policy, innovation, the collaboration with the private sector, you know, the data, to ensuring that 95% of Nigerians have access not just to financial services, but to a vibrant economy in which they can live independent, productive lives.
A lot of work still needs to be done. But I think with collaboration with various agencies, with the banks or with the mobile telecom companies or with the aid, with the support of agents, we should be able to achieve this goal. And I believe that if we can achieve 95% financial inclusion by the end of 2024, we would have done a great job.
Financial inclusion remains a collaborative effort between financial inclusion regulators, enablers, providers, and development partners. It is a feat that can be achieved if all stakeholders work together to put the newly released policy documents to good use.
Very interesting to hear various policymakers talk about how we get to the 95% by the year 2024, which I think is a perfect segue for our first plenary. Keynotes. How do we leverage policy for financial inclusion in Nigeria? That is the question. How do we get to 95% financially included Nigerians by the year 2024? Let's put our hands together for Mrs. Aisha N. Ahmad, CFA, Deputy Governor, Financial System Stability, CBN, and the Chair of the National Financial Inclusion Technical Committee for the keynote address.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Oh, yeah, okay. I was about to say that was getting risky. Our very special guest, the Honorable Minister of Information and Culture, still here, CBN board directors and some members of the MPC. I'm glad to continue this conversation via my keynote. The slides are not up. Okay, there they are. Okay, so basically what I want to do with this, I'm going the wrong direction. Great, okay, so this is just going to be a conversation, a deeper conversation about some of the policy initiatives that have led to the progress that we've made thus far, and a deeper dive into our plans for the future in terms of how we see the problems of, I don't want to call it the problems of exclusion per se, because we do have more people included, but we do want everyone to be included. And so we'll be spotlighting some of the areas that are yet to be covered and what we think we can do about it. Okay, I have 15 minutes. I think that the case does not need to be made to an informed audience around just how strategically important financial inclusion is for economic growth, for achieving our development goals. The fact that when we include, or when citizens have access to financial services, they are able to live more productive lives, in the sense that you get access to the credit that you need to grow your business, you get access to a safe repository of funds you have payment solutions. In the past, before electronic banking and electronic transactions became mainstream in Nigeria, people had to literally take cash to people they wanted to buy goods from. Can you imagine how long a transaction cycle would be if you had to do that? So I don't think I need to make the case to anyone where should I be pointing? Okay. Yeah. I don't need to make the case to anyone of just how strategically important this is. From a global perspective, I think it's also important for us to understand what financial inclusion means, because everybody assumes that financial inclusion means having an access to a bank account. But there are certain dimensions required for financial inclusion. First of all, it's access, and we always focus on access, even though not enough, because we're only focusing on access in one segment, which is banking. You do need access to the capital market. You do need access to credit. You do need access to payment. You do need access to insurance. But beyond access, you do need choice. So it shouldn't be around having a single, very limited set of financial services available to you. You do require financial services that fit your lifestyle and fit your needs. And it also has to be affordable. A lot of times we used to talk about, in my banking days, people used to talk about how you go to a customer and you say, well, I'm working for the bank because, you know, everything I earn, the bank is taking from me. It has to be affordable. Of course, value-driven, which means people need to pay for the value, but it has to be something that is affordable. And finally, there must be no discrimination in financial services. We've started seeing the impact of how we're using artificial intelligence to make credit decisions, for example, how that can help remove some of the stereotypes that go into more human-to-human facing, you know, lending decisions, where people have a certain mindset from a gender perspective, from an age perspective, about how that loan would work. The dimensions of financial inclusion globally are the same for us in Nigeria. We want convenient financial products. We want it to be a broad range. We want it to meet our needs. I remember when, for a very long time, before we had Takafu, before we had non-interest banking products, traditional bankers couldn't understand why people would not use interest-based financial services because of their beliefs. They were like, just get with it. All we have is just banks that supply what we call conventional products. But immediately we came out with, I think we have about 16 guidelines on non-interest banking. We saw an influx of people that were previously not included because they just excluded themselves. It wasn't because they didn't have mobile phones, it wasn't because they didn't have access, it wasn't because they couldn't afford it. It was because the products would not meet their needs. If you look at, because today we are launching the Nigerian Financial Inclusion Strategy 3.0, and I'm sure some of you are wondering, 3.0, what was 1.0 and 2.0? And I thought it was important to just talk briefly about how our strategy has evolved. Of course, the strategy, and I think in the last video, I think the statement made by the Director of Development Finance said that, we've learned our lessons and that those lessons inform our strategy. That's exactly what it is. In the first one, it was about establishing where the barriers and what were the problems. So 1.0 really focused on, building, first galvanizing the ecosystem. By that, we created the frameworks, the governing frameworks around the steering committee, the technical committee, the working groups, ensured that all of these platforms were interagency, had representation from operators, etc. So in the first bit, we're really focused on, this is our target, these are the problems. Hello? Okay. We look, hello? Can you hear me? I think that guy jinxed my mic. It was working. It's going back. Okay. We look at supply demand issues and to fix, and this is not working. Thank you. We looked at supply demand issues and tried to fix the problems. In 2018, 2 years before the lapse of the original strategy, we thought it was important to do a strategy refresh to understand. We already knew our progress at that point. We sort of guessed that we would not meet the 80% by 2020, but we thought it was important to have a look at what we thought the key challenges were. The refresh looked at the impact of agents as a key route into solving the issues of financial access. Of course, we always encourage banks, deposit money banks, to expand their branches, their ATM networks, but that was when we really made a concerted effort to radically change and grow the agent network. So in 2018, we had about 80,000 agents odd, and we gave ourselves an aggressive target of 500,000 by 2020, and I'm very glad to say we met the target. Now, in terms of the 3.0 that we're launching today, this now focuses more on the specific excluded segments. As Queen Maxima said in her speech, if you're urban, most people do have access to, electronic banking, mobile payments, and all of that. We need to start looking at those specific segments that are excluded or that are not meeting the national average and that are not meeting the Africa average and the global average. And that's what 3.0 is about. I've already talked about our structure, so I'm going to skip that. I've talked about the different groups that contribute to this. What is our financial inclusion profile? Because when people hear 64%, that is an aggregated number. Let's put some context to these numbers. So if you look at the trajectory from 2018 to 2020, you will see that we have significantly moved in terms of overall exclusion. But I think what's interesting for me is, and I'm not going to try and use the pointer, I want to be careful, is moving people from the informally served to the served region. I think that is pretty critical, and that can be a very good shopping ground for ensuring formal financial inclusion. And I know that you may be thinking that, okay, 36 from 53 to 36, that doesn't seem so significant, but when you look at our population growth rate and you look at the number of people that have been included, I think it's pretty significant. We've seen geographical differences in terms of inclusion, and some of them seem to persist. So in the northern region, we still see some exclusion. Now, I want to say that the agent network has been really, really important. We've moved the number of agents from the 80-odd thousand I mentioned before to about 1.4 million agents. A lot of that growth has been in the northwest, the northeast, areas that were previously underserved. And I think it's something that in 3.0 we want to further leverage. One of the artifacts we launched was how we can use female agents, expand our number of female agents in some of these areas. Okay. Breaking it down further, so 64.1% needs to be put in context. I think one of the biggest wins is what we've done in payments. And that is where we can make a very direct connection between policy action and impact. Because all of the work we've done revolutionizing the payment system, all the frameworks we've put around POS, around agent banking, all the licensing we've done around payment system providers, payment gateways, all of that is what is fueling this growth in payments. So if you look between 2010 and 2020, we've actually doubled our impact on the payment side. 45% of Nigerians are using electronic banking. And I must say that you need to also put this in context from the definition of this, because the definition of being included in payments is you are using a payments platform that is regulated. There are a lot of unregulated payment platforms that people are using, and they're not captured here. So I'm sure this number is even understated. The other area that is worth noting is what we've done on formally served. So in 2010, 36% of Nigerians were formally served. Today, it's 50%. And the reason why it's interesting is that if you look at what happened between 2018 and 2020, it tells you something. Because we moved significantly between 2010 and 2012, and then we plateaued, sort of. It looks like a plateau, but of course, population was growing, etc., but it looked like a plateau. What happened between 2018 and 2020? Does anyone know? COVID happened. COVID moved the people that did not want to use financial electronic banking, forced them to do that. COVID forced us to be creative. COVID forced us to penetrate our banked population. Because if you look at electronic transactions, you find out that it sounds huge in terms of the volume of transactions. But when you place that side by side with the number of people that actually have bank accounts, it's actually not that big. You need to do more to get people comfortable using these platforms. Okay. I need to do this. Right, okay. So, how do you leverage policy to drive inclusion, and what has been Nigeria's experience? I mentioned that when we started in 2012, we were focused on identifying what the key barriers are. After identifying those barriers, what we did was to create policy to address those specific barriers. So one key barrier was this lack of identity, particularly digital identity. Digital identity is like a passport to, first it was a passport to financial services, but today it is increasingly a passport to everything, as a lot of sectors digitize their solutions. Healthcare, motor licensing, anything you can think about is digitized today because everyone realizes the value of data. One of the biggest things we did on ID was first to also relax requirements for ID. I hope I'm communicating. So ID is very important. We knew we needed to get more Nigerians having a financial ID, but whilst we're waiting for them to do that, we created a risk-based tiered KYC system. What's the tiered KYC system? It's simply to say, if you're excluded, totally excluded, we can allow you to come into the financial system without an ID, but with a passport photograph and a mobile phone number. We wouldn't ask you for BVN. Of course, we would limit the number of the size of transactions you could do, and limit the amount that your account could receive, but that was a powerful way of including many people, financial system. BVN is very well celebrated, the bank verification number, because BVN today is being leveraged by all sorts of market participants. Before, it was just a way of having a functional ID for the financial system, and also a way of tracking people's flows and tracking credit. Today, I know a lot of financial technology companies use BVN to validate their transactions, to validate their customers. And right now, we're thinking about a shared system where everyone can access. So that way you don't need to, go to Citibank, give them your information. Then when you want to open another account in GT Bank, you go and give them the same information, etc. and other things. So that was one barrier. The second one was access to financial access points. There we could see that, okay, not everybody has a bank close to them. Not everybody has access to an ATM, and that fueled the conversation around agent banking that I talked about before. Mobile money was important because that was the time when we started to look at cashless and to see how the only reason why you needed a physical access point was because you were not electronically included. Today, in those days, banking was a place you went to. Today, it's something you do anywhere, on your phone, on your mobile, etc. And that brought up, this conversation about cashless. Because the e-Naira is one area that we're really looking at. Not the e-Naira 1.0, we are now at 2.0, where we have now enabled offline payments. Many people in this room will not understand the importance of offline payment because you're always in an area that is covered, by telecommunications, you have access. Many of our citizens live in areas that are not covered, and offline payments allow them to perform financial transactions, in those areas without having those systems. So financial literacy continues to be a challenge. And a lot of people assume that we're all literate because we speak English and, we're literate. Financial literacy is beyond, it's about understanding, how to manage finances, understanding products and what they mean for you. And there's no policy that a regulator can put in place that would succeed if financial literacy is not taken into account. Earlier on, I was asked about data, about the importance of data, because as we use more electronic banking, electronic transaction, electronic payments, we are leaving a data trail. And one of the biggest areas we are looking at in financial literacy is explaining to people what their rights are in terms of their data and what it really means when they do these transactions. Yeah. So cultural barriers persist in certain countries. Some of them are personal choice, some of them are just force of habit, some of them are religious, and all of those things cannot be ignored. It's important that we encourage the financial system, operators, innovators to consider the full representation of the addressable market and create solutions that work for them. The slides have moved on by itself. It's telling me that it's over. I think that just rounding up, I think that what we see for the future, we're very confident. And I know some of you may be thinking 95% by 2024. We're in 2022. At the end of it, how are we going to achieve that? We think that we have a very strong, we've built over the years a strong policy environment that is responsive to this goal, because we understand just how important it is for our monetary policy objectives, for our development objectives, for economic growth objectives. We've created an ecosystem. Yes, regulators, policymakers, and innovators are not always on the same side. But I think that the fact that, depending on who you talk to, 3 out of 5 unicorns or 5 out of 7 unicorns in Africa are Nigerian tell you something about the ecosystem that we've built. We went round the innovation labs earlier with the ministers and the governor, and the sheer diversity in terms of the solutions. Some of them were looking at rural areas, some of them were looking at payments and POS, some were looking at women. There was an exhibitor from Egypt that's looking at gathering data from POS use. All of that reflect just what's possible. And the next step for us is to deepen our collaboration. Of course, we need to get alignment We need to engage, continue to engage the ecosystem, get alignment, but deepen our collaboration to ensure that all of these creative solutions, these innovative digital solutions are scaled for success. It is only as good as how it impacts people. We continue to encourage innovators to also include financial inclusion as one of their goals, because we know that when everyone's included, the ecosystem is better for it, the companies are better for it, the country is better for it, and more importantly, the citizens are better for it. Thank you.
What a wonderful keynote address. Let's put our hands together one more time for Mrs. Aisha Ahmad, Deputy Governor, Financial Systems Stability, the Central Bank of Nigeria. As I was listening to you speak, I'm wondering if people in the audience were asking themselves, what more can I do to ensure that Nigeria reaches the 95%, excuse me, the 95% financial inclusion goal by the year 2024? You rightly spoke about the importance of collaborations and partnerships, which speaks directly to SDG 17. Financial inclusion is not a one-size-fits-all solution. It requires collaboration from all stakeholders, and these are the people who are in this room today. So as you hear different people speaking, ask yourself, how can I ensure that by the year 2024, Nigeria has an inclusion rate of 95%? Thank you. So we have a very exciting plenary session that will be moderated by none other than Mr. Abubakar Suleiman, the CEO of Sterling Bank. Please kindly come onto the stage. This session will be entitled Scaling Digital Models for the Last Mile. Essentially, how do we ensure that the digital divide doesn't leave anyone behind and that we have an inclusive digital economy? Joining him on the panel will be Mr. Dayo Obisan, who is the Executive Commissioner, Operations, Security and Exchange Commission, who will be joining us online. Welcome, Dayo Obisan. Let's put our hands together for him. Mr. Jimo Musa Itopa, who is the Director, Payment System Management Department at the Central Bank of Nigeria. I think we can do a bit better with the claps. Let's encourage our guests as they come onto the stage. And last but not least, Miss Tomilola Majekudunmi, who is the co-founder and CEO of Bankly, an award-winning fintech solution. Welcome all to the stage, and Abubakar, over to you.
Okay, I guess we just go straight to the hand mic to avoid the same drama. Thank you very much. Let me apologize on behalf of one of our panelists who is not able to make it today, and of course on behalf of Dayo, who will be joining us online. His flight schedule did not work out as planned, but I'm sure we'll still be in a position to do justice to the topic. As we've heard, we have done incredibly well in the last 12 years, but we are still short of our target. And the question for us is, what do we need to do differently? And so as we chat around this topic, our objective here is to unlock something different, not to repeat the same thing we've said before. We're supposed to have a conversation around scaling digital inclusion for the last mile. The question that we must first answer is, what is the last mile? Because the traditional use of the phrase last mile might be different from what it means in the financial inclusion space. So we need to ask ourselves, what is the last mile? Where is the last mile? And who is in the last mile? And I'm going to start, not with my regulator, so that I can allow the operator the freedom to express themselves. Tommy, you have had the opportunity of being on the street, of talking to people across this country in different communities. You've seen the various nuances. You've seen the idea of one country but multiple economies.
Yeah.
You've seen the differences across gender. My first question to you, and that would allow you to obviously introduce the way you view the topic, is where is the last mile? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Suleiman. Thank you, everyone. Would use my favorite saying in public sector: I stand on all existing protocol. And so I would share based on my experience. I think I'm a scientist by training, and I'm a researcher by heart. So I think a few years ago, the question I was asking myself through a research team I joined was, first, why is it that certain products, I don't want to name brands, alcohol brands, cigarette brands, the minute they come into Nigeria, you could find them in communities we consider excluded, in remote northern villages, in remote northern communities. And I asked and said, why is something as critical as financial services that is connected to poverty alleviation, that is connected to being outside of the shadow economy, that is connected to identity validation, not something that we're seeing there? So the truth is, the last mile is, it's not a destination, it's kind of a journey. I like to see the market in like 3 pyramids, or should I say 3 steps, 3 phases. At the top of that is many of us in this room. At the second level, because if I'm going to pay anyone in this room, I probably don't need cash. I don't think I have 1,000 naira in my bag, because all of us inside this room are what we'll consider, I think, digitally included. But now we have another segment. I live in Lagos. If I have to go to Oniru market, as much as I don't have to carry cash, I would. If my housekeeper needs to go, even if I transfer money to her, the minute she gets there, she goes to use a POS machine to withdraw cash. Now the problem now is that we that are included have to connect with another segment, and we have to move away from the digital form into cash form to serve them, which cost of printing money, cost of too many things, and then just crime, all of those things happening. Then you then have the bottom of the pyramid, which those people are serving. So in a nutshell, we do have the last mile, sometimes within the urban area. You do have the last mile in places I call peri-urban, and then you have a large expanse of them in the bottom of the pyramid in should I call it, rural communities.
Okay, thank you very much. If I may summarize, we've come to the conclusion that even though financial inclusion has happened for the vast majority of Nigerians, whenever they encounter the rest of Nigeria, it falls apart, because that integration process means that we move away from our financially included ecosystem, which we all share here, and we have to come down to their level, and suddenly the benefit is lost. Okay, thank you so much. Coming to my regulator, Mr. Jimo, you are in a unique position to see all the models that has come through this country. You've seen the bank model, you've seen the fintech model, you've seen all of the effort, and in fact, you have to approve them for them to be out there, at least if they have some element of payment included in it. What are the models that you've seen? What has been your experience? And which of these models do you think we should be focusing on if we want to scale for the last mile?
Okay. Thank you very much. Let me start discussing this by starting from, where the entire conversation was about 10 years ago. We had a situation in this country where people do not have verifiable credentials. If you go to a bank and you want to open a bank account, the first thing they ask you is to bring an international passport, or you bring a valid driver's license. We had a situation in this country where we've had that, you put your money in your bank account and over time it's eroded by the interest, that your bank charges them. And so we have myriads of problems that are actually pushing people away from the financial sector. And what the central bank as a regulator has done was to identify this problem and begin to solve it through regulatory intervention. So we came up with the mobile money regulations, basically to push digital financial services to the nooks and crannies of this country. We also came with the 3-tier KYC. The DG talked about it. Reason was because we actually wanted to tier the requirements for having access to bank accounts, so you didn't need to have those kind of stringent identification documents to open a bank account. And so we also came with a cashless policy with the hope that with digitalization and enabling of financial touch points, it will bring down the cost of banking products and therefore translates to reduced fees and charges that we give to the customers. Now we've moved beyond that. That's no longer the conversation. We actually moved beyond that. The conversation now is about the fitness of the products and services. The products and services that we're actually giving these people, do they fit them? Yeah, you can bring a lot of products and services. If it doesn't fit my need, I won't use it. That's why you have a lot of dormant accounts. That's why you have a lot of accounts that are open but are not used, because the products and services for which they were open for do not fit them. So what I think the conversation should be now is about what kind of creative products, what kind of initiative can we bring into financial system, into banking system, such that those products and services will feed those people that are excluded. And I think that is where the regulator comes in, by providing a regulatory environment that will enable and stimulate innovation. And so we'll be talking about various technology innovation like the USSD, innovation. You talk about the contactless, you talk about the offline, just like the keynote speaker talked about it. Offline is very, very important because you don't have pervasive digital signal in all the nooks and crannies of this country. There are places you go where you'll be struggling to have access to digital signal, and so your phone or your POS will not work. And so what we try to do now is to look at how can you provide services to those who are not digitally connected. So offline is very key. You also talked about digital identification. People need to be digitally identified, and so digital KYC is very, very important. How do you identify people? How do you ensure account ownership, that the person who says is the owner of account is truly the owner of the account? And with that level of identification, banks and other financial service providers are able to provide credit because they know you, they trust you, they have everything that they can use to trace you. And so what we have done in all of this is to provide environment where the startups, the innovators, the fintechs, and all payment service providers can come together and give innovative products. So as regulators, we come out with regulations, we come out with contactless regulation, we have come out with open banking, we've come out with Innovation Sandbox. Innovation Sandbox basically is an environment where people that do not have CBN license, people that are not being granted license to operate, can actually come and showcase their idea. To get a license from CBN, you need to apply, pay for application fee, and eventually when you are given your license, you pay for licensing fee, including having stringent conditions of making sure that you are a registered entity. If you're not registered, if you're not a registered company, we'll probably not listen to you. Now we want to provide an environment where you don't have to be a company, you don't have to have an MD, a CEO, and all of that. You don't need to, even have 100,000 naira to apply for license. All you just need to do is to come within that box. We grant you the opportunity to test your innovative ideas, which we sure will help in promoting financial inclusion. Come and test it, connect with all the entities in the ecosystem, the banks and the payment service providers, and test this product. And once it becomes viable, economically viable and feasible, then you can then take it and promote it, thereby making it commercially viable to the entities. Those are the steps that we're taking now, and I think this is the action that I think all the banks, all the digital service providers, and other payment service providers should come together as an ecosystem, including other regulatory agencies like the NCC and the NDIC coming together, working together to make sure we advance financial inclusion.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Obviously, you can see the audience appreciate the effort that our regulators have put into providing the right environment. You did refer to the presentation of the DGFSS where he made reference to some of the data. There's a particular data that stood out, and it is that credit today is at 3% inclusion. And that is something that all of us should be ashamed of collectively. I want to bring in Dio. Are we connected to Dio? If Dio can hear me, this would be a good opportunity for me to bring him in. Okay, while they're trying to get him on, is he on? Okay, Dio, if you can hear me, please unmute your mic. I have a question for you. Okay, I'm going to assume that that's not yet on. And I think I would like to put out the question, which is, one of the risks we ran with financial inclusion was that we started to treat it as if it is synonymous with payment inclusion. And that once the payment rails were put out and people were on it, we assumed that people were financially included. The problem being that that does not create the prosperity that it is intended. The question that I was going to put to Dio is, from the Securities and Exchange Commission's perspective, have they started to look at financial inclusion as something that they're going to push aggressively, and what would be their roadmap so that we bring in investment into the financial inclusion space? While we're trying to connect with him, Dio, thank you very much. If you can hear me, I don't know if you heard the question.
I've actually been hearing you all along. I've been following the session. Oh. And thank you very much, Abu. Am I audible enough?
Yes, you are audible. We can hear you.
Okay, fantastic. So I don't let technology get in the way. Thank you very much for the question, and thank you very much for inviting us. Well, not inviting, an integral part of the financial inclusion journey. And apologies, I couldn't be there physically, but that was the plan. But and that forms part of the answer to the question. Will we ever say we're on the last mile? It will keep moving. The population keeps moving. Like, for example, the reason why I'm not able to join you physically is because we are launching our revised capital market master plan, which is a document we created almost about 6-7 years ago. But a lot of things have changed and will keep changing, and that's why nothing should be static. So what is the SEC doing? First is, and I'd like to say that in relation to where we're at as a nation, and what we need to do to cover this last mile. Last mile, in definition of it, will now depend on where we are at the moment. Remember, 5-6 years ago, digitization was more popular. Then digitalization. Now we're dealing with so many things around technology, fintech, cryptos, and all of that. So things will keep moving. Now, so I'll just answer a question in several ways. Last mile. Currently, now, digitization of processes, digitalization of processes, quickly making sure that processes around the regulatory space in the capital markets move fast enough. You know, gone are those days, you know, when computers first came, you were so excited you had a computer. Now, if a page, we millennials, if we're trying to load a page and it comes up in more than a minute, we move to another page. So it's not just about the technology being available, it's been fully operational to address what we want. Secondly, now that is the current. So leveraging technology to address or to keep the interest of the current teaming or new investors is one of the ways we are looking at covering the last mile. And I'll just give you some statistics that helps. For example, in Nigeria now, one of the statistics we have gives an indication, or gave an indication just about a year ago, that the average age of investors in the capital markets in Nigeria was about 50. Well, you'll agree with me that's an aging population in a country where you have over 40% between 39, from 39 downwards, maybe between 15 to 39 or thereabout. So what had to happen? You need to adopt technology. Technology, by one single transaction that we adopted technology in just digitalizing the process, of helping people come on board. That's one of the transactions of one of the telcos. Not alone did he address female inclusion, he addressed getting more youth into the investment bracket. That's because they opened new accounts. A lot of them were first-time buyers in the capital market. And more importantly, it just helped. I mean, the statistics we still have indicate that the average age, by that singular action, helped crash average age of investors from about 50 years plus to about 30 years plus. Imagine if all the initial public offerings are now digitalized and all documents digitized so that everybody doesn't have to seek and get a prospectus and hard copy, annual accounts, everything is at the flick of a phone. It will definitely help. So that's currently. Secondly, what about the people coming behind? So that's where financial literacy and investor education comes along. So at the SEC, we recognize that is in fact one of the integral parts of our capital market master plan, which, like I said earlier, we've revised, we're relaunching. The Honorable Minister will be doing that in a couple of minutes. I just took time out to quickly join us because we at the SEC, we're not only an integral part of this advocacy and this drive. It's something we do, we almost breathe it. Within this SEC, we have almost about 3 desks. We have an investor education desk, we have an innovation desk, we have a financial inclusion desk specifically just to keep driving this. Then talking about the future, so I've spoken about the current. Currently now we're doing digitizing and digitalizing processes just to make it faster and easier for people to onboard. And that speaks to identity management, uniform identification, which we get to speak to other agencies about just to make things easier so that there's a central, or should I say a more common pool where identity of investors or to be investors or people that want to access financial service can be easily drawn off. We've seen the success of the BVN. We want to replicate that. We've seen the identity management part of it, the name. We've seen how that comes. So those are things we're leveraging on. Again, importantly for the future or the future of it, to ensure that financial literacy doesn't just get attained and we reach this 80% financial inclusion mark, but we just make sure we maintain or actually supersede the 80% mark. And how do you do that? I think one of the, and there's this popular phrase says, catch them young, which is why at the SEC we've been engaging with educators, Educational Research Council, trying to inculcate capital market studies into the curriculums from primary to secondary school, tertiary education. Currently now there are some universities accredited that actually certify or give certificates in capital markets studies, so that while we are covering for this mile, we are making adequate provisions for the next mile, which is going to come probably after you and I, Abu, have attained the senior statesman status, and for people to come behind us to even continue. Going into the future, we continue to see the important role technology plays and will continue to play. A couple of statistics, I'm sure everyone is aware, in some of the statistics that are being bandied around, suggests, I won't say indicates, but just suggests that Nigerians are not so financially literate. But I mean, it turns a little bit of logic on its head. If we are not financially literate, and we are arguably the 3rd or the 4th largest participators or people that transact in cryptocurrency or other complex financial products. So it's about creating or closing that nexus, that gap that we at the SEC, we are about, making sure the next gen know about capital market products, because they are symbiotic, because definitely we don't handle cash in the capital market. You have to run through a bank account. So I'll give you an example. I gave a statistic of, I think it was it was the MTN offer, where almost 120,000 new accounts were opened. Now, those accounts wouldn't be functional until they have a bank account. So you can see that even with digitalizing a particular investment process, you've maintained or acquired at least minimum of 2 touch points. First touch point is before they can even get on to fill the form, they open a bank account. So that means they're back in the banking stream. And the next one is that they now actually acquire a capital market product, which is financial services as well. And it keeps going on because then again, they will get dividends. The dividend comes from the capital market, gets cleared into a bank account, and it keeps going on. And once we can maintain through regulation, making sure that the market is fair and transparent, there is a clear road, or should I say, a likelihood, greater percentage of likelihood that people coming after will adopt the same.
Yeah.
I think I'd like to leave it on this note that gone are the days where regulators just sit by and regulate. You have a core responsibility of developing the market as well. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Dio. That's very, very helpful. I decided to let you go on because I wasn't sure we'll be able to get you back when we come around. But I hear you clearly. Gone are the days when regulators just sit back and regulate. They actually have to create the market that they will be regulating. But there's something very important that came out of your conversation. The last mile does not mean the same thing for everyone. It seemed to me that in the capital market, for instance, your last mile, or what I would call your next mile, are actually people who are already included in the banking system, who already have access to financial inclusion, but have no access or were not participating in the investment ecosystem. Whereas when we go to payment side, the last mile for them are actually those who are genuinely excluded. So in a sense, the forefront of the battle for financial inclusion is payment inclusion, which is led by people like Bankley that Tomi represents here. And ultimately, the last frontier would be investment, which is what the SEC is pushing for. But before I come to you, Tomi, I want to put a challenge before my regulator. We know that for people to be financially included, there's certain things that need to happen. One of it is obviously infrastructure, followed by access, because you can have infrastructure, but you will not have the access. Then there's also a bit of financial knowledge or literacy. And not all of this is under the control of the central bank. Do we see a set of collaboration between the central bank, the NCC, the SEC, and a couple of other top regulators to create the pathway that will take what I would call the rails into the final frontier? And what are these ideas that we should be looking forward to?
Yeah, thank you very much. Hello. Yeah, thank you very much. Truly, infrastructure challenge is one of the major challenges that we have. For example, without digital presence or telecommunication presence in an area, there is no way you can deliver digital financial services, because as it is today, most of our financial services are done on handheld devices, our phone, our tablet, and all that. And everybody needs signal, everybody needs data. So question is, how do you achieve it? Central bank doesn't regulate the telecommunication industry. And even the money that is kept in the bank or with other financial service providers needs to be insured. Central bank doesn't take care of the insurance policies and the insurance protection. And so we have a lot of regulators that we need to discuss with and work with. We have a very strong relationship with NCC. We actually have a joint technical committee involving the two institutions, and the objective is to promote digital financial services. And so what we do is that in our regulation, and as you know, central bank today, we don't just wake up and then push out regulation. What we normally do in the first place is to call the stakeholders to come and review. We expose to the industry for them to bring their feedback and all that. With NCC, for example, in our mobile money regulations, they were deeply involved, because for any device to connect to their network and provide financial services, as I understand, it has to be type approved. And so NCC comes in there. They also come in terms of regulating the telecommunication service providers. We leverage on their infrastructure. DUSSD is a telecommunication service. The SMS is a telecommunication service. As a matter of fact, all the backbones connecting the banks, all the devices performing financial services is being provided by telecommunication service providers. So we need NCC, and that's why we strongly collaborate with them. We also work with NIDA, the Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency. They are also very, very involved now that they are even regulating the privacy law. They are also very key. NDICC makes sure that confidence is provided in the financial services. Consumers and account holders are able to be assured that their money is safe, and that in the event of insolvency, their monies can be paid to them. So what we did with NDIC, for example, in running mobile money, is to provide what we call the pass-through insurance, whereby all the wallet holders are indirectly insured by their deposit that is kept in the bank. And so we also work with them very well in doing that. So stakeholder engagement is something that we practice very well in CBN, and I think we are doing very well with regard to that. But we still need to expand that. We still need to expand that and bring in more other agencies. They may not be regulatory, but other agencies. So we have development partners that we work with. For example, we have the FinTech Association of Nigeria. We have several organizations in and outside of the country that we work with, just basically to understand what happens outside the shore of this country. And some areas that we do not have access to. Not everyone wants to come to CBN. A lot of people, when they see CBN, seated in any, event, they just don't want to come because they don't know their mission. And so what we do is to actually partner with some agencies. We hibernate under those agencies to make them come. And that's what we basically do. So we talk about the innovation hubs. We talked about the financial services agencies. And so that collaboration is very important. And I like, where somebody made the statement just now that regulation and oversight has gone beyond just coming out and be raising your hammer. You need to collaborate. And so what we do is to have that strong collaboration. And one of the methods by which we want to achieve that is the innovation sandbox that we have also brought, and making sure that we can bring people that are not even within our regulatory overview to come and talk to us. We can't supervise, we can't provide good conduct within the environment if we don't study, if we don't collaborate. So we will continue to do that with all agencies that are involved in regulating financial sector, in promoting digital economy in such a way that everybody is digitally connected, in order that we can leverage our financial services on them.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I wonder why they don't want to come to CBN. For all of you out there that are interested in solving this problem, I assure you that the CBN is a very understanding regulator when it comes to financial inclusion. I shall comment no more. Now, Tommy, this is a question for you. The challenge of credit seems to me to go beyond those that are excluded. If we've exceeded 50% financial inclusion and we're struggling at 3% access to credit, this is a problem that obviously banks should be dealing with. But more importantly, and I think this is something that you would have encountered, what is the challenge? Because I do know that the actual access to credit is in excess of 3%. It's just informal and we can't find it. Why can't we formalize access to credit at the bottom of the pyramid?
All right, thank you. I can't speak for the banks. I would speak in two ways. I'll speak as a bank's customer and my experience with credits, and then I'll speak for the low-income segment or the excluded. I think for the bank, there's the need to leverage the data more. And I think also the robust use of identity data that we have. And thirdly, more around being able to, the global GSI, I'm quite excited about how that will work out, because everyone wants to be protected. And if default is high, it's impossible you're going to be losing real shareholder funds. But one of the things I think the banks are not doing quite well, and I'm speaking as a customer, is for one of the top tier banks, I've been a customer for 15 years. I opened my first bank account in 2007. I think I was in 200 level or so, do the maths. And I used the account all through university. I became a copper. I started my first job. I went for my master's. I started my first company. I got married, kids. And I realized that the richness of the data they have about me compared to how they're able to serve me, from all of my addresses to all of my jobs, they know me. So how are they not able to? And I recently went on that platform and tried to take credit, and I was eligible for 0. Meanwhile, I have a platinum card. So how can a platinum card carrying customer be eligible for 0? And even more so when I started Bank Leave is how interesting that the bank wasn't the first to bank my company. And that's my thought about the banks. But I also understand that they have limitations around the richness of the data. So maybe now I have BVN. How is it plugged to my NIN? How is it plugged to my address in a way that a single number of me can pull up my car registration number, my data, and all of that. So that's that. Now, from Bankley's experience, so for instance, for the last mile, a few years ago when we started, like I mentioned, we realized that local women communities were saving. They were saving informally, which shows that there's a way they wanted to be included, or they wanted to put money away as cash. So they started saving with people we call in Southwest Alajo. Now, not the group one we thought. The Alajo will go into the market with his bag, register them on a piece of paper, and they will record. And every day is collecting money from them. There were 3 issues we found for that. The first one was there were cases around fraud. The Alajo will have collected, or the thrift collector will have collected hundreds of people's money, and on one fateful day is nowhere to be found. There were cases that was brought to us that the Alajo died. And I'm sorry to say, but if something happens to the CEO of the bank I banked, I won't lose sleep. Because if he's dead tomorrow, my money is safe. But if the Alajo dies, that's the end of it. Their funds are gone. The second thing was access, meaning if you're saving in a certain location, you might be saving in Ikorodu in Lagos, and you go to Abia State to visit your mother, then an emergency, the whole point of the savings or the putting something away is because you want for rainy day. You found your mom sick, but you need to eyeball your Alajo to get your money back. The third issue was cost. They were paying 1 out of 30 days to save. That's 3.3%. In a year, that's about 40%. Meanwhile, they were losing money to save. So one of the things we did was, how can we first digitize this process? Which, like Mr. Jimo said correctly, is that some of the products that was available wasn't serving these people well. You don't come to them and say, oh, open a bank account. Because a bank account sometimes requires that your money is digital, or you need to work, or your source of funding is digital. So we started digitizing this process, and also they were getting credit from these people. So sometimes the reason why they're saving is that the day the shop owner comes and wants to collect money for the shop, that's the person that saved them, even though the rate can be almost like a loan shark, but it was available, it was accessible. But what we found is that as we try to leverage collaboration to build on these roles, to digitize them, we quickly found that it wasn't that possible. So we had to take multiple step backs and realize it would take 3 pillars. The first, we had to build the distribution rails ourselves. I have to say that Mr. Jimo really, sometimes people run from CBN. Maybe that's why I'm one of the people sitting here. Years ago, I used to pursue Mr. and say, I'll be asking him several questions. I'm sure he'll just be tired of me, and he'll be answering me, not wondering. But he actually gave me insight in a way that, whether he knew it or not, that as I was designing what model we're going to serve, I was using some of the insight he was sharing. And at the point where I finished the pilot, I went to them and said, hey, I've done the pilot. I want a license. And so that's how you could engage. I was engaging him way before I had a license. And I think startups need to know that they are accessible in that manner. So now, coming back to credit, if you don't digitize that savings, how would I know that Mama Aisha has a disposable income of 100,000, and then that disposable income informs how much credit I can give to her? How would I know how much she needs for Akara every morning so that I can give her, even if it's a 48-hour loan? And
it goes back to, first you need to have a distribution system. The second, educate them, because if you're going to give them digital product, you need to educate them. And we found that education is, across different geographies, education is necessary and in different ways. So sometimes Southwest, they understand the fraud and the security stuff. But I've had to deal with people in northern Nigeria, whereby in a WhatsApp group, they will drop, oh, I have an issue, and their PIN and their password is right there, and 200 people are on that WhatsApp group. So if you're going to be digitizing these people, you need to also educate them. And finally, you're not able to use that data, that digital data, to give them credit, and then credit can then get to the last mile. But if the banks are not using the data to digitize me, we would remain at 3%.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I will try to catch Dayo one more time, but I want to set out one of the challenges that we have experienced. Financial inclusion is only one of the pillars, of the many pillars for economic development. And usually they have to go hand in hand. One of the observations we have seen is the commitment to financial inclusion has been at the highest level, and that has advanced. But if you now start to think about the other components of development, if you start to think about literacy level in rural communities, if you start to think about even access to capital, and by capital it's not banking capital, family capital, there's so many other components of development that we need to pull along. So for those who represent other government agencies and other private sector players here, there is a need for the same level of urgency to be used. So a very good example is financial literacy. Financial literacy was not an element of financial inclusion when we started. And suddenly we realized that there is a need for significant financial literacy, even among those that are already included. And that primarily will not fall on the financial institution, if you look at it in retrospect. But now that we're thinking about it, working with Ministry of Education, for instance, financial inclusion and financial education or literacy, they have to go hand in hand. The risk is that if people are financially included but financially illiterate, then they will fall for no spectral, MMM, cryptocurrency. That's the price you pay when you're included but you're not educated. But if you're financially literate and you're not financially included, then that's poverty. So again, I think the call to action is that financial literacy and financial inclusion must go hand to hand. Now, Dayo, if you are still on board, I would like a short comment from you and possibly your closing contribution, since we may not be able to reach you. What are the other aspects of progress that is required for financial inclusion and the last mile to deliver prosperity? Because at the end of the day, financial inclusion is supposed to be about prosperity for those that are excluded.
Okay, I'll just speak to it this way. I think financial literacy and investor education, I mean, whatever nomenclature it is, one thing I'll say as my parting shot is we need to move from the delivery of financial literacy. You printing a pamphlet or printing a flyer with a glossary of terms doesn't cut it. When we speak more to people, is linking that knowledge to creation of a solution to a problem. It is easier to tell someone that, oh, in order for you to get money faster from your son in the city, open a bank account, as opposed to telling them that it's somewhere for safekeeping. I mean, the person in the rural area, they've been burying it in the bottom of pots or under their mattresses or mats for years, even before I was conceived, and it worked well for them. So you printing a pamphlet or a flyer or coming out with a message about safety won't cut it. But if it's in relation to solving a problem, it will help. 2, financial literacy has to move in a mode of delivery that is in tune with the times. At some point in this country, unclaimed dividends were printed on papers. People had to take dividends checks to banks to verify or to cash them. Now, they go through digital means to a bank account. So now it's not me telling someone, open a bank account so you can have access to digital means. My message to you is that once you open a bank account, you don't have to go to a Papa or a Jora to cash your check.
Yeah.
So I've just related the same thing in solving a problem. So I think that's a way to look at financial literacy mode.
Thank you. That is very helpful, and I think I'm going to tie that to when I take the last comment from Mr. Jimo. This is not directly to you, but I think you can help. At what level should financial literacy be included in school curriculum? In other words, how early should we prioritize this in our schools?
I think we should have done it like 10 years ago. It's too late, and we don't have to wait any longer. Happily enough, there's social media, and every kids today, every secondary school, even primary school pupil have access to digital platform. Some of them actually have their hashtag on social media platform. We can leverage on that and push, financial literacy, digital education to them. For those in the hinterland, for those that are not, connected to us, those of us in cities, we don't even have smartphone to have digital presence. We'd have to take the literacy campaign to them, working with the local governments and the state governments and all that, the chiefs, the local chiefs, the religious leaders.
Should we include it in our school curriculum?
I think we should. That's what I'm saying. We should have even done it 10 years ago. So right now we should.
Okay.
And I think it won't be too late to do that.
No, thank you very much. And from Tommy, if you had a blank check to ask the regulator for something that will let us get to the 95% inclusion that we seek, don't be ashamed, and don't be afraid. What would you ask for?
I think one of the things I will ask for, from my experience, is the timeliness to which we get responses from I know that they are busy, but sometimes you apply for a license based on an opportunity in the market, based on a challenge in that time, and you might not get response in 18 months. And that timeline, life changes, things move, and and 2 years. I have a situation of a lady who wanted to do something within women financial inclusion, and by the time she got her license, it was 2 years. She had to move to Canada, and the market has changed. New policies from our regulators have come out that has distorted even what you set out for. And so that's all I appeal for, to say. And secondly, is also to be able to, so sometimes innovation needs to take, you might not have all of the money in the world to go straight to the top and go get a certain license, so you need to start small. Now, as your transactions are getting to a threshold that you feel like, hey, I want to write to the regulators, I need to upgrade. There should be that open communication to be saying, I'm requesting that this is where I am, I want to upgrade before you get in trouble. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. This conversation was supposed to enable us move forward, and only frank requests like that can move us forward. I won't be asking my request, I'll ask privately. What I would say to everyone in this room is that this is one area where the regulator, at least the banking regulator, has led. And it is a rare thing. Usually we try to go forward and they pull us back. In this instance, I think they've been very open. I think we all as operators need to move out of our comfort zone and genuinely start to provide financial services, not just payments. I think if we move financial inclusion to financial services, to insurance, to investment, more people would be willing and hungry for financial inclusion, and the job of including the last mile will be safer. As we round up, our takeaway from here is that we must build on identity, we must build on offline payment system, we must also collaborate to deliver infrastructure, and finally, the data that is available both in the banking and outside banking, we should use it collectively to increase the available credit to the system. For it is on the back of credit that we can grow this economy. Thank you very much.
Let's keep the claps going. What a wonderful panel session. You all did amazing. Thank you for sharing your expertise with us. I would like to invite Mrs. Aisha Ahmad, CFA, Deputy Governor, to please kindly join the panel for a photo session. And also, we would be inviting the Honorable Minister of Information to give out the gifts to our esteemed panelists. So let's put our hands together for Mrs. Aisha Ahmad, Deputy Governor, and the Honorable Minister, Lai Mohammed.
Is it okay to request that my image be put up so I can feature in this photo session?
Okay, did you hear the image? Did you hear this request?
No.
He says he wants to see image.
Okay, we'll definitely make sure that our online participant is included. And just to our audience members, just for you to know, we're streaming live on Arise. So make sure that you have your best look forward, because we're streaming live on Arise right now.
All right, thank you.
Thank you to our esteemed panel experts for sharing their experience with us. We thoroughly enjoyed that plenary session, Scaling Digital Models for the Last Mile.
Thank you very much, Lele. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much, DG. Distinguished delegates, at this point, we will be taking a 40-minute break for lunch. I will be announcing the order of the lunch so that we will converge for the next plenary. A lunch is served at the following locations: at Oriental, at Mezan, at the M1 floor, at Mezan Congress. Our speakers and the special guests, the VIPs, would be led to Kano for their lunch. Please, could we have the people in charge of leading the VIPs? Let's have the team here. You are. Oh, thank you very much, Hawa. She will be leading the speakers and the special and the VIPs to Kano. All the participants and delegates, lunch is served at Oriental. Yes, you see it on the screen there. Mezan M1 floor, Mezan Congress. And please, after 40 minutes, we crave your indulgence to reconverge so that we continue with what has been a very enriching day. We'll see you in 45 minutes time. Thank you very much. Lele, any other thing?
Bon appetit, everyone. Enjoy your lunch and see you in 45 minutes. Thank you.
Founded on an audacious dream, Flutterwave is here to help Africans take the global stage. The fashion designer, the fitness influencer, the student dreaming of her MBA. Millions of us are ready. But while we have the talent, the products, and the great ideas, we struggle with the basic business need to pay and get paid. It's a pain. As Africans, we are divided by dozens of banks, currencies, and mobile wallets. So we started Flutterwave to make payments easy, to provide one easy-to-use payment platform for the entire continent and the products and services you need to support your business, so you can show the world what a successful entrepreneur looks like. This is our time. All it takes is that first payment, and we're on our way.
My name is Mrs. Abdusalam. I'm an access closer agent. I started this work October 2020. I had an accident 2017. I was unable to do anything with the hand. But when all wastes block, access stretched their helping hand to me. They pick me up, at least assist me in every way. And I thank God today, here I am today, doing well in my business. At least to my family, I am a support to my husband. To my kids, I'm also a support to them. In this community, I'm also a support to them through Access Closer. Thank you, Access Closer. I'm really grateful.
A
Access Closer from Access Bank. You can now send money, withdraw money, pay bills, and open an account without leaving your neighborhood. Search for Access Closer agent on your Google map to find an agent closest to you. Access, more than banking.
Emergencies happen when you least expect them to. It gets worse when you are cash trapped. No need to despair. First Advance has you covered. You can get that urgent cash right now on First Advance. With First Advance, salary earners can get up to 50% of their salary. No hassles. As long as you earn a monthly salary and your salary account has been active for at least 2 months. Just dial *894*11# or simply dial *894# on your mobile phone. What's more, when you open a First Bank salary account, you can enjoy 0 charges and free debit card issuance. Download the First mobile app on Play Store or App Store today. Log in to experience First Bank.
I've been running my business on my own, trying my best to get it to the next level, but I really need some help to get ahead. I know just what to do, I'll vault it for my loans, overdraft, step by step to my dream business we vault. Vault is the answer. Salary earners, entrepreneurs, get your loans with no collateral. Hey. Vault is the answer. Quick sign up, zero paperwork, step by step to your dream business with Vault. By Polaris Bank.
Vault is available to individuals, SMEs, and corporate customers. Download Vault by Polaris Bank from the Google Play Store or Apple App Store to get started today.
Vault is the answer.
Akpaida, she is Relationship Manager, Africa, Women's World Banking. It's good to have you, Onyeka.
Same here, thank you very much.
All right, so what's been your impression so far about the Financial Inclusion Conference, Nigeria taking the narrative to the global stage? What sort of impact do you anticipate this gathering will make in attaining the goals of financial inclusion for our country?
All right, thank you. So it's really exciting that, this is the first of its kind. It's always seemed like it's always been imported, right? And now we are exporting this. And, it's great to see that even though we had set out to achieve 80% financial inclusion as of 2020, but as of today we are getting close to 65%. And then, the CBN has put up a very strong challenge to hit 95% by 2024. If we see the increase and the great feats that we've achieved in terms of agent banking, I think that, in terms of distribution rails, we're on a good track. So it's a very strong possibility. There's been a lot of conversation about product fit, market fit. I would say, that's very valid. Saying, you need to create the right product for customers to, adopt these financial services. But I also want to come from the aspect of the messaging of this product. So you have quite a lot of products today. Why did we come up with the USSD, or popularly called 737, because GT Bank started it or pioneered it? It's because we said, okay, we want to move people from just data-driven digital financial services to say, let's use offline technology. But then you have this, it's 990, 111, 999, 666. You have multiple names, multiple short codes. But how well has the messaging of the USSD been taken to the last mile? Because we are the ones still using USSD. We have access to data, we are educated, but we're still the ones using USSD. So I think, beyond creating the right products, creating the right distribution channels, it's the messaging. How well are you communicating these products that you've created? It also seems like, we had in the last session about scaling to the last mile. There's a lot of talk about financial literacy, and I think that's where we have to layer this thing. You can't just come and move an illiterate person from point A to point Z. You can't move someone that is not educated from point A of not even having a bank account to say, you know what, I want you to use digital financial services. There has to be digital financial capability, which also tells to their literacy levels. There has to be financial education, and then you can actively move people from access to usage. Even when you say, okay, we're using government to person payments, we're doing conditional cash transfers, we're paying 5,000 to 1 million people. After the cash transfer ends, the account ends. Nobody uses the account. So those accounts go back to dormancy. So we are saying at the end of this, this event, we want people to go into smaller rooms. We want people to stop working in silos. We want all practitioners to come together to say, you know what, this is what the CBN sets out to do. How can I collaborate with you? How can I come as a fintech? The director of operations talked about how we have regulatory sandboxes now. So we are saying fintechs, don't run away from us, CBN. We're not going to penalize you. We want to hear what you're doing. We want to give you a safe space to create this thing, and we can do it. And at Women's World Banking, what we basically do is we equip and we work with financial service providers, fintech, MFIs, deposit money banks to say, you have this laudable product, but you don't have the uptake that you want. Let us come and do a technical assistance with you. Let us do the research that you are unable to do. Let us talk to your customers with you. And at the end of the day, you will see what the issue is from the supply side and from the demand side. And then you can come out with a fantastic product, that, will be well accepted. We just finished the cohort with Access Bank, with Fidelity Bank, with Wema Bank, with Sterling Bank, and Axion. Axion is over there at the booth, and they came up with fantastic savings products that would definitely serve the last mile, particularly women.
Love it. I love it. I love the passion and I love the amount of detail that you went into this. So it sounds like you've been in this field for a very long time. I can tell. So in terms of financial inclusion, what is one of the things that you think is the most important when the banks are all working together and the regulators working together? What is the thing that you feel like will move the needle so that the people in the hinterlands, the people who don't have access, or women, like you said, we're talking about using technology, but some people don't even have the savvy to do that. So what do you think could be really important that we could implement after this that can make a difference?
So I think it's not a one thing, but I think that developing capacity, so the capability of the users, right? You have to meet them where they are. So I worked in a deposit money bank, an international bank, for over a decade, right? But I'd moved from, okay, you know what, I'm on the supply side. So I started, something, where we put me very in touch with the women at the bottom of the pyramid to even know what their pain points are. Again, capability. You can't go there and be speaking, telling them, oh, World Bank index figures. You can't be giving them that. When you're going to do financial literacy to them in a dignified way, but at their level, you can. If they don't understand English, you get an interpreter. I mean, you need to see. You will use biro, you will use paper, you use a board, and you'll be drawing the lines. You would ask them, do you know what your cost of production is? Do you know? Because some of them don't even know what profit and loss is. So when you can really do the whole digital financial capability, financial education, then you can now layer whatever product you have to do, on that platform, yes. And of course, the distribution channels, very important.
So you talk about actually laying a foundation. And so some of the people that we design interventions for don't have that foundation.
Yes,
and so we need to...
The fall by the wayside.
Got
so
it.
When you say, oh, you know what, for access, let's start with government-to-person payments. You get in at the access level, but they fall out at the usage level because they don't have any other use case. So even when at Women's World Banking we are working with financial service providers, we try to, let's say we're doing an account activation cohort now. How do you get people to use this account so that those accounts are not dormant? So we're telling the women, you have this account, but they only go to the POS to withdraw money. They don't understand that you can actually transfer without going to the agent. You can actually pay for your NEPA bill without going to the agent. So those are the kind of use cases. And that's back to what I'm talking about, education, digital financial capability. Let them know these things. Then you now tell them, okay, now you know these things. These are the products available, to carry on with your journey.
Excellent. We have just heard very insightful information. I don't know if you guys have questions, if you're typing it in your comment section. Also remember to use our hashtag IFIC2022. We would be answering some of your questions. We'll be getting guests, but we've had an amazing guest give us a real breakdown of what's happening in the sector and also of where the gaps are. And the good thing about that is if you're watching this and you have some solutions to proffer, then you know that the gaps exist and that you can actually plug into those gaps. So I think you should start writing your proposals if you're watching this. And if you are interested in the conversation, please join us digitally. We're on YouTube, we're on Zoom, we're also on the Hoover app. Send in your questions, send in any information that you'd like us to ask her. I think we can grab her throughout the day, so that if there's anything you want to ask and she's already gone, later on we'll be able to grab her and ask those questions. You've answered so much. You've given us a little bit of a plenary session yourself, and we just wanted to thank you. I don't know if Obi wants to add anything.
Well, not exactly. Just like Ngozi said, it's almost like a plenary here. You know, so much illuminating insights. We sincerely want to appreciate you for your time. Onyeka Akpaida, Relationship Manager per excellence. For Africa, Women's World Banking. Thank you so much for being with us at this interview session, and I hope you enjoy lunch. All right, thank you so much. We will be roving through the crowd very shortly. It's still the International Conference on Financial Inclusion. Ngozi and I are doing what we actually are mandated to do. It's lunchtime, but I know we will take our time to explore possibilities for conversational engagements with some of our guests. So while they munch, then we can actually steal bunches and bunches of information from them, won't we, Angie?
So it's been really interesting because in the first break that we had and were able to interview the dignitaries, it was pretty tough to catch them because, like we said, dignitaries have a million meetings, so they're running off, and we had to get people and guard them. Now it's lunch break, which is a more compelling reason why people are scarce. But we'll also be looking at how to take some time out to answer some of your questions today. We know that it's been an incredible, incredible day. We are so excited about the number of people who are with us today. Over 5,000 people on the internet. We have about 78 countries represented. We have 50 speakers lined up for you. And we're seeing your questions coming in. You have a lot of questions that are specific to bank MDs, and we're going to try and grab them and ask them those questions. And we have questions specific to subject matter experts. So throughout today, we're going to be answering your questions. We're going to answer them during the plenary session, and we're going to be answering them during the sit-down session. And I think at some point, Obi probably needs to run off and find somebody, or I need to run off and find somebody to get them here and to talk about their experience of the conference. But one of the things that we really want you to do is to take a photo, drop it into the comment section. We want you to sign up for the plenaries in the afternoon. We want you to use the hashtag. The reason for this is that we want people to easily find the information about this conference. We want you to feel engaged with all the things that are going on so that you know where we are, we know where you are, and if there's any information that you require, we're willing and we're able to find that information and pass it on to you. So I'm going to give Obi the mic. I see a couple of people that I want to grab and bring them towards us, and I'll be right back.
Thank you very much. We also want to take our time, thank you Angie, to appreciate our sponsors. We have Accelerex, ALMPO, Association of Licensed Mobile Payment Operators, eTransact, doing fantastic work on the payment platform. And now, oh my goodness, Dr. Eme Dada is here, working so hard, with the planning committee to see to it that the first among first actually is taking place here in Nigeria. Dr. Eme Dada, how does it make you feel seeing our country on the map, first on the map in Nigeria, no, for Nigeria and for Africa? How does that make you feel?
Obina, it's exhilarating, to say the least. I am so excited. Planning this conference, one is the maiden conference. There was a bit of apprehension initially, but I'm excited at the outcome. I see delegates from all over the world, and I mean all over the world. One, we are happy that we're able to showcase what Nigeria is doing to the whole world. We're telling our story, and we're telling the African story. We're learning lessons from other country experiences that can help us move Nigeria even better forward. Thank you.
In 2011, when we signed as that commitment treaty, the Maya Conference, or the Maya Declaration, I beg your pardon, in faraway Mexico City. The year after, 2012, Nigeria got there's this financial inclusion document that kind of ratified us to exercise the mechanisms of financial inclusion and also give birth to the impact it is expected to achieve for us as far as financial inclusion and addressing economic seclusion is concerned. 10 years down the line, it's 2022, 10 years, milestones, 1 year after the other. We had targets, we had expectations, projections, but there were also encumbrances. Would you say in totality that Nigeria is measuring up the scales in terms of attaining the goals of financial inclusion for the Nigerian people?
I like that question. One, I would say we're not there yet, but we've made significant progress in terms of payment infrastructure, in terms of the number of persons who are now included financially. We had some setback during COVID. The COVID pandemic brought in some setback, but we're identifying the gaps. For instance, we have about 8% gender gap between the male and the female inclusion rates in Nigeria. So that's one area that we've identified. We've seen that the rural area is also excluded. We also have the youth segment. I've mentioned the women. So that's the focus right now, to see how we can ramp up financial inclusion in those segments that we consider excluded. And we're working very hard. Right now, we've exhausted, or let's say the strategy, well, I call it expired, because it was to 2020. And then we've launched another strategy with a very bold target of 95%. And I can tell you that we're working very hard to achieve it. It's good to set targets at the moon. You may very well reach the stars. So that's the way we're taking it.
Ngozi has something to say.
Yes. So, yes, Dr. Emma, I wanted you to actually introduce yourself so that the people know who you are and your capacity, because I know that, the office that you sit in has been the one building and designing and driving and pushing this entire conference. And I just wanted people to understand where you were coming from in terms of your background within this conference, the roles that you guys have played, and then I guess some of your future vision after the conference is done. What is it that we can look forward to coming from your office?
Okay. Thank you, Ngozi, and I hope I can call you Angie.
Yes.
Yes, so I'm Emma Dada, like she's introduced. I work with the Deputy Governor, Financial System Stability, as a Special Assistant. I'm also a Deputy Director in the Central Bank of Nigeria. So that explains that we're at the core of activities to push for greater financial inclusion in Nigeria. We have some governance committees. The Deputy Governor heads the Financial Inclusion Technical Committee, and the Governor heads the Steering Committee. So that puts a lot of responsibility on the Central Bank of Nigeria to drive financial inclusion. And I must say that we've had significant collaboration from broad section of stakeholders. I know if I begin to mention them, I'll obviously skip. So we have lots of them. We have development partners, we have government agencies, we have the private sector, all working together to push for greater financial inclusion in Nigeria. We have our targets, and quickly I must mention that in 2018 we had what we call the midterm review of the national strategy. And the aim of that review was to help us identify what is working, the gaps, and then set new targets. So that's what birthed the new strategy. And that strategy is really where we want to go. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, you guys have heard it directly from the office of the DG Financial, and DG means Deputy Governor, Financial System Stability, and this is her special assistant, giving us an update of what the office has done so far, what their goals are for the future. And we wanted to say congratulations, Deputy Governor, Deputy Director. We're really excited for you. That's amazing. So guys, keep sending your questions in. I'm going to go with her to go and scout for the second person that I wanted to bring on here while I give Obi the mic for a couple of minutes.
Thank you very much. So it's still the Conference on International Financial Inclusion, or rather the International Conference on Financial Inclusion, holding here at the Transco Hilton Hotel, the iconic architectural edifice warehousing a momentous event where we've seen captains of industry, stakeholders, policymakers, think tank pushers, and those who are innovators in bringing forth technological platforms on how that can support the process of driving financial inclusion in Nigeria and for Nigeria. And indeed, the stats says it all. It's impactful, it's realizable, and the Nigerian people are beginning to come full cycle in seeing to it that they continue to enjoy the benefits of this entire concept that is meant to make funds, credits accessible, attainable, and also usable amongst Nigerian people. And we have someone who is a member of the House, Aisha. Aisha is here with us. Aisha Leila, it's good to have you. Aisha Leila Sadiq, she works with the media team, corporate communications at the Central Bank of Nigeria, the host central bank, and it's such an honor to have you with us. How does it feel being part of history?
It's amazing. What can I describe how I feel today? I feel so elated and so excited. Thank you.
We also feel so. It's actually rubbing off on us already. Ngozi and I have been very particular about, trying to sieve the expectations of participants. Now, beyond the conference, so that it doesn't come across as maybe one of those talk shops, expectations are that all the takeaways from this conference will be applied or even applicable in helping us expand the frontiers of impact that financial inclusion is expected to create for Nigeria. Do you believe that the conference, the first of its kind on financial inclusion, has the capacity to outdo the expectations of the beneficiaries of this all-important, all-inclusive initiative, financial inclusion?
Yes, I believe so. This conference has all the capacity it needs to meet the needs of every stakeholders that is involved in this whole edition.
I'm sure, Ngozi, when it comes to interviews such as this, it's financial inclusion, so we have to make it all inclusive and create a healthy gender balance. So naturally, Ngozi would want to engage you, especially maybe just to key into your thoughts or maybe trigger your thoughts. There's been this buzz or fuss in quotes about women being beneficiaries, and to create a healthy gender balance, the men folk will wonder, what is in it for us? Is financial inclusion ultimately meant to benefit the women folk? I don't know if there are thoughts you have along these lines which you could actually tie along her thoughts to see if there's actually a gender balancing in the entire process of financial inclusion and the end beneficiaries.
Okay, so it's interesting that you're asking me. But in my opinion, obviously, historically, women haven't had access to a lot of education compared to men. And that's why you have campaigns about the girl child, right? So the lack of education also filters through to lack of financial education, where women are not so savvy about what's available for them in the finance space. So the reason that there's an emphasis on financial inclusion and women is because we know that historically women have been excluded from the marketplace, even though they're actually the ones who make quite a lot of the money from the petty businesses that run families, but they don't have enough of the education or enough of the access to be part of mainstream the finance industry or the finance sector. And so the reason why there's a lot of emphasis is because of that historic reason. Another thing is there was research done in India where they found that when young women are included in finances, in their families, as well as in the banking sector, it actually trickles down to every member of the family, unlike when a man is. So if a man is financially educated and responsible, a lot of his income could go to other things that are not family oriented. But when a woman is financially educated and empowered, her money goes towards school fees, home care, taking care of domestic duties, taking care of elders, their parents, and stuff like that. So when you give women empowerment financially, it actually has a huge ripple effect, and it impacts the rest of their family further than when it's a man, which is really surprising because historically men have made all the money and men have been the ones in the space. But we're finding that when you get to the grassroots level, it's actually the financial inclusion of women that has a bigger impact on society, has a bigger impact on the economy, because women are seriously active in the petty trading and in sort of industries around that. So they are the ones who, when they have been included in the finance sector, make a huge difference in the economy and in the family. Yes.
So if I could add to that too, I think cultural barriers of the economy, it has been a great challenge for women, especially for women. So they are excluded in many ways due to culture. So with this financial inclusion initiative, we believe that it can break through cultural barriers and get them involved in the whole financial inclusion space. Thank you.
I'm beginning to wonder if men are in the mix of this. But all the same, the whole idea is to see how we can expand the space and get more people involved. I mean, it's not, the Central Bank of Nigeria isn't saying that the men in the scheme of things aren't important in the interplay that goes on within the financial system, but the women should be given their pride of place because of the capacities they possess and the versatilities that women bring to bear when it comes to driving finances, when they have access to credit. Aisha, Leila, Sadiq, so good to have you. Ngozi and I, it's been a pleasure having you on air, broadcasting to about 78 countries, over 5,000 participants. What a moment. Thank you so much. All right. Enjoy lunch. See ya.
So I'm going to get another. All right. Okay.
Sorry. So it's still proceedings at the ongoing first International Conference on Financial Inclusion, a first amongst its kind, an opportunity for Nigeria to showcase the huge potentialities it has when it comes to financial inclusion and expanding the frontiers of impact that access to credit can provide for the unbanked Nigerian people. It's only here at the Transcorp Hilton Hotel, and we want to appreciate all our online participants from 4 continents, over 78 countries, and over 5,000 participant strong conference. It's a moment for us, and we are absolutely delighted that the conversations are ringing through across continents, across countries, across borders. It is focusing on the theme financial inclusion for all, scaling innovative digital models, and it is time for us to take the technological platforms that can power financial inclusion to a whole new level, and as we continue to broaden the impact of this narrative. It's me, Obi Anyina, aka OBX, the voice of choice, that calms the noise. We'll look forward to conducting many more interviews as proceedings continue. Bye for now.
As Nigeria evolves from the
as Nigeria evolves.
I've been running my business on my own, trying my best to get it to the next level, but I really need some help to get ahead. I know just what to do, I'll vault it for my loans, overdraft, step by step to my dream business we vault. Vault is the answer. Salary earners, entrepreneurs, get your loans with no collateral. Hey. Vault is the answer. Quick sign up, zero paperwork, step by step to your dream business with Vault. By Polaris Bank.
Vault is available to individuals, SMEs, and corporate customers. Download Vault by Polaris Bank from the Google Play Store or Apple App Store to get started today.
Vault is the answer. Set I want.
Stanbic IBTC.
Set I want.
909.
I want.
Artist Wallet. Gigi. Stanbic IBTC. Gang. 909. Gang. Whoa, it can be. Gang. When you use 909. Gigi. Send money via 909. Gang. Buy airtime via 909. Gang. Sub data via 909. Gang. Pay bills via 909. Gang. That's the 909 hash. Gang. 909 is the gang code. Gang. Dial up now with all phones. Gang. Use Artist Wallet if you want code. Set I want gang, gang, gang. Gang. 909 gang. Gang. Pay bills gang. Gang. Account opening gang. Set I want loan approved gang. Send me your account number gang. Credit alert gang. Gang, gang, gang. This gang is your short code. Dial star.
Hi guys, we bring you great news from EcoBank as usual.
I mean, it doesn't get better than this.
Drum roll! Express Point app. It's an amazing way to make extra money on the go on your mobile phone.
Ask me how.
How?
Ask me how.
How?
Well, the app allows you to open accounts for people, and each time you open accounts for people, you get extra cash, extra moolah.
It's that simple.
Express earnings.
And that's not the only thing that you can do with this app. You can totally do bill payments,
Airtime top up,
cash transfers, withdrawals, cash deposits, and so much more. Download the EcoBank Express Points app on App Store
or your Play Store today
and start making extra money.
Alright.
When you hear the sound of credit alert, quick and easy transfer, say we want to serve you better. No be play, we go turn your business around. We are Fidelity Bank. Sure you be the person we want relax, save your money, your girl we dey serve, we no dey tire. Say now your future be our concern. At Fidelity Bank.
Founded on an audacious dream, Flutterwave is here to help Africans take the global stage. The fashion designer, the fitness influencer, the student dreaming of her MBA, millions of us are ready. But while we have the talent, the products, and the great ideas, we struggle with the basic business need to pay and get paid. It's a pain. As Africans, we are divided by dozens of banks, currencies, and mobile wallets. So we started Flutterwave to make payments easy, to provide one easy-to-use payment platform for the entire continent and the products and services you need to support your business, so you can show the world.
I have two lovely ladies. Am I not blessed? I have Ngozi Okafor, my co-anchor, doing awesome magical work on the microphone. And of course, I have yet another Ngozi on stage. Am I not blessed? Oh my goodness. Dr. Ngozi Egbuna was retired as a director at the Central Bank of Nigeria, and also retired as the Director General of the West African Monetary Institute, Accra, Ghana. She's done some tremendous policy-related work as a technocrat, as a policymaker, and also as a craftswoman, for as long as repositioning the aspirations of not just the Central Bank of Nigeria, but also agencies within the sub-region of West Africa is concerned. So good to have you here. I'm sure you're having a swell time. I'm sure she's having a swell time. It's obvious that you are. Thank you so much, and I hope it's been a worthwhile experience for you so far. There's a question I need to ask you. Having worked within the policy orbits, within the financial system, when you talk about digital models, and how they are meant to upscale, or what I say, drive the turbines of financial inclusion, are there policies that ought to be put in place that can help to synchronize digital models that are accessible within in the 21st century, and how they can create impact of financial inclusion, ultimately to impact the lives of the Nigerian people? We want to hear the policy angle to this.
Thank you so very much. I would like to start by saying thank you for having me, and also to thank the DG FSS, Mrs. Aisha Ahmed, for inviting me. I'm very glad to be here, and it's been an awesome morning, and I'm looking forward to a great evening because there's much more to showcase here. As for the policies that would drive the digital model, I think that we have the framework in place, but also to stress the fact that we need to have the regulatory sandbox in place. And I'm glad that the Central Bank of Nigeria is also driving that, because you remember that we are the first country in sub-Saharan Africa to start the CBDCs. So it's very important that even as we are doing that, that the regulatory frameworks are in place. And to have that regulatory framework in place, we need the regulatory sandbox functional, so that we'll have level playing field, we'll have policy involvement, and ultimately it will be scaled up. Let me also say that we also need some model or some innovative ideas on how to scale up financial literacy. Not just the payment models, but literacy issues. How can people have financial literacy things on their palm? How can they listen to it? How can they have jingles and all that? Because without financial literacy, even if you drive financial inclusion, you would miss, there's a missing gap. You cannot be financially included if you're not financially literate, because financial literacy drives financial inclusion. But if you are financially included and you're financially illiterate, then you won't even be able to appreciate, what's going on. So financial literacy is key, and that's where, like on a personal level, I've over the years given out financial literacy to children, from the church to an NGO, and to writing books on nairability and all that, just to make sure that we catch them young and we are able to appreciate what the children are doing, and adults, especially women. If you make sure that a woman is financially literate, then she would make sure that her family is financially included and financially literate. And so to scale up that model, we need to have the space for innovation. No matter how rudimentary it is, let it be available to them, and then you will see that it will drive financial inclusion faster. I heard about financial inclusion this morning, last mile, right? That was what they were saying, last mile. The last mile is that practically every woman is financially literate, every woman is financially included, and so we'll get the last mile.
Just before I swing the microphone from one Ngozi to the other, I actually missed out on actually unbundling her very enviable portfolio. Dr. Mrs. Ngozi Egbuna, apart from being a seasoned economist, strategist, and technocrat, is currently the Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of Nairability. What a name that is. A peculiar name for a peculiar woman. So, Ngozi, I know there are a barrage of questions you would want to swing in, so let the people hear you.
For my namesake, my more qualified, more educated, more experienced namesake. I wanted to find out, from the conference that you've attended so far, I know we're only halfway through day one, are there any standout moments or anything that you heard that you thought, now that is a fantastic idea, something that we need to implement, or something that we've already implemented that you think, we need to do further? So I'm asking if this has had an impact so far and what that is.
Thank you so very much, my beautiful namesake. And it's obvious that you're more educated. Don't worry about the education. But the truth of the matter is that today I have been very educated, because first of all, DG Aisha Ahmed gave a beautiful opener to the whole conference, and fantastic with figures that you could take to the bank. Now, having said that, she also highlighted the issue of data. And then the first plenary now amplified data analysis and data issues with the young lady, I've forgotten her name, who made very pointed argument for data and data analysis. We need to work on data, because like they say, when you put anything to figures and numbers and letters, you lose the average Nigerian. They don't want to read, they don't want to do anything, but data is very important, and analyzing data is even more critical. So she made a point that she had an account for 15 years, but the bank said she was not qualified for any credit. That's a very sad story, because you need that. If you imagine if she has that kind of experience, now imagine the people that have accounts by proxy, and the woman selling something by the roadside, and the vulcanizer, they are totally invisible. Even if they have an account, they are totally invisible. So we need to do more with data, but beyond doing more with data is the need that we need to scale up purposely, and that's what the Financial Inclusion 3.0 aims to do. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure having you, Auntie Angie. It's a bit of an informal setting, so I can call her Auntie Angie. So much inspiration, so much illuminating insights. Anytime you come to the core of conversations around these topics, you always deliver as we always would expect you would. Dr. Ngozi Igbuna is the Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of Nairability, and she's doing fantastic work as far as driving the conversations around financial inclusion is concerned. Thank you so much for having us. You're very welcome. Thank you so much. We sure will. We're still on, the interview sessions still going on, and it is now my honor and privilege to bring on set the Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of Enhancing Financial Innovation and Access, Elfina, a very, very major player in this the financial inclusion business. Let's have him on set, Isaiah Owolabi. So good to have you, the Chief Exec of Elfina. Elfina is a name, a household name within the domain of financial inclusion. Right from the Maya Declaration Commitment Treaty that was signed by Nigeria, and when Nigeria came on board in 2012, and it's been 10 years, an entire decade of some very resilient work in seeing that we drive the conversations to the grassroots, because the beneficiaries, the end beneficiaries, are the Nigerian people who are the unbanked. And most of them, like you already know, belong to that demographic. So Mr. Owolabi, so good to have you here. I hope you're having a swell time at the conference.
Thank you for having me. It's been a good time.
As Chief Executive Officer of Elfina, and considering the partnership that you have sustained over the years with the Central Bank of Nigeria, now we are domesticating the conversation around digital models, upscaling digital models, and how they can help drive financial inclusion for optimal impact. How do you think your agency can key into this lofty vision of making it happen using digital platforms?
Thank you very much for the question. I think one of the most important things to look at is data, and how data has shown what are the biggest gaps for people to use or uptake digital tools for their financial services. And when you think about this, you need to understand the fact that as you look across Nigeria, from the northern part of Nigeria to the southern part of Nigeria and rural urban communities, you see that there are so many barriers, from economic barriers to institutional barriers, that limit the ability of people to have access to data. And you have to consider that. And before we even think about digital, we need to think about digital literacy, because people need to know before they can utilize. And if we think about digital literacy, then we need to think about how to level it or integrate it across different program areas to make sure that digital literacy and financial inclusion programs are strongly interlinked. And most importantly, they are connected to market opportunities, because this is what will then increase uptake of these digital tools. The other important thing is trust. We need to build trust for people to want to use digital. And then you also want to think about infrastructural barriers. There are still a lot of communities in Nigeria today where they do not even have access to internet, or where they do not have access to good data and everything like that. So you want to think about that. But most importantly, what a lot of people are not talking about is cybersecurity issues. You know, the bottom of the pyramid is a unique set of population, and 5 naira, 100 naira mean a lot to this group of people. What that means is that if they are not very well protected and they have what you may, or what people may term as a small loss, it can significantly affect their interest in continuity and in the ability to use this. But also policy is very, very important. Policy and action need to merge, and we need to design and implement policy in line with contextual realities, which is very important. What is the reality of the person in the north is different from what is the reality of the person in the south. And different states in the north, different states in the south, different communities across. You have to think about that. Product when you design a product and you say this is a product for women, women group is not a monolith. There's women group, urban women, rural women, rich women, poor women, women within the average income, educated, non-educated. But if you design a product and you say this is a product for women, it would only address a minute population of this group. So as we think about digital product, we have to think about it in form of the gender relevance of this product.
Just before I swing the microphone back to Ngozi, it appears that there has to be a synergy of various elements to see to it that digital models, in the bid to upscale them, are attainable within the context of financial inclusion. You mentioned data, you mentioned technology, you mentioned the cultural, social-cultural encumbrances, a whole lot of things. I mean, Ngozi, doesn't that trigger your thoughts or your thought process as to how all of these things, how we can create a nexus of all of these elements in attaining the goals for financial inclusion within the context of upscaling digital models? So I was just wondering if I could pick your thoughts a bit in line with the questions you intend to ask the gentleman from Elfina.
Yes, actually, when he was speaking, I was thinking this is very complex because, like he said, we've got infrastructural issues, we've got education level issues, we've got technology issues. There's so many things that are causing people to have a slow adoption and not to be included into the financial space. And then, like he said, when we talk about women in finance or women, in financial inclusion, it's not just one woman. There are different types of women, and northern women are different from southern women. And as he was describing it all, I thought this is an overwhelming amount of factors to take into account. And my question for you was actually thinking about, as an organization, what do you guys do? Because I don't know if all the people who are online are familiar with the work that you do and how you operate in the space, and maybe sort of what the vision is like in future for Elfina in terms of the kinds of impact you want to be making in our society.
Thank you very much. One of the key things Elfina does is to support key players, including regulators, operators, and every other type of players with the necessary data to make informed decision, which is very, very key. Evidence-based decision making or decision that is based on data can help to improve the process. The other thing as part of doing this is the Access to Financial Services Survey, which we have been publishing every 2 years since 2008. And this is one of the most reliable data on financial inclusion in Nigeria today. Coupled with that system strengthening, we continue to build the capacity of stakeholders across different sectors to be able to leverage sex disaggregated data to accelerate the impact of financial inclusion intervention. And lastly, I will add the fact that we are also supporting key stakeholders and also operators to understand the policy environment and make sure that whatever product that they are putting out to the market is in response and aligns with Nigerians' policy. Our biggest goal is definitely for all of the excluded Nigerian, financially excluded Nigerian, to be formally included. That's the biggest goal of Elfina. Thank you very much.
And indeed, an attainable goal it is. Thank you so much, Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of Elfina, Isaiah Owolabi, and that means enhancing financial innovation and access. Thanks for all the innovation and also creating access to credit in your collaborations with the Central Bank and all the other players in the financial system. Thank you so much. Enjoy the conference. Next up, we will be having on set from Rizopay, Chizaram Uchaga. So can we have Chizaram Uchaga on set? Hello, Chizaram, it's good to have you. Thank you. I hope you're having a swell time on the conference. Please tell us, Rizopay, what is the philosophy behind your operations? How does it align with the ultimate aspiration of the goals set for this conference?
So the objective of getting 95% of the country financially included by 2024, it's a big target, but it's doable. So what RiseUpPay does is that basically our slogan is banking the unbanked. So what we do is that we enable people who don't have bank accounts get a tier 1 account in less than 2 minutes. So we partnered with Kuda Bank, and what that does is that we put the heavy lifting on the agents, because most of these people who don't have bank accounts, a lot of them are not literate, especially in the northeast, northwest, some of those communities we target. So if you tell them, okay, use USSD, the assumption with USSD is that anybody can use it, but you need a level of education and literacy to be able to navigate the menu. So what we've done is that we put that heavy lifting on these agents, these POS agents, who do the heavy lifting. So with the app, you just open the app, take the picture. It's a tier 1 account, so you just get the basic information, and within 2 minutes you open an account for them, and they can now deposit, withdraw, very easy. So we did that. We raised some angel funding. We launched in August, and we're now expanding in Kano, Borno, and some of those areas.
August this year?
August this year.
Oh, wow. So we're with one of the innovators in the space. And if I just want to recap what you said to ensure that I understood it. So what you do is work with agents to help individuals who don't have access to brick and mortar banks to open up bank accounts. And tier 1 would mean that they're opening up sort of a smaller level of bank account where they don't have an unlimited amount of transactions that they could perform. And so you teach the agents and you enable the agents with technology to go ahead and meet individuals, open up an account for those people, and then they're able to deposit money into their accounts and withdraw through your agents. So are these bank accounts going to be at any bank of their choice? Do you have access to helping somebody open an account at a Zenith Bank and at a UBA bank, or how does that work?
Okay, so at the moment we partnered with Kuda Bank, but we actually can open up the platform to other banks, whether it's UBA, Zenith. So we can provide a white label solution for them. So whether you're running a Zenith Bank account or whatever, we can create a replica of that system for them. So our first partner bank at the moment is Kuda Bank. So within 2 minutes, these guys can get banked. And from what we've seen, when we're launching this, a number of people were saying, no, most of these guys don't want to get banked. We're like, no, that's not the case, because we launched it out of a need we saw in the market. So one of our co-founders has been running an agent banking business for like 9 years. And then he had like 9 locations in Abuja, Nasarawa. So every day he had people come to the agent saying, oh, we have 30K. Can we give you this money to keep? Record it somewhere. So if you come and withdraw 5K, on your ledger, you have 25K of our money, so we can come anytime. So what we did was like make it easy. And then we are also looking at the fact that POS machines are expensive. Not everybody can afford them. So we built it on the app because our background is in technology, so we're electrical engineers. And then we have people on our team with finance background and all of that. So like an ATM machine basically is debiting money from an account and crediting it somewhere. So when you have a Riser Pay account, it's debiting it. If you're doing a deposit, right, it's debiting from the agent's account and crediting your account because you're giving the agent cash. But then when you're doing a withdrawal, because withdrawals are very sensitive transactions, so what we do is that we use a 3-factor authentication. So when you come, it sees your face on the app. So it's almost like you walked into a banking hall. Then you put in your PIN. And then what you also do is that it sends you an OTP message. So when you put that OTP message, it knows that you indeed came there. So it's not like when you have people steal ATM cards with the PIN and they go and they can withdraw. With our system, that doesn't happen. So we put a lot of work into making sure that transactions are secure. And also, even the language barrier. Most of the people in these communities don't speak English. Maybe they just speak Hausa or Yoruba or Igbo. So because we now said, okay, why don't we make it easy so anybody who doesn't even speak English can use this? So that's why we make the agents do the heavy lifting. So the customer just comes, even if he's speaking in Hausa, to the agents. The agent, Menene Sunanka, he tells Kabiru, whatever, takes their picture, puts their details. When they want to transact, they don't even need to know English. So that's how beautiful Riser Pay is.
I love that. I love how we're using technology to move financial inclusion forward. I love that we're culturally sensitive and looking at what people are needing. It's exciting to see all the changes that are happening in Nigeria in the finance space and the way technology is being leveraged in finance. So I just wanted to say, you know, I'm I'm excited about what you guys are doing. I can't wait to see what's happening in future with you. And if Obi wants to add anything else, this would be a good time. If not, we might move on to another person.
Thank you very much for fostering this collaboration, and we look forward to more wins as we continue to combat the menace of economic seclusion in Nigeria. Thank you very much. Chizaram Uchaga is Managing Director, Chief Exec, I reckon, with Riser Pay. Thank you for being on set with us. Enjoy the conference. Next up, we have the pleasure of inviting Dorcas Thorpe. We have Dorcas Thorpe. Dorcas is from the Lapo Microfinance Bank. Hello, Dorcas. How are you doing? It's good to have you. It's so interesting to know that I never knew that what Lapo actually meant was Lift Above Poverty Organization. Oh, that's a very profound, you know, microfinance banks in Nigeria. They number probably getting into their thousands now, and microfinance banks are supposed to be, you know, when I say like support financial institutions for the services provided by deposit money banks. Now, you can actually say that microfinance banks are more like the banks of people of the grassroots, people who are economically or financially disadvantaged. With the theme of the conference and the intent of scaling digital models, how does a microfinance bank such as yours key into this vision, and how does this support the goals of addressing the concerns of people who are already financially disadvantaged in the rural communities? Would you like to tell our online community a bit of that, please? Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Hi. All right. So just like you've mentioned, LAPO stands for Lift Above Poverty Organization, which really is our vision. Has been for over 33 years now, actually. And the target markets we've been working with are the MSMEs, you know, micro, small enterprises. And from the, the conference, you hear a lot of challenges that this segment faces. I mean, there's infrastructure challenge, there's literacy challenge, there's digital inclusion challenge. So there's just a lot of things that would exclude them, from financial, sector and services. So what LAPO does is really through our spread. So I think that with this segment, one thing is important. They need some kind of physical engagement. I mean, with tech, with digital, they're not savvy yet, so they need that physical touch. What we try to do is to say, how do we mix physical and digital to reach these people? So you would hear the term a lot about phygital, right? And that's how we're going to approach this, to say that we would use our physical channels, distribution channels, branches, agents, network to reach them, but also try to digitize the processes. So in terms of service, the time is reduced. In terms of access, you're able to reach more people with the digital channels. That's what we're really doing with the target markets. It's different to serve these people. It's very different. They have different needs. So you have to tailor your products and services and your distribution channels to meet their needs. And at LAPO, we've done that, and we're still doing that for over 30 years. We're looking at, partnerships with even fintechs, with tech companies to offer digital, channels for our products and services. Yeah.
Before Ngozi asks her question, in order to create, in my opinion, maximum impact, I think there ought to be, some kind of operational synergy across the entire stretch of operations as far as microfinance banks in Nigeria are concerned. We have way more in numbers microfinance banks in Nigeria vis-a-vis deposit money banks. Is the LAPO Microfinance Bank or LAPO Microfinance Bank going into any collaborations with other microfinance banks in terms of leveraging on the expectations of the poor, the productive poor, as well in the grassroots, or is it like a solo runner kind of thing you're doing?
So we have done a solo thing before, but we're looking at, partnerships with cooperatives, really. we're also trying to partner with some microfinance bank to provide funding for their businesses. I mean, that's the level of partnership that we're looking at, to provide funding for them to also reach their target markets. But in terms of cooperatives, the non-formal operators, we're looking at how we could bring them, provide either technology, because some of these MFIs, the small ones don't have the capacity as much as we do. So in terms of capacity technology, how could we support them to also reach, their markets? Those are some of the conversations we're having as we look forward to our next 5-year strategy, plan. Yeah.
So I kept getting messages, people telling me, please tell her she's pretty. Please tell her she's pretty. So the online audience want to know.
Post lunch, I know it's a little bit heavy, but we will not lose sight of the fact. Is it? If it's not, don't worry. All right. We had a very stimulating panel session earlier, just before we went for lunch. We will continue exactly where we stopped, but kickstarting plenary 3 will be a keynote by Dr. Alfred Hanning on catalyzing global partnerships for financial inclusion. Distinguished delegates, I'd like to request that we take down the volume of the noise, cease the movements about, and get ready for commencement. Technical, if we have Dr. Alfred Hanning's message, we will take it right now. Thank you very much. And once again, welcoming you back from lunch.
His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Ministers of the Government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Governors of Federal States, Honorable Godwin Emefiele, Governor, Central Bank of Nigeria, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I must say that I would have liked to be with you this afternoon in person in Abuja for this very important event, but regrettably, I'm not able to come due to the event. His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Ministers of the Government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Governors of Federal States, Honorable Godwin Emefiele, Governor, Central Bank of Nigeria, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I must say that I would have liked to be with you this afternoon in person in Abuja for this very important event, but regrettably, I'm not able to come due to the conflicting commitments, but at least I can connect it in this way, which is maybe one of the big outcomes of the pandemic. Allow me to express my appreciation for the opportunity to address this outstanding gathering. I wish to appreciate really the immense efforts of the government of the Republic of Nigeria, the federal state.
Sets of discussants will be speaking on financial inclusion for all country experiences. And that session will be moderated by no less distinguished academic than Professor Olayinka David West. Is Professor West in the hall, please? Professor West, Transition Committee. Well, Professor West, while they get her, will be joined on this panel by Ms. Tolulope Babajide, Financial Sector Deepening, Africa, Kenya. Is Ms. Babajide with us in the hall, please? Ms. Babajide? Okay, we'll move on. Mr. Sauba Gag is CEO, Identification Authority of India. And Ms. Evelyn Kilonzo,
Portfolio Lead, Financial Inclusion and Innovation, Banking Supervision Department, Central Bank of Kenya. Yes, my panel, like pieces of puzzle, are falling into place now gradually. Please put your hands together for members of the team.
I didn't realize.
No. So once again, I'd like to run through. Professor Olayinka David West is moderator. I can confirm that Professor West is present. Ms. Tolulope Babajide. Ms. Babajide. Thank you very much. Mr. Saubagag. Not. Miss Evelyn Kilonzo. Miss Kilonzo, thank you very much. And Miss Rasha Negim, right? Thank you very much. Assistant Sub-Governor, FinTech and Innovation, all the way from Cairo, Central Bank of Egypt. Moderator, I will hand it over to you to kickstart the journey now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You know, this is the worst time to come back into a session, isn't it? After lunch. So we sort of practice something that we want you all to do. We want you all to get out your phones, right? Get out your phones and take a selfie of yourselves. So you see what you all look like after lunch. Come on, please get out your phones and take a selfie of yourselves. So we see what you look like after lunch. Are you energized or are you still looking a bit low? Is Dr. Gaj with us? Great, everyone's taking a selfie. So you can reflect after the session and say, okay, this is what I look like then, this is what I look like now. So ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and it's an honor and a pleasure to be here at this Maiden Financial Inclusion Conference. I want to laud the Central Bank of Nigeria for putting this together because it really is putting financial inclusion on the national map. So please, let's give a round of applause for Central Bank of Nigeria. Thank you. So this afternoon we heard about some of the challenges, and the DG gave her opening remarks around our financial inclusion journey and the story of where we're coming from. And it's been a long journey, it's been a nice journey, it's been a painful journey, but we're still in it, and I don't think anyone is here to give up. So what we want to do today is learn from our siblings around Africa and also India. And our siblings are going to tell us what has worked, what hasn't worked, and where would you see we should be going to? Because we've heard about, you know, inclusion means different things to different people. Inclusion is not just about an account, but it's also about access and use of different financial service products. So when we talk about financial service products, the central bank is leading, but we also need insurance, we need pensions, we need insurance, pensions, and which other one is there? Investments, yes, exactly, wealth and investments. So ladies and gentlemen, one thing we also need to tell ourselves is that we're not doing badly. Because sometimes we come to fora like this and we look at it and think, oh no, we're doing badly. Globally, according to the World Bank Findex, there's still 1.4 billion adults without access to financial services. So if you think about our global population just surpassed 8 billion the other day, right? And let's say half are adults. So there's still a number of people globally that don't have access to financial services. So I'm going to start with, is Dr. Gaj online? Hi, Dr. Gaj, can you hear us? Great, good to see you. So Dr. Gaj, we can't hear you. No, we can't hear Dr. Gaj. Technical, so while we're fixing Dr. Gaj's audio, let me start with you, Russia. Egypt is north of Africa, right? And sometimes it's in a region which we call the Middle East, Northern Africa. But tell us, how is financial inclusion faring? Because Egypt has similarities to Nigeria, right? We're almost the same size. We're half of our population, but then similarities. So tell us, what are the highlights of financial inclusion in Egypt? What has worked, what hasn't worked, and what have been your pain points?
Hello. Okay.
it's working. So thank you, Central Bank of Nigeria, for hosting us here. It's a great pleasure, and to be honest, I'm impressed of the gender bias of female in this panel. So it's the first time that I attend a panel and I'm not the only female on the panel. So sorry for Dr. Gaucho, he's not here anyway, but this is really impressive. This shows that we're still rocking it. So, and yes, financial inclusion, it's a priority and a core focus area at the Central Bank of Egypt. And basically due to its tremendous impact of improving the inclusive growth and maintaining the financial and the social stability, and gender equality and women economic empowerment is as of equal high priority that we put a lot of emphasis. So a few years back, we have, as a central bank, have acted proactively to include more financial services and banking services for all segments, including women, youth, people with determination, and with a focus of very wide geographical distribution across all governorates of the Republic. So I think we've done a lot of initiatives, and I think it's with impact. Like we've increased the financial inclusion rate with this adult having any financial transaction account from 17.1 in 2016 to 36.8 million adults having at least one financial transaction. This is like 115% growth rate just in 5 years. So yeah, we're still way long to go. It's just like at 56.2% currently, but we're hopefully that we're doing a lot of efforts. We've just issued our financial inclusion strategy this year till 2025. But the most impressive thing that though the growth rate of the whole adult population was 115,
So Rasha, what I'm hearing you say is that you focused a lot on the supply side, right? In terms of getting the products and services on the supply side going. My mic? Okay, great. Now, is Dr. Gaj back? Can we hear him now?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Dr. Gaj. So Dr. Gaj, tell us,
Oh,
India
great.
is one of our largest countries and populations that also has very high levels of poverty. What have been the highlights of financial inclusion in India, the successes as well as the pain points that you want to sort of throw at the Nigerian audience? You're welcome, Dr. Gaj.
Thank you. So I would say that one of the biggest issues has been how to reach the 1.3 billion people, and to ensure that the banking sector has a kind of a know your customer identity which can be used to onboard the people. And for that, I think technology has really been a driver, because a few years back, in fact about 5 to 7 years back, a major drive was made to bank the unbanked, and nearly more than 400 million bank accounts were opened. And the fact that they could be opened was because we had a digital identity in place, which helped in onboarding them. So onboarding customers, onboarding the people who are unbanked, that has been a major drive, and that's the first point. Once they are onboarded, the second major challenge obviously is to ensure access for them for the different services that the banking system has to offer. We have over 600,000 villages, so obviously it's not possible to provide brick and mortar branches at every village. And that's where, again, technology has been a major driver, that we have what we call the Aadhaar-enabled payment systems, by which people can transact in their bank accounts, they can deposit and withdraw funds by the use of banking correspondents who use technology to get linked to their bank accounts. So I think technology has been a big enabler for us, and going forward, we hope to continue to harness technology to be able to ensure that people who live at the edges, who live in remote areas, and who are not so literate yet, that they can use technology to ensure that the basic financial needs are met.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Dr. Gaj. And I think what you've just thrown at us is a really big challenge. 600,000 villages, we only have 774,000 local governments, or 774 local governments. And then also 400 million accounts. I think if they can do it, Nigerians, can't we do it? It's not insurmountable, right? Okay, so let's hear from also Kenya. Kenya is one of these countries that, you know, when we're talking about successes in financial inclusion, we always look at our East African brothers, right? So, Evelyn, why don't you tell us what has happened in Kenya? How did Kenya become the narrative piece for Africa?
Thank you very much, Professor Yinka, for this opportunity. And thank you, Dr. DG Aisha and the Central Bank for inviting us. Allow me to just indicate before I start that indeed we are in innovatory times. And the issue of innovation and technology is something just like Nigeria, Kenya has embraced. And our story started pretty much 13 years ago with the introduction of mobile phone financial services. And as you know, the story of M-Pesa is a story that Kenya likes to brag about, but it's something that has been replicated in many countries across Africa. So to give you context, Kenya has a population of about 50 million, and currently we have an inclusion rate of 83.7. And really this is thanks to the mobile phone. And the reason why this has actually been a success is because the mobile phone came to serve a need. Our population, pretty much like Nigeria and other African countries, had a lot of people who live in the rural areas and coming to work in the city. So the principle of sending money home is really what drove mobile financial services in 2007 with the advent of the licensing, of the introduction of M-Pesa. And really this was a time when workers would send money home to their wives and children in the rural areas. And this was the need that it came to serve. And a lot of people embraced it over time. And this really has been successful, the need. Secondly, we do have a very high mobile penetration rate in Kenya. Actually, currently, we 132% of penetration of mobile phones, meaning that within the adult population, people have more than one phone. So that infrastructure has actually helped the penetration of mobile financial services, which just use basic feature phones using the USSD technology. Secondly, we do have regulatory framework that actually had provided the success to mobile financial services. Obviously, when we began rolling out mobile financial services, there was no regulatory environment suitable for the financial service that is money transfer. But we were able to see some spaces within the law that could actually allow for a test and learn approach where we were learning how to roll out this kind of service and then generate regulations as we go along. This is what we see nowadays as the regulatory sandbox. And I think our success really has been with a regulator that allows for an enabling environment for these services to be rolled out, for innovation to be propagated. Now, in terms of challenges, obviously with an 83.7 access rate, there are other things that we keep seeing, things that keep us awake as regulators. First of all, one of the things that we see is, yes, there is access. We have 400,000 agents which are within 1 kilometer, less than 3 kilometers of the population. But we want to now begin to push usage, issues around consumer protection, issues around data privacy. Secondly, is really the issues around how do we manage the risks of technology with relation to the innovations that are coming in place. And this is really our challenging part.
Okay, great. So even though you've advanced in Kenya, there's still more work to be done around ensuring that there's effective use and continued utility in general. So Tolu, you represent FSD African. You're going to give us the perspective of what are the key highlights we've seen across the continent in terms of what has worked in different other countries other than Kenya and Egypt, for example.
Okay, thank you, Professor, and thank you for having me. I stand on existing protocols, and you know, I've been working presently across 10 African countries. I'm going to be drawing insights from 3 African countries. That is Rwanda, Uganda, and Nigeria. And but I'm going to start with the good side part. The good part is these 3 countries, they have a common denominator, and that is the National Financial Inclusion Strategy, because that is where it all starts. It starts with an enabling environment, and that is what the 3 countries have. But beyond having the NFIS, it's about actioning the NFIS. And what I've seen in Rwanda is slightly above you know, Nigeria and Uganda, because presently we have 93% number of people, or 93% of people that are financially included, and that is a very good number. But when it comes to Nigeria, we have 64, and we have Uganda 53. But then what has worked in Rwanda is that they've been able to institutionalize the credit savings and cooperatives in rural areas. When we look at the people that are excluded in Nigeria, where are they situated? Because when, for Uganda and Nigeria, are we really focusing at the financial service providers? Are they really focusing on knowing, critically dissecting the people that are excluded? Who are they? Beyond the numbers that we tout every year, who are these people? What are their livelihoods? What are their motivations for using financial services? What will change in their lives when they use financial services? Because apart from a typical rural woman, the reason why she will take on a financial service is because she knows that she's able to save. She knows that when it is during planting season, she can get 300,000 naira from a microfinance bank. That is the only reason why she will take up a financial service or product. So it's important that we invest, and I've seen a lot of investment from the Rwanda government that has gone into understanding the different segments of the population. And also beyond that, I've seen in Uganda and Nigeria the dominance of limiting social norms. We can't run away from these social norms, and for a moment I want us to look away from access to accounts beyond the woman beyond people just having access to account. It's how do people use these accounts? And when we look at, let's go to rural areas when it is planting season, and people want an access to a 2 million naira. Considering that these people do not have the necessary collaterals, particularly for women, how are they, because they don't have access to land? So it's financial inclusion itself is not in a vacuum. It's attached to a whole lot of things. So for us to even fix the, women's access to loans, we have to look at land reforms. So these are the insights that I can draw from the 3 countries.
Okay, thank you all very much. And ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, the nuances and the strategies are different from each country. In Egypt, they had supply side. In India, they had the identity, they had technology. In Kenya, it was this issue of urbanization and, families in rural areas. And in Rwanda, it's the implementation and the actioning of the government strategies and the enabling environment and the supporting policies. So I want to go back to India. Dr. Gaj, you mentioned something about rural locations, 400 million accounts, and digital literacy and financial literacy. Tell us, how are you overcoming that in India? Because not only do you have different sects, different languages, how do you what's the bridge that you're using to address financial inclusion and access to services?
Yes, I mean, financial literacy, no doubt, is a very important component. And our central bank, that's the Reserve Bank of India, does a lot of campaigns and tries to educate people on the financial literacy part. But apart from that, number one is that we have our operating mechanisms in different languages. We have over 22 major languages in the country, and the front-facing operating systems operate in many languages. The mobile phone is no doubt a major facilitator in that. In fact, the idea is that as many number of services that can be operated through the mobile phone, that is what is being used. And in fact, we have the UPI, which is the Unified Payments, which operates from mobile to mobile transfers. And there's extensive use of the QR code. So that in a way bridges the issue of people being literate. You can scan the QR code and transfer funds. So I think it's a combination of using mobile phones, which a lot of people have, and which operate in the language they are familiar with, the use of QR codes, which obviates the need to very often punch in numbers or punch in digits, which people would find difficult. And of course, the financial literacy efforts, which the central bank is all the time making. This, of course, takes care of the basic financial needs. And if you need to go to the next level in terms of investments and all, that's where I think that's the bridge that now we are trying to cross on how to ensure that more and more people can look at different financial products and instruments to be able to invest.
Great, thank you, Dr. Gaj. So it's really about indigenous solutions and bridging the gaps with the products we're offering in the marketplace. Evelyn, I'm going to come back to you. You know, one of the challenges we've had in Nigeria is that mobile money hasn't really given us the leverage that we expected it to give us in Kenya, in Nigeria, as it did in Kenya. So can you tell us, what were the nuances that made mobile money really sticky in your own market?
Thank you very much. So one of the things that really helped was really the geographical situation, like I did mention. We had people working in different places, and therefore the need was real. I believe that when you do have an innovation that's serving a need, the uptake is going to resonate with that need. And so because there were a lot of people that were sending money, not just the workers, but generally a lot of people sending money to rural areas using the bus, using their friends, using the post offices. These were very slow, very unsafe, and quite long in terms of the turnaround time. And these are some of the things that help people realize that that need can be met with a solution that's safe, that's accessible and efficient. And so that was one of the things, the geographical nuances within the country. Secondly, I think Kenyans are very innovative. They are very adventurous, I must say, in trying out a lot of new things. And I know for a lot of countries, when innovations come, and even, it's difficult to take up. But really, when this innovation came and different other innovations, Kenyans are willing to try these new things. And these are some of the things that have really helped us. Also, there was the issue of access to financial services for women. And there was a lot of challenges with women accessing financial services because of the bottlenecks that they experience socially, economically. And financial services through the digital technology had allowed them to access services in ways they couldn't before. And actually, if you look at the Kenyan trajectory, you notice that our gender gap is quite small at 4.2. And this is because as women are conducting their normal everyday duties, they're able to access services and make use of them in the economic space. And so these are some of the things that we've been able to see over time.
Thank you. So that's the social norms and the sense of adventure and inquisitiveness to try something new in general. Rasha, COVID was one of the highlights of digital transformation or catalyst of digital transformation globally. And we saw it move the needle across different markets. What happened in Egypt with COVID? What were the nuances that you saw and what were the highlights?
Okay, so the only good thing that COVID brought is the acceleration of digitization, especially in the financial services. Let's acknowledge this. This is the only good thing that happened around it, and we've actually we've seen that the market has changed even because what the COVID brought, and we've found out that it disrupted a lot of traditional or conventional financial services that they used to do, that brought more people into the system. We've been very proactively tweaking and putting some of the regulation that helped us. We firstly introduced the eKYC. It was like the first trial, and it worked bringing on mobile money specifically. And it bring, like, we've seen like millions of people just applying, and first timers to mobile money, just purely because we've tweaked this kind of regulation. Online queuing to bank branches. This is something that came out of the COVID sprint that we've done, that we haven't seen before, and now all the banks are applying it. Just the people at the comfort of their home, just taking a queue number for them to go just straight to their number time, and preferred branch and everything. So there's a lot of new norms that we have seen coming out of COVID. And based on the regulatory infrastructure that we've put in the enabling environment, I think it's going to grow more and more.
Okay, great, thank you. So new norms, I like the online queuing, for example, so it's like a banking appointment in general. I hope we can see some of these innovations also diffuse across Africa to change the behaviors and norms. So before we come to the audience for questions, because we want to open it up to the audience and hear your own voices as well. Dr. Gard, you mentioned the looking into the future. So what does your future portend, and what do you see in the future around investments and other financial services?
The attempt is, I think, the savings bank account, I think, is the very base which is required for anyone to enter the formal financial system. And that's something that is becoming more or less universal, if not already universal, that at least every family definitely has a bank account. We may not have yet reached that every individual has a separate bank account. So given that savings is the base for anything to move forward, the further areas that further inclusion is required obviously is in the area of pensions, in the area of insurance, and then come investments. Pensions, there are various programs. For the bottom of the pyramid, there is the social security based pension products, and then one has the insurance and pension combination of those kind of products. So insurance and life insurance is perhaps the next step going forward, that how we can use the financial base that has been created by financial inclusion, by the universalization of bank accounts, how we can move forward. And then, of course, would come the investments, which require perhaps a slightly greater degree of financial literacy, a greater degree of recognition of the financial risks, and perhaps a deepening of the markets. So debt markets are something which are increasingly getting deepened, and that might be the first level of exposure that I think any prudent financial advisor would suggest. So it's a road forward, but I think this is where we are taking steps, and pension and insurance would be the first steps, and of course health insurance becomes a part of that.
Great. So it's deepening financial services as well as enhancing financial capability. Tolu, what do you see in the rest of Africa before I come to Rasha and Evelyn quickly?
What I see at the forefront is also about climate. That is like the real threat that we all face globally, and particularly in Africa. And I see a lot of investment that is
being pushed into climate, because it's not just affecting one demographic, it's affecting everyone. In East Africa, we see drought. In West Africa, we are seeing lots of flooding. But all of these is then having an impact on our livelihoods and having an impact on the way we live life. So there's a lot of investment, and this is even coming on the heel of COP27, where a lot of investment around loss and damage has been pushed into Africa. So I see a lot of climate financing. I see a lot of things that are going on that will be pushed into the rural areas, that will be pushed into urban areas. And so these are interesting times, and a lot will be done. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So as we're talking about cross-cutting areas, gender, persons with disabilities and discrimination, climate risk is also coming into the conversation, so we don't forget that and realize that it's leaving the poor already further impoverished in general. Evelyn, where do you see the future in terms of Kenya? It's in spite of the advancements.
Thank you very much, Yinka. I believe for us is an issue of how do you achieve scale in a cost-effective way. We are seeing a lot of interoperability right now taking place. Of course, when we started this journey, there were just a few payment service providers, but we are seeing them increasingly coming together to provide shared platforms. So we've seen P2P interoperability, but recently we also had a launch of merchant interoperability, so that they're able to provide services for people to access more using shared infrastructure. We are seeing increasingly, back to the issue of risk, as we are getting our retail payment systems becoming systemically important, how do we deal with risk management? How do we deal with scale? And so the issue of coming up with strategies, national payment strategy, national financial inclusion strategy, so that you can bring together the synergies and work towards achieving the goals that you've set out for financial inclusion.
Okay, great. So we're opening up the system, building network effects, but also being mindful of the risks and the issues. Rasha, I'm coming to you last, because thinking about the theme of the conference, right? Scaling innovative digital models. One of the things we've seen in the Egypt region is the advancement of fintech and innovation. How do you see that's going to push us into the future?
I think the future is the fintech. If we had a look outside of those innovative solutions there, that it's scaling day by day, and they're actually very relevant to the consumers. If we want to have people financially included, we have to be relevant to them. We have to give them the right user experience, and those are the startups who's going to make it and make those innovative products that are going to include more and more people. So this is why fintech is on the top agenda of many countries. I think this is why we're having an exciting news coming up, so stay tuned. But most importantly, that endorsing fintech, and this is why we have issued our fintech and innovation strategy back in 2019, and we keep on pushing on having an enablement environment for the fintechs, because simply we have to understand the problem statement of what people are facing and solve accordingly and find financial solutions that are very relevant to them, speaking the same language, look and feel, user experience, and everything around it. So yes, this is why I think Egypt is becoming second on the Middle East, given that it's the most populous in the Middle East. Sorry, Nigeria took that from us in Africa. But still, I think it's a booming, not only, and this is what you said, not only because of the demand side, but because of the supply side, which is the talent. We have great talent in Africa, we have great talent in Egypt and Nigeria and Kenya, that we need to endorse and we need to develop, because we have to find the right solution, and they actually are making the solutions in order to make more people financially included.
Great, thank you very much, Rasha. So basically, we need to embrace the young innovations and the young startups. And as we were speaking, the Minister of Communications and Digital Economy came in, and that's one of the pillars of the Nigerian digital economy strategy as well. So I'm sure he'll speak more about that. So ladies and gentlemen, our time is up, and we really want to hear you ask our panelists some questions. Do we have any questions for the audience, for the panelists here? Please just indicate. I have questions from the online Hoover audience, because they've been engaging for weeks on end. So if you don't have any questions, we can take theirs, but I would love for live questions from the audience here. Any questions for India, for Kenya, Egypt, or FSD Africa in general. So I have a hand right there. So please go ahead, introduce yourself, and please quickly ask your question and tell us who you want to address your question.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nneka Ume. My question is to Tolu. I want to find out the impact of pricing on financial inclusion on the 3 countries you spoke to. What matters most to the consumers? Is it value or is pricing a deterrent? Thank you.
Okay, just a minute, Tolu. Can we have another question? At the front? Yes, sir, you have a question? Okay, no? Anyone else? Over there, okay, there's a gentleman here and a lady over here, please. Oops, sorry, I missed that section. We'll do 2 sections. The gentleman over here. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. And my question goes to Kenya. We are trying to figure out market for pay-go products in Nigeria, especially with solar home systems. The government is really trying to drive adoption with pay-go products, financing solar home systems in last mile off-grid communities. But the problem we are facing is that most of clients tend to have a problem with 2. Sorry, the speaker is hello. Yeah. So Islamically, you can't have a product with 2 different prices, one for the pay-go and one for one-off. Is there a way that Kenya has been able to mitigate that? Is there any proven cases whereby you try to make buy now, pay later or pay-go product Sharia compliant so as to make it more inclusive for our people? Thank you.
Okay, great. So let Tolu go with the affordability versus value, and then Evelyn will take the pay-go products.
Okay, thank you, Nneka. And this is a very dicey question because when we talk about pricing, we're also talking about affordability, and we're also talking about what is the bandwidth of what someone can take. So in as much as, I will use myself as an example, in as much as I want a quality product, it also then depends on what can I afford it, and how willing do we have different innovators on the market that are ready to design, even when it comes to the quality. So I would say that looking at pricing in Rwanda, looking at pricing in Uganda and Nigeria, it all boils down to affordability and really to individual self. So it's about what can you afford and what can you go for.
Okay, thank you very much. Evelyn, pay-go, solar home systems.
Thank you very much. That is a buy now, pay later system. So yes, thank you for that very important question. We do have products in the market that actually integrate solar and credit for a buy now, pay later business model. And for us, what we do, we've actually recently enacted a law. It's called we amended the Central Bank of Kenya Act to allow for the licensing and the regulation of digital credit providers. So in our case for such a product, and we do have one, maybe you might want to look at one known as M-Copper, we actually allow or expect them to be licensed under the digital credit regulations under the amended Central Bank Act. And these allow for them to be able to provide services. So in this case, the entity is providing the solar products, and they're allowing their consumers to use the product as they pay them consistently. So for us, we recognize this as a digital loan, and they are expected to be licensed under the digital credit regulations, and then they are regulated by the central bank under market conduct regulations. So it's sort of soft touch, not prudential. And this is what provision we have in that case. So this law is very new. It was enacted in May. In December, the regulations were implemented in May, and we began licensing the entities. But prior to that, they were operating outside of the law, but using payments platforms. So this is actually something that is being done right now.
So I have a final question I'm allowed, which I will ask Dr. Gaj, and this is really about the benefit and impact of financial inclusion, especially as it relates to solving social and developmental problems. So Dr. Gaj, there's a question from the online audience, and it says, can financial inclusion alleviate poverty? If so, how?
I think that's a very interesting question. And I think during COVID time, it really came to the fore. Because we have now the ability to transfer funds from the government directly into the bank accounts of people, and the fact that every family has a bank account, it helped, for example, during COVID times to take care of the social security needs of families. We have now the ability to transfer whenever any benefits need to go or a scholarship needs to go to children. We are able to transfer it directly into the bank accounts of people, reducing the time that it takes for the funds to reach the people. Technology also enables them to withdraw the funds at a convenient location where they are located. And I think it also transforms the way one can conceptualize programs because of the fact that transfer of funds directly into bank accounts which are accessible to them from their villages is possible. So it's an enabler for poverty reduction, but obviously poverty reduction is a much larger issue. But the fact that this kind of technology and system and the ecosystem that there is, it would definitely help to achieve that goal that I think most of our countries are trying to do.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gaj. So financial inclusion will enable poverty alleviation, especially the ability to reach individual households with social payments. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much, and I please want you to give a round of applause to our panelists from Egypt, FSD Africa, Kenya, and of course Dr. Gaj from India. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Panelists, not so fast. I will request you to be standing. We'll follow DG FSS. It's time for that photo session with the panelists and the attendant presentation of gifts in appreciation of the wonderful inside there. I'll be requesting Professors Obada, Jalingo, Adedikunju to please do us the honors of making presentation of gifts to the panelists. So let's have the gifts. Please go up. Please to receive it. Please, you leave. Thank you very much. And thank you for all the panelists for coming to share with us from your wealth of knowledge. The conversation continues, of course. What they've just done is just to trigger a continuous search for more insight in financial inclusion for all. Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is still the International Financial Inclusion Conference 2022 holding here at the Transcorp Hilton Abuja today 24th through to tomorrow 25th of November 2022. And we've just had the panel discussion on financial inclusion for all country experiences. At this point, we will be inviting you to sit back as we request technical to play a video on, yes, the fintech bridge, right? Now, yes. Now, but the point I wanted to make is that I think the DG is more eminently qualified to speak to it. So once the short video is played, the DG is going to do some elucidation, right? And then, not to say he is a masquerade, but the big masquerade in the room, the Honorable Minister of Communication and Digital Economy, Professor Isa Ali Pantabi, will be coming up. All right, Prof. So technical, let's have the video and then we'll have the DG speak to it. Thank you very much.
Africa's total GDP is approximately $2.4 trillion and its population is around 1.3 billion, yet around 65% of Africans remain unbanked or underbanked. Fintech is the fastest growing startup industry in Africa, garnering 54% of known startup funding in 2021. Notably, the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, creating the largest free trade area in the world, and the planned rollout of the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System open new avenues of growth for fintechs by increasing cross-border payments and trade. 92% of Africa's investment in tech is won by just 4 countries: Nigeria, Egypt, Kenya, and South Africa. The relationship between Egypt and Nigeria dates back millennia and has continued to grow in leaps and bounds, recognizing their position as the most populous countries in the region, the 2 strongest African economies with highest GDP. We announce the collaboration between 2 strategic and dynamic economies in Africa, Nigeria and Egypt. The Central Bank of Egypt and Central Bank of Nigeria have decided to establish a Nigeria-Egypt fintech bridge, building on the existing solid relations between the 2 countries. The 2 countries are leading digital markets in Africa with the highest mobile and internet penetration rates, and young digitally literate populations fueling the rapid technological development, strongest and fastest financial development in the region. With thriving payment ecosystems and regional forefront of fintech development, supported by a clear fintech regulatory approach, regulatory efforts by the Central Bank of Egypt to sustain the development of fintech and advance financial inclusion include establishment of the National Payment Council, headed by His Excellency President of Egypt, launch of fintech and innovation strategy, issuance of Central Bank of Egypt and Banking Sector Law No. 194/2020 with a dedicated chapter for payment and fintech that lay out the legislative basis for digital transformation. Launch of Financial Inclusion Strategy 2022 to 2025. Similarly, recent efforts by the Central Bank of Nigeria to promote the digital economy in Nigeria include launch of the Central Bank Digital Currency (eNaira), Nigeria Payment System Vision 2025. The target of the initiative is to have a nationally utilized and internationally recognized payment system. Supervisory framework for payment service banks. Launch of regulatory sandbox. Issuance of guidelines on open banking. National Financial Inclusion Strategy targets to attain a 95% financial inclusion rate by 2024. The overarching scope of the FinTech Bridge Bilateral Agreement aims to strengthen engagement on FinTech in terms of joint regulatory projects.
the DJFSS to just speak to this video and a few words before we bring the Minister for his goodwill message.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister for Communications and Digital Economy, Professor Issa Ali Pantami, and very, very distinguished guests. I just want to say a few words about what you just watched. I think the advent of technology innovation has crossed borders. We're seeing a lot of innovative solutions that are not restricted within countries. We're seeing fintechs and other payment companies expanding across Africa and across jurisdictions. And it is important that regulators and policymakers as well adapt to that change. And that is what this collaboration with Central Bank of Egypt is all about. But it didn't start from just fintech. It started out from creating a collaborative platform that started at Bellagio in Italy 2 years ago, I believe. And it was just a simple meeting of some of the key economies. I think it was Egypt, Nigeria, there was Indonesia, there was Estonia, and China. And after those discussions, we saw that it was important to keep up the regulatory engagement, and that is what has birthed this FinTech Bridge. So we'll be sharing information, we'll be sharing capabilities, we will be cross-referencing and providing opportunities in our corresponding markets. We have some showcase companies from Egypt that are showcasing on the Innovation Lab. This is the beginning of our collaboration. I'm very, very proud about it and look forward to what it will do. Thank you. So whilst I'm here, I thought it was befitting for me to introduce a very special individual. He's been very passionate about technology and the digital economy and has been a crucial advocate for expanding the opportunities we have in this space. I'm talking about no other than the Honorable Minister for Communications and Digital Economy, Professor Issa Ali Pantami, who came here simply to support us. Simply, he had to rearrange his diary to be here. Please. I think that that signifies just how much commitment that he has and genuine interest in pushing this space. So without further ado, I'd like him to come up and say his special remarks. Honorable Minister, sir.
Thank you, my sister. Thank you. Thank you very much. The Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, my sister, Her Excellency Aisha Ahmed. I can also see my brother, Director from the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Yila. Other stakeholders here with us, participants to the conference, speakers, panelists, stakeholders from the financial sector, ladies and gentlemen of the press, good afternoon to all of you. And may peace, mercy, and blessings be upon you. Firstly, I begin by commending the effort of the Central Bank of Nigeria for coming up with so many initiatives to support our economic growth in the country, particularly this 2020 International Financial Inclusion Conference, which to me is very apt, and it comes up at the right time that stakeholders must come together, discuss about their strengths and their challenges, and see how they can support each other to be very successful. I also appreciate my sister, the Deputy Governor for being on my neck for the last few days to ensure I am here. The last time she called me, we were speaking, I was next to my wife, and she asked me what happened. I said I was invited by the Deputy Governor. Is she a female? I say yes. She said you must attend, and I comply. So when I spoke with her yesterday, she said to me, are you coming? I said, I must come to support you, not knowing that she has a very strong supporter at home. So today in the morning, I had an event here in this Transcorp Hilton, where we conducted 4 different activities. While attending the event, my wife was reaching out to me, try to complete your event and attend that of the central bank. I say, I will just do that. So many people did not know. We just concluded the event immediately by 2 p.m. and I left the venue immediately for 1 or 2 things. And I think before I was even asked for, I was already here. I think with these few words, you will all bear witness that the directive that has been given to me has been has been delivered. So my sister, I'm here to support you, and at the same time, I believe you understand it. Thank you very much. I don't want to have any trouble at home, because with this, if she knows I am here, when I arrive home, I will discover that the weather is very safe for landing. And if I'm not here, then definitely the weather will not be saved, and I will not be able to land safely. Furthermore, it is very important to realize that today, the digital economy sector on one hand and the financial sector on the other are coming closer. There is a convergence between ICT sector on one hand and financial institutions on the other, to the extent that it is becoming difficult by the day to draw a line of demarcation between them. And that is why we have been working in collaboration with the Central Bank of Nigeria when it comes to their mandate of either e-Naira or any USSD services, as the case may be. And at the same time, they have been collaborating with us whenever we need their intervention in the core mandate of either the ministry, parastatals, or any responsibility assigned to us by our boss and our principal president, Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. As we all know, and this is what we have been agitating, that indigenous digital economy cannot be developed without 4 ingredients. Number 1 is broadband penetration. Number 2, bank account. Number 3, digital identity. Number 4, smartphone. These are the 4 ingredients for building an indigenous digital economy. And if any one of them is missing, it is difficult to achieve any significant progress. So if you look at it carefully, you will discover that 2 of them or 3 are directly under the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, broadband, digital ID, and smartphone, while the bank account is under the Central Bank of Nigeria. So by implication, the responsibility of building indigenous digital economy must be a collaborative one between us and our friends and brothers from the Central Bank of Nigeria, or by extension from the financial sector. Furthermore, there are also 2 prerequisites to building an indigenous digital economy. Firstly, there must be digital innovation. And this is what CBN has been driving in Nigeria. There must be innovation. Without innovative ideas, without innovative solutions, then definitely you will not be able to achieve indigenous digital economy. And secondly, there must also to be digital entrepreneurship. Digital entrepreneurship is the second prerequisite. And if you look at it, Central Bank of Nigeria also has a very strong role to play in driving our digital entrepreneurship in Nigeria. As at June this year, 2022, we had 7 unicorns in Africa, approximately. 5 of them originated from Nigeria. 1 from Senegal and the other one from Egypt, but 5 originated from Nigeria. Out of these 5, four of them are in the financial sector in Nigeria. This is also to show to us the convergence between ICT sector on one hand and the financial sector on the other. It is because of this I always make sure that we collaborate with the Central Bank of Nigeria, we work together, we support each other, because the mandate requires that collaboration, partnership, among others. In addition, financial inclusion is key globally, particularly towards economic growth, poverty reduction or eradication, job creation, among many others. During the last panel, a question was asked, and I believe the guy answering the question, most probably from India, he spoke on that there is no doubt financial inclusion is key to job creation, is key to poverty reduction or eradication, and is also key to our economic growth. If our citizens do not have access to financial inclusion, because financial inclusion is agitating and advocating to make sure that individuals and businesses have access to affordable financial services. So whenever your citizens do not have access to it, you will discover that there are many privileges they will not be able to access. And the challenge is increasing by the day. Particularly, the world population is increasing by the day. The world population as at 1920 was only around 2 billion. Up to around 1930, meaning 100 years ago, 90 years ago, the world population was only 2 billion. The world population reached only 1 billion in around 1880, around 220 years. By 1920 to 1930, 2 billion. But as at 15 November 2022, just this month, the world population reached 8 billion. Look at the population growth from 1920, 1930 to 2022. From 2 billion to 8 billion, an increase over 80 billion within this period. While from first 1 billion in 1880 up to 1920, look at the period. So by implication, the more the population of the world is growing, the more we have a lot to do to ensure that we provide the financial inclusion, financial services to global citizens. Furthermore, to speak on the issue of the 4 ingredients of building our indigenous digital economy, and by implication financial services are part and parcel of that. When it comes to broadband penetration, globally, the broadband penetration stands around 64%. Because out of 8 billion people, 5.3 billion connected, while around 2.7 unconnected. So by implication, we still have 36% that are unconnected. Roughly 1/3 of the world population unconnected. In Nigeria, by 2019, I was assigned by my principal, President Muhammadu Buhari, to supervise the digital economy sector. At that time, 4G penetration in Nigeria was only 23%, but today we have 77%. to provide broadband penetration and to our citizens also and make it affordable. By 2019, August, the month I took over, the price of 1 gigabyte of data in Nigeria averagely was 1,200 naira, according to a report submitted to my office by the Nigerian Communications Commission, the regulatory body. As at July 2022 this year, we reduced the price to a maximum of 350 naira averagely. The reduction you will discover is more than 2/3 from 2019 to 2022. This is to ensure the affordability of broadband to our citizens and by implication to allow them to enjoy the digital financial services available in the country. Secondly, when it comes to the digital ID, His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari directed me to supervise the National Identity Management Commission starting from October 2020, just 2 years ago. And I can see the logo of NIMSI here. At that time, NIMSI was established in 2007. To the time I took over in October 2020, how many years? 13 years. The entire database was 39 million in 13 years. From October 2020 to October 2022, within 2 years, I was able to supervise NIMSI to increase the database from 39 million in 13 years to 91 million. By implication, we increased 52 million in 2 years. While what we inherited in the database in 13 years was 39 million. And we achieved this without any budgetary provision provided to us. We only leverage on corporate social responsibilities, and I was even at the central bank to beg the governor on behalf of NIMSI to support them with some infrastructure to support the enrollment. And we increased the enrollment centers and facilities from 1,600 to over 11 centers globally, including many centers in diaspora for our citizens to get enrolled. Why? Digital identity is key to our financial inclusion, is key to our national planning, is key to our budget preparation, and is also key to our national security. Above all, based on the provision of NIMSI Act 2007, Section 27, it is mandatory for each and every citizen to obtain it. And in fact, it is mandatory for any legal resident in Nigeria to obtain it within a period of 2 months, as long as he will stay for 6 months in the country. So beyond all, our law requires us to ensure that our citizens obtain their national identity. And that is why we are promoting that. One of the unicorns, I mentioned unicorns. Unicorns means a startup that reach a market value of 1 billion USD. 1 billion USD. So it is a startup that reach a level of a company that the minimum value of that is 1 billion USD. One of them was in my office with his team, and they just came to say thank you. I say, for what? He said, the reinforcement of national ID played a critical role in supporting us to reach this level of unicorn in Africa. Why? Because you cannot successfully drive financial inclusion without digital ID. That is why CBN was compelled to think outside the box and come up with their own bank verification number. At that time, they couldn't rely on the database of NIMSI because there was no any force driving the enrollment. So even the bank verification number came up as a child of necessity because there must be an identity for citizens to enjoy financial services. So this is what we have achieved. And also, part of it still, we are working now with the National Population Commission to see how National Population Commission can work with the National Identity Management Commission during the upcoming census, so that we will be able to capture our citizens that are not yet in the database. And still on broadband, we have recently launched the 5G for commercial services, which will allow almost real-time communications. And I also think will also be very important for our financial inclusion in Nigeria. In addition to granting a license to SpaceX of Elon Musk, where they will deploy their satellite, and based on our agreement with them, in the first quarter of 2023, they will cover the whole country. We will have 100% coverage of broadband in Nigeria as long as we get the required clearance of their facilities from customs services and other regulatory bodies of government. All these initiatives are very important to our financial inclusion, and they are also part and parcel of our digital economy. It is because of this, whenever CBN organizes any event, I feel like the sector I represent is part and parcel of the central bank family. When I came in, my protocol was pointing my seat here. Minister, you can sit here. And the next one to the deputy governor is CVN seat. I say, no, I will sit on the CVN governor's seat, not on my seat. This is to demonstrate to you that CVN governor can go anywhere and represent the Minister of Communications and Digital Economy and speak on his behalf, and I can also stand anywhere and speak on behalf of the Central Bank of Nigeria because of that convergence of our responsibility. Intentionally, I avoided my seat, and this is exactly his seat, and this is where I am, and I will continue to remain there until I leave this venue. It is because of this, I feel this conference is very apt and is very relevant. Today in the world, we have 1.6 billion people that are over 20. The more we try to bridge the gap, the more the population of the world is growing. And I think we need to redouble our effort to the extent that the way and manner, 1 billion people globally that do not have any formal identification. Most unfortunately, half of this number, 500 million, live in Africa. Africa with a population of 1.3 billion people. So far, almost 40% of Africans do not have any formal means of identification, either their digital ID or national ID or passport, any form of identification, as long as it's a formal one, they don't have it. This is another challenge that we must work together to drive financial inclusion by redoubling our effort towards broadband penetration, national identity, making smartphone affordable to our citizens globally. How many minutes do I have? 20 or 30? Okay, so with these few words, I'm here to support the Central Bank of Nigeria and by extension to support the Central Bank Governor and the Deputy Governor, Her Excellency Aisha Ahmad, and also to wish you all the best. I have been informed we have so many participants joining virtually. We have almost 80 countries physically and virtually. This is highly commendable. I am one of you, and we are glad you are here. For those of you that are physically in Nigeria, this is home away from home. Do enjoy our very beautiful country. Thank you very much.
Please, may I invite the board members to join the Deputy Governor for the photo session with the Honorable Minister of Communication and Digital Economy.
So permit me to recognize them. I have not respected the protocol. Apologies. I do recognize all the board members of Central Bank of Nigeria. It is better late than never. Thank you. Oh, they are here also. Oh. Oh, which one? Okay, and Monetary Policy Committee members are also here. Please do accept my recognition. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As they make their way back, let's put our hands together for the minister, the board members, the deputy governor, as they make their way back to the scene. Okay, okay. Okay. Lily. So, could we have the video now, Dr. Hanning's video? Yes, please. We're on the home stretch. Let's have the video, then shortly we'll be inviting.
His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Ministers of the Government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Governors of Federal States, Honorable Godwin Emefiele, Governor, Central Bank of Nigeria, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I must say that I would have liked to be with you this afternoon in person in Abuja for this very important event, but regrettably, I'm not able to come due to the conflicting commitments, but at least I can connect it in this way, which is maybe one of the big outcomes of the pandemic. Allow me to express my appreciation for the opportunity to address this outstanding gathering. I wish to appreciate really the immense efforts of the government of the Republic of Nigeria, the federal state, central bank, and all the other stakeholders, both public and private, that have all played, as we see it, a key role to shift the needle in improving the lives of citizens with a leap of over 10% in financial inclusion, which is huge, from 53% in 2010 to 64% in 2020. I also take this opportunity to thank the National Financial Inclusion Governance Committee for inviting me to deliver the keynote for this third plenary session at your conference. Let us turn to the theme of this plenary session: catalyzing global partnerships for financial inclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, let me first reflect on the current situation that we are all in, social, political, and economic situation. Although the COVID-19 pandemic has eased, fortunately eased, there is a global environment now that I think some observers and also we at AFI have coined a situation of polycrisis, which shall continue to affect our operating environment in the coming years. The world economy is expected to remain stressed with inflationary pressures and slow growth in most regions. Heightened geopolitical tensions, food and energy crisis, climate change, and migration of people within and across countries will present risks and challenges for policymakers who are already challenged to more and more manage conflicting macro objectives. At the same time, we are also witnessing the weakening of international coalitions, international or global alliances. And there are really geopolitical changes that are new and that are now emerging. Now, with all this, it is clear that old patterns that we are all used to, like the conventional North-South or East-West groupings, they simply don't work anymore. However, there's also the risk that On the other hand, we will be seeing more protectionism, more segregation, more isolationism, and ultimately more inequality, all of which have far-reaching implications in undermining an inclusive society. That is why such gatherings like this one that you are hosting today are very crucial, as the world can't afford losing the gains of inclusion that we have all achieved together in the past years. Now, as a matter of fact, as we work towards finding impactful policy solutions to many of the challenges that are ahead of us, to ensure that no one is left behind, we are faced actually with two choices. One, which looks at going at it alone and sees the global community even as competitors and potential threats, and another that embraces partnership, collaboration, and looks outward to engage and share as part of a global community which really stands for inclusiveness. Dear participants, while Nigeria has made tremendous progress in increasing access and usage of quality financial services with the various policy measures and initiatives that include frameworks on financial literacy, agent banking, and mobile money operations, among others, challenges such as gaps in financial access for vulnerable groups, which include women, youth, and those living in rural areas, those remain. Globally, the world is undergoing a lot of changes as well. Technology is ever evolving and new financial service providers are coming to the fore. Financial services, there is no doubt, will continue to be shaped by technology, probably even more than in the past, and definitely faster. While there are obvious benefits, risks of technology are emerging, and with digitization moving forward, the need to work towards frameworks that prevent, manage, and mitigate, for example, cyber threats is imminent. The most recent reminder of emerging risks for us is the collapse of the FTX platform that has been sending real shockwaves across the crypto industry. There's an absolute necessity to keep the risks of technology in check. I think there is no doubt about that. Please allow me, therefore, in this context, to reiterate my call for action to the regulators, market actors, and other stakeholders in the ecosystem to leverage digital technologies in a responsible and safe manner as we reach out to vulnerable segments of society, such as the poor, the women, and the forcibly displaced persons. And the need for better market conduct and enhanced financial capability is never out of fashion, especially in the advent of the glory of financial technology. Now, partnerships and collaboration provide great opportunity for us as policymakers and regulators to better understand and embrace these changes as we strive for a more equitable and sustainable society. And we have observed the convergence around the challenges of digital technologies, the solutions around digital technologies. And this convergence actually means that the world is moving more closely together. To find solutions, it requires global interaction. And these risks of technology actually force us to exchange and learn from each other. And in all this, central banks' mandates are also adjusting. Central banks are actually fulfilling their mandates in a quite flexible way nowadays. In a recent relevant discussion at our Global Policy Forum in Jordan just 2 months ago, a discussion which I think was really interesting and highly appreciated by all the participants, and Deputy Governor Aisha Ahmad from Central Bank of Nigeria also participated very strongly in this panel. That panel actually concluded that the mandates of the central banks actually don't have to necessarily change formally, but a lot can be done within the given mandates. And in all this, collaboration would be key. Now, since 2008, the Alliance for Financial Inclusion has been a true champion of collaboration, partnerships, and cooperation. And our success, and indeed our very existence, is a result of our members' strong belief in the benefits and the power of peer-to-peer relationships across the global community. And this partnership model that we are applying every day is actually built on trust, strategic alignment, mutual benefit, and respect. It's very important, even to repeat, trust, strategic alignment, mutual benefit, and respect, with the aim to break down the barriers to financial inclusion and the recognition that the type of crisis that our members are facing and will likely face in the period ahead requires synergetic efforts and strong global partnerships beyond the AFI membership as well. To meet this demand, I would like to just mention to you two highly relevant partnership platforms that have been set up to support our members, namely the Developing Country Dialogue Platform and the Public-Private Dialogue Platform, the so-called PPD. Let me start with the latter. The Public-Private Dialogue Platform, the PPD, platform provides collaboration space between the public and the private sector decision makers to advance financial inclusion. The PPD builds public-private trust, raises awareness among AFI members of innovative products and services, and it also identifies key regulatory and market barriers and as well opportunities to scale up financial inclusion. Here in Africa, at the regional level, also globally, the PPD has been instrumental in facilitating meaningful dialogue between AFI members and the private sector partners on key financial inclusion issues, and thus ensure very well-informed policy design that encourages innovation. There is, for example, AFI Technical Public-Private Dialogue, which is called Digital Currencies, Opportunities and Challenges for Inclusive Finance, that was held in June 22 in Arusha in Tanzania, where policymakers from the Africa region and the AFI private sector partners agreed that adoption of digital currencies needs to be contextual, looking at the challenges faced in each country, and that there is need for collaboration between the public and the private sectors to come up with appropriate design of digital currency technologies and to identify suitable use cases for financial inclusion. Let me have a look at the so-called 3D platform, which is our developing country platform. This platform allows for systematic exchange between developing and developed country policymakers and regulators on financial inclusion policy innovation. AFI members, developed country policymakers, and partners are able to work together in a complementary and synergetic way towards shared financial inclusion policy priorities. For instance, AFI, in conjunction with the Czech National Bank, facilitated a global 3D on inclusive fintech, which brought together policymakers from all over the world, from developed and from developing countries, and ended with an outline of priority convergence topics, including payment innovations, payment system oversight, fintech ecosystem, and well-being, as well as digital banking innovations. And it was noted during the dialogue that the advantage of emerging economies is that they can leapfrog the current business models or technologies that are slowly becoming obsolete and thus adopt cutting-edge innovations. This was a major insight that I think the developed country policymakers took away. And I think this is the kind of dialogue we would like to encourage in the future as well. Of course, we also, apart from the public-private dialogue platform and 3D, we also engage in other international contexts where we work with the IMF, the different institutions under the World Bank Group, including CGAP, academia, and so forth. And very recently, we are also collaborating with the University of Luxembourg on developing an inclusive green finance roadmap. Now, as I conclude, my dear distinguished participants, setting up global partnerships is a demanding operation that will require stakeholders who can really understand and are able to work with others from diverse backgrounds, with sometimes diverging ideas. But successful partnerships to advance financial inclusion should be anchored on a stable framework that allows for flexibility to adjust to the ever-changing environment. In addition, there should be a clear communication strategy among the partners so that there is maximum transparency, both within and outside of the partnership. And the main task of partnership should be to find ways in which institutions with all the different tasks, responsibilities, and approaches can cooperate in alignment to achieve the strategic objective, excuse me, in this case, 95% financial inclusion in Nigeria by 2024. Now, as partnerships set themselves common targets, they become answerable about reaching these targets. And there will be a need to agree on a framework to monitor and evaluate the progress being made in achieving the set targets through the global partnerships. It is important to do this from the very beginning when setting up these partnerships so that questions regarding the outcome of the partnership and the resources involved can be answered and the value added of the partnership's work be made visible. Ladies and gentlemen, a free flow of knowledge and productive ideas will bring us to a better future. Those who choose to hide behind walls and barriers may soon discover that they have been left far behind. Our motto, as I would actually repeat it here, in short, would be embrace, but not compete. I wish to take this opportunity to thank the government of the Republic of Nigeria, the Central Bank of Nigeria, and all relevant stakeholders for their unwavering efforts to ensure that no one is left behind through the launch of the revised National Financial Inclusion Strategy 3.0, National Strategy Levering Agent Networks for Women's Financial Inclusion, National FinTech Strategy, and Nigeria Financial Services Maps, the NFS Maps. I thank you very much for your attention and wish you a very fruitful deliberation. As I said, I would have loved to be there, but there's always a next opportunity. So thank you very much and all the best.
For Mrs. Hawa Gambo, who will give us the will give us the wrap-up remarks. Let's put our hands together for Mrs. Hawa Gambo for the session wrap-up.
Thank you very much. It has been a long day, and we're here because of the sheer commitment and passion that we have for financial inclusion. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, sir, for gracing this event. It's surely not an easy thing for you, and we truly, truly appreciate you. And thank you so much, Deputy Governor, for leading us into this very, very historic event. I'd like to stand on all existing protocols as I do the wrap-up for today. We had the opening ceremony this morning, and it featured the special guest of honor, His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, who was represented by the FCT Minister, the Governor of the Central Bank, and the United Nations Secretary General Special Advocate on Inclusive Finance, Queen Maxima of the Netherlands. We had the welcome address from the Deputy Governor of Financial System Stability, who set the tone for this conference and highlighted that over 4,000 persons from 78 countries with 50 speakers from across the globe speaking the financial inclusion language. And like she's always been saying, we're putting Nigeria on the map. The president reiterated the government's support and its commitment to continually promoting financial inclusion in Nigeria through its policies. Queen Maxima highlighted the new financial inclusion strategy, that it would provide a genuine chance for improving the quality of life of Nigerians. The governor of the central bank also talked about financial inclusion through its interventions to over 4 million smallholder farmers and SME, creating over 2 million jobs. We also witnessed the official launch of the revised National Financial Inclusion Strategy, the National FinTech Strategy, strategy for leveraging agent networks for women's financial inclusion, the Nigeria Financial Services Map, Payment Systems Vision. The plenary sessions were extremely eye-opening and impactful. Our Deputy Governor, Financial System Stability, gave a keynote address and really highlighted a lot of the achievements of financial inclusion drive and identified the development of policies and strategies that would enhance and increase access points, that would enable offline transactions with e-Naira, improving financial literacy rates, among others. The second plenary session looked at scaling digital models for the last mile, and it looked at issues to do with financial services around payment, insurance, identity, offline payment, credit services, etc. The third plenary session deliberated on financial inclusion for all, country experiences, drawing from experiences from Egypt, India, and Kenya, and looking at evidences that point to fintech, innovations around pension, investments, and insurance. And the day's program was concluded with the launch of the FinTech Bridge and the Regulatory Sandbox with a strong vote of thanks by the honorable vote of support from the Honorable Minister of Communication and Digital Economy. And we finally heard from the Executive Director of AFI, Mr. Alfred Hanning, who talked about the goals of AFI in terms of the power of peer-to-peer collaborations, looking at the power of partnerships and collaboration, just as the world is continually changing, weakening of international coalitions and global geopolitical changes. He's looking forward to a future where implementing solutions will be geared towards more flexibility and adaptation of policies. With that, we've come to the end of the wrap-up for today's session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Hawaii. That was very comprehensive, yet very compact. Lady, it's been a very wonderful day. Nigeria to the world, right?
Absolutely, Nigeria to the world. That's what we've been saying since the beginning of the conference. As we mentioned, 78 countries represented.
4,000 participants.
4,000 participants.
Across 4 continents, you said, right?
And 50 speakers.
50 speakers, amazing. I don't know about you, Lele. I am extremely thrilled to be a part of this.
Likewise, it's been such an honor to be a part of this conference today.
But Lele, this is just day one. Just quickly give us an idea. What do we expect tomorrow?
Absolutely.
Why should they come back tomorrow?
I think tomorrow is going to be extremely exciting because there seems to be a focus on women. We cannot speak about financial inclusion without speaking about the women. So get ready for a gender-inclusive morning. We'll start off with a keynote on gender-inclusive finance. We'll also have an expert dialogue on women's financial inclusion and finish off with a session on gender disaggregated data and evidence-based policy and product development. Another exciting part of the afternoon will be the breakout sessions, enabling digital and infrastructure for financial services, emerging issues in data, privacy, and consumer protection, and deepening digital financial service adoption and usage, and last but not least, winning strategies for reaching the youth in rural areas, which is an extremely important aspect of inclusion.
So it's a very loaded day, Lele.
Very, very loaded day.
No one should miss it, right?
Absolutely not.
And I see you trying to convince me that truly you are Fulata. You changed into your Fulani attire. Yes. Honorable Minister, Deputy Governor Lele Balde from the land of the Teranga Lions has been my co-compare, and it's been fun doing this. Distinguished delegates, tomorrow is another day. If you've enjoyed today like the Americans say, you'll love tomorrow even more. Until then, enjoy your evening.
Thank you.
Founded on an audacious dream, Flutterwave is here to help Africans take the global stage. The fashion designer, the fitness influencer, the student dreaming of her MBA. Millions of us are ready. But while we have the talent, the products, and the great ideas, we struggle with the basic business need to pay and get paid. It's a pain. As Africans, we are divided by dozens of banks, currencies, and mobile wallets. So we started Flutterwave to make payments easy, to provide one easy-to-use payment platform for the entire continent and the products and services you need to support your business, so you can show the world what a successful entrepreneur looks like. This is our time. All it takes is that first payment, and we're on our way.
My name is Mrs. Abdusalam. I'm an access closer agent. I started this work October 2020. I had an accident 2017. I was unable to do anything with the hand. But when all wastes block, Access stretched their helping hand to me. They pick me up, at least assist me in every way. And I thank God today, here I am today, doing well in my business. At least to my family, I am a support to my husband. To my kids, I'm also a support to them. In this community, I'm also a support to them through Access Closer. Thank you, Access Closer. I'm really grateful.
Access Closer from Access Bank. You can now send money, withdraw money, pay bills, and open an account without leaving your neighborhood. Search for Access Closer agent on your Google map to find an agent closest to you. Access, more than banking.
Emergencies happen when you least expect them to. It gets worse when you are cash-strapped. No need to despair. First Advance has you covered. You can get that urgent cash right now on First Advance. With First Advance, salary earners can get up to 50% of their salary. No hassles. As long as you earn a monthly salary and your salary account has been active for at least 2 months. Just dial *894*11# or simply dial *894# on your mobile phone. What's more, when you open a First Bank salary account, you can enjoy 0 charges and free debit card issuance. Download the First mobile app on Play Store or App Store today. Log in to experience First Bank digital banking. Select loans, select First Advance, and follow the prompts to receive your loan. Don't let that urgent need get the best of you. Get First Advance now. It's as simple as dialing *894*11#. First Advance. Fast, convenient, secure. You first. First Bank.
I've been running my business on my own, trying my best to get it to the next level. But I really need some help to get ahead. I know just what to do, I'll vault it. For my loans, vault it. Overdraft, vault it. Step by step to my dream business, we vault. Vault is the answer. Salary earners, vault it. Entrepreneurs, vault it. Get your loans with no collateral. Hey. Vault is the answer. Quick sign up, vault it. 0 paperwork. Step by step to your dream business with Vault by Polaris Bank.
Vault is available to individuals, SMEs, and corporate customers. Download Vault by Polaris Bank from the Google Play Store or Apple App Store to get started today.
Vault is the answer.
Set I want.
Stanbic IBTC.
Set I want.
909.
Set I want.
Artist Wallets. Gigi. Stanbic IBTC. 909. Whoa, it can be. When you use 909. Gigi. Send money via 909. Buy airtime via 909. Sub data via 909. Pay bills via 909. That's the 909 is the gang code. Dial up now with all phones. Use Artist Wallet if you want code. Set I want gang. 909 gang. Pay bills gang. Account account opening gang. Set and one loan approved gang. Send me your account number gang. Credit alert gang. Gang, gang, gang. This gang is your short code. Dial star 909 hash to join the gang today.
Guys, we bring you great news from EcoBank as usual.
I mean, it doesn't get better than this.
Drum roll! Express Point app. It's an amazing way to make extra money on the go on your mobile phone.
Ask me how.
How?
Ask me how. People. And each time you open accounts for people, you get extra cash, extra moolah.
It's that simple.
Express earnings.
And that's not the only thing that you can do with this app. You can totally do bill payments,
Airtime top up,
cash transfers, withdrawals, cash deposits, and so much more. Download the EcoBank Express Points app on App Store
or your Play Store today
and start making extra money.
Woo, alert.
Acting experience has been. We are very privileged to have a very fine gentleman who has been part of this process from the very beginning. He is the Commissioner for Insurance. Am I correct? Yes, Mr. Thomas Olorundare Sunday. It's so good to have you here, sir. I mean, from your expression, it shows that you really had a lot of stuff to take home, an experience like no other, first of its kind, and knowing the importance of insurance in the scheme of things as far as financial inclusion is concerned. How does it make you feel? Ngozi and I would like you to tell the online audience how it makes you feel, this whole initiative, conceptualizing it and driving it to the point where we can actualize optimal results for the financially excluded Nigerian.
Quite exciting.